Welcome in to everyone tuning in on YouTube. We just started the stream. How you doing today? We are already live over on TikTok, and if you're new here, let me quickly go over what we do once again. We debate Trump supporters. We try to get more people on the right side of history by spreading education and upholding critical thought. Now, we connect the Trump supporters. We get the conversations rolling over on TikTok. So as I just said before we started the YouTube stream, if you're watching on TikTok and you want to come up and have a conversation with me, go ahead and hop in the guest request. Just make sure that you are an American adult that supports Trump as president. And yeah, usually before we go into the debates, we kind of talk about the breaking news of the day. For the last couple days, we've been talking about Donald Trump's attack on free speech, literally labeling what we do here as illegal, labeling, dissenting him in the media, criticizing him as not allowed. Now, the big updates in the last 24 hours have to do with TikTok. So from what... Excuse me. From what I'm hearing now, I didn't do too much research into this before I started the stream. Apparently, so there will be a US version of the TikTok app, and we are going to have to all download a new app, and it's going to be controlled by some American company, including the algorithm. I think that I heard Trump was pushing for the Murdoch family, who owns Fox News, to own this new app and control the algorithm. Guys, if that happens, I'm so fucking cooked. We are so cooked. Speculatory, maybe, I don't know. But I guess that's all the news for today. I mean, what else do we have going on today? I think we have the Charlie Kirk Memorial going on in Arizona right now. I tuned in for like 30 seconds, and I heard some dude say that they need to serve Charlie Kirk as they serve Jesus. And then I turned it off. That was pretty wild. But let's go ahead and hop into the debate. So if you're watching on TikTok, sorry, you heard that. You heard the YouTube stream. If you're watching on TikTok and you support Trump as president, go ahead and hop in that queue. We're going to get you loaded up right now. Give me 1 second here. Then we're going to get the first guest of the day loaded up for everyone on YouTube. Good to see you all. Make sure you say what's good in that chat. And yeah, let's go to get that very first guest up of the day. We got MAGA Knight loading in. Once again, the rules are simple, guys. If you are in the queue, just make sure you're an American adult that supports Trump. What's up? Are you MAGA?
Hello.
Hey, what's up, man? How old are you?
I'm 18.
I don't believe you for a second. KS, thank you for the motorcycle on TikTok. Okay, all right. Yeah, that guy got pushed. I don't believe that he's 18. We got to make sure that we're adults, okay? That is very important. We cannot have minors on the live, not only for TikTok TOS, but also for minor safety. What's up, Lucas? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, why'd you say the N-word in 2019 on Twitter?
Well, I think that we've already been going over that for a handful of years. Are you saying that nobody should support me because I said the N-word in 2019?
I never said that. I was just wondering.
Oh, okay. Well, it's because I was a terrible little kid. Now, Lucas, do you support Trump?
I do support Trump.
All right. And that is also, if you want my more fleshed out thoughts on that, just because we've already been over it about 1 billion times, feel free to just look it up anywhere on the internet. Now, Lucas left. Lucas left. Yeah, we've already talked about that about 1 billion times. So we're going to move on to the next guest. Let's go to get the next guest loaded up into the box right now, everyone. Okay. Looks like Lucas left. The next guest left too. Go ahead and hop in that queue if you support Trump as president. We got our next guest, Shannon, loading up into the box right now. Everyone do be patient. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Get pushed.
Okay, I'm going to go and assume not. Let's make sure that we're following the rules. Please, guys, do make sure that we're following the rules. Moving on to the next guest. We got Curtis loading up into the box. Here we go, everyone. Go ahead and put a Trump with your age down below in that comment section. We already have 9,000 people hanging out with us on TikTok. Hopefully, okay, the hope is, of course, that there's going to be maybe like one person out of the 9,000 that are watching right now to be a Trump supporter that wants to have a conversation with me. So if that's you, go and put a Trump with your age down below in that chat. What's up? Do you support Trump, Curtis?
Dean, can you hear me?
Yeah, are you MAGA?
I just want to say real quick, man, I'm a minority.
Are you a Trump supporter?
Don't let people discourage you from speaking out for minorities. You do a great job. I just wanted to tell you that. Well, right? Because I know you get a lot of criticism with that. You do a great job. I support your work, and I appreciate you speaking on these issues as someone who's not a minority. That's all I want to say. Well, so have a good day.
I hope you have a good day as well, man. Take care, dude. Take care. Have a good day. I hope you have a great day. Like I said, we are going to move on to the next guest just because we are looking for Trump supporters. But I do appreciate you for your support, man. I hope you have a good day. What's up? You are definitely not a Trump supporter. Okay, we need to go ahead and have a very serious, 1-to-1 talk right now, 1 to 10,000 talk. Guys, please only join the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. Please. Okay, the beginning of these streams, they're always a little bit rough. You know, if you've been here before, if you've been an early bird, if you've like rewatched the VOD on YouTube, you know that it is a little bit rough for the first 10 minutes while we're still trying to get the droves of the Trump supporters in here. But hey, listen, please, if you guys could just help me out here by following the rules, if you could help me out by giving me confidence that every single person who is in the queue is an American adult that supports Trump, it would be incredibly meaningful to me. Now, we're going to move on to the next guest right now. Once again, follow the rules. Just be an American adult that is MAGA. What's up, Kendall? Do you support Trump?
Do you remember me? I'm from yesterday. I love you again.
Okay, Kendall. I'm going to go ahead and kick you for the reason being that you're breaking the rules. Come on, Kendall. Moving on. Here we go. All right. Let's go to get that next guest up in here. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Hey, Dean, why are you such a bitch, man?
Well, I'm going to go and assume that does mean that you support Trump. Whoa, and Trump.
You and Trump.
That's a curveball.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Mr. Curveball, I'm going to have to kick you because we're just looking to talk to Trump supporters. You have a good rest of your day, though, bro. Moving on to the next guest, we got RDI loading up into the box. Yeah, Mr. Plot Twist was breaking the rules over there, so got to move on to the next guest. Here we go. Hop in that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump. We are really going through the motion of all the rule breakers so far. And that was like a 7-year-old kid. Wow, okay. The Trump supporters are just in hiding. We're going to move on to the next guest, Zaid. Here we go, everyone. Holy shit. Okay, we got Daniel loading up, and Daniel's already disconnected. You know, sometimes, especially at the beginning of the live streams, I feel like an auctioneer. Like, there's about a billion things going on at once. I'm like loading guests up, then kicking them, then loading another one up, then kicking them, then loading up another one, then kicking them, because they're all breaking the rules. No one will follow them. And this is how it goes for the first 10 or so minutes. We're already like 9 minutes into the stream on TikTok, so if history repeats itself, we should have a guest up here soon. What's up, King Duffy? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do. So why aren't you at Charlie Kirk's memorial right now, bro? I'm 19, 2006. Why aren't you at the memorial right now?
Because why would I be? What? So tell us, why do you support Trump?
I thought he was a buddy of yours. Like, not that you supported him, whatever, but like you knew of him.
He wasn't a buddy of mine, Duffy. So go ahead, tell us why you support Trump.
Well, no, you still didn't answer my question.
Yeah, because we're not here to talk about Charlie Kirk's memorial, where I watched a guy tell people to
keep avoiding my.
Yeah, we're not here to talk about Charlie Kirk's memorial, where, by the way, I tuned in for 5 seconds. I saw someone say that they need to serve Charlie Kirk like they serve Jesus. I tuned out. That was crazy. We're here to talk about why you support Trump. So if you want to tell us, that'd be nice.
Can you stop muting me, bro? Just let me talk.
No, I actually will not stop muting you, and I will not let you talk unless you're talking about the topic of the live.
Look how angry you are. Go hit your anxiety pen, bro.
I mean, I think the only individual here that is angry would be you, because you're being forced to follow boundaries, and that's something that Republican men are really bad at.
Oh yeah, yep, bro.
So give us one reason why you think that Donald Trump is a good president.
I came up here to talk about Charlie. You couldn't answer my question.
Awesome. So I'm going to go and kick you and move on to the next guest. I think the only joke here is you, because you just told me and everybody else watching the live stream that you literally cannot give an argument why you support the president that you do. That's embarrassing, okay? But unfortunately, it's not a joke, because it's not funny, as that is just a fact of millions of Americans, where you and so many other people don't care about reason, don't care about thought, don't care about logic, and instead you choose to be part of a cult and support a president with no reason at all, and aiding and abetting in the destruction and erosion of this country, its core values, and the people within it. That's not a laughing matter. So, my jab back at you saying I'm not the joke you are, well, that was false, because it's not a joke. It's serious. And that's why we're here. That's why we do these streams, to talk to people that support Trump as president. But no one wants to talk to me back. And if the last 11 minutes of the stream don't prove it to you, I don't know what will. In the last 11 minutes, we've seen people come up here, get angry. We've seen people come up here, try to change the subject. But we haven't seen one single person come up here and give us one good reason why Trump is exceeding at his job of being the president. Is it maybe because he's not? Is it maybe because he's a bad president that you shouldn't support? That's where I'm going to put my money, unless somebody watching that is an American adult that supports Trump as president wants to come up here and prove me wrong. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Hop in that queue if you support Trump. Once again, for the last time, we're going to try to get that next guest loaded up in here right now. What's up, Lost in Reality? Are you MAGA?
Yes.
You're also 14. So it looks like, like the 14-year-olds that support Trump are willing to come up here and give it their best shot. But, the adults are nowhere to be seen. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go. What's up, Colton? Do you support Trump? Monkey! Nope. Still looking. Still searching, by the way. 15,000 people in the live stream. Still searching for one person that supports Trump. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yep.
And how old are you?
18, 2007.
What month?
June 1st.
Awesome. Let me go and thank a handful of people. Alma, thank you so much for the $20 donation over on PayPal. Saying, Dean, thank you so much for teaching myself and others. I've learned so much from you. That's awesome, Alma. That is literally why I do the streams. It makes me so happy you learned something from them. Shout out to Alma. Show some love to Alma down below in that chat. As well as Oscar, thank you for the $11 and the 11 cents over on Venmo. And let's see here. One last donation. Madison Jace with the $10 on Super Chat. I really appreciate you guys for the love. Go ahead and take it away. Tell us why you support Trump as president.
I think Trump is the best president in the world, to be honest. The economy is booming right now. Everything is just perfectly fine.
According to whom is the economy booming? According to whom is the economy booming? He left? He left! Dude! One day, and I always feel that day is close. I always feel that day is close. One day, we're no longer going to be able to do these live streams, even though we'll be able to get concurrently 20,000 or 30,000 people in here. One day, we're not going to be able to do these live streams anymore because there will not be a single human soul out of the 30,000 that are watching that's willing to debate me. That one day, that's going to happen. And I feel like we get closer to that day every day. But I'm not giving up yet. So let's go ahead and give it, our best shot here. We're going to look back at that queue. Make sure if you're in that queue, you're confidently an American adult that supports Trump as president. And let's try to get that next guest loaded up in here right now. Go ahead and put a Trump with your age down below in that comment section if you want to skip the line. I will also be loading up people from the comment section, but let's go to get that next guest, Daniel, loaded in. What's up, Daniel? Do you support Trump?
I'm not age, but
All right, I got to kick you, dude. Got to kick you. We are going to be very quickly, swiftly, and promptly banning everyone that doesn't follow the rules. It is the only way to try to hold productive dialogue. Moving on to the next guest. We pulled somebody up from the chat. Let's see if they load in here. We got CXN loaded in, and CXN is not loaded in, so we're going to have to go and kick them too. Moving on, we see that Ethan is spamming Trump20 down below. Ethan, I sent you an invite. If you could accept that, it'd mean the world. No one wants to talk to me. It's like, it looks like we got someone loading up. What's up, Ethan? Do you support Trump?
You're the best TikToker ever.
Please stop it, Ethan. You were in the comment section spamming Trump. I do really appreciate you for the love, but come on, guys. Come on, y'all. You know I appreciate y'all. I really do, but especially when we're going through periods like this where we can't find a single person to debate. We got to be able to keep, the trolling to a bare minimum. Now, let's go to move on to the next guest. We got Riley Snow loading into the live. Here we go, guys. What's up? Do you support Trump, Riley?
Yes, sir.
How old are you?
I'm 18, September 12th, 2007.
Okay, wow. So you just turned 18. Do you have AirPods, headphones, a headset plugged in that you're talking to me through?
Yes, sir.
If you disconnect that, you'll sound better. But if you can't disconnect that, no worries because you don't sound terrible as is.
I got it.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. And welcome back. Go ahead and give it a try.
Is that better?
It is better. Awesome. It is better. Here, real quick before I pass you the mic to hop into why you support Trump, I want to thank a handful of people. Tabitha, thank you so much for the $30 donation over on Venmo. Tabitha, that is very, very kind of you. I want to see 300 Tabitha W's down below. Thank you so much. Tabitha says, for doing what you do best. I love watching you, and I love what you and Parker do for the younger generation. Tabitha, that is incredibly kind, and I really am so happy that you enjoy the streams. As well as Jasmine, thank you for the $10.10 over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love. And Lauren with the $10 as well, saying that some of these guests are insufferable, but I enjoy being in the stream nonetheless. Well, it's awesome, Lauren. Appreciate you so much for your kindness. As well as there's a handful of people over on PayPal that I need to thank, but we'll get around to that in a second. We'll let the guests start their argument. Take it away. Why are you MAGA?
Trump has had plenty of accomplishments. Specifically, he has very good, like, shit, man, I'm fumbling, man. He appointed 3 Supreme Court justices, Neil Gorsuch, oh man, but he confirmed to over 200 federal judges. He signed tax cuts and job acts in December 2017, lowered corporate tax rate, provided tax cuts for individuals, doubled the standard deduction, and increased child tax credit. Do you need me to list more, or do you want to break that down first?
Well, just choose one reason why you support Trump, and we'll start there.
The tax reform mainly. Signed the three points I cut out for there.
Okay, and why did you like his tax reform?
Well, he signed the tax cuts and job acts in 2017, which lowered the corporate tax rates.
But I'm asking, why do you like the tax cuts and jobs act?
Because it helps with the economy of America today.
Helps with the economy of America today. So we actually saw that 2 Harvard economists, one right-leaning and one left-leaning, did a cohort analysis and study on the outcome of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. And what they tell us is that it only attributed to 0.04% GDP growth per year annually. Keep in mind that it cost $2 trillion. It costs more than it made the American economy. So overall, it was a net loss.
Man, you got me. But he's done a lot. He's done a lot of shit. Like, he's still deported. Man, just get somebody else in here, man.
Are you sure? Like, no one else wants to talk to me besides you. If you want to try to give another argument, I'll happily let you.
He did. He withdrew from the nuclear deal.
Chris, thank you for the galaxy. Yeah, he did withdraw from the JCPOA, which was a bad move. That allowed and greenlit Iran into the further construction of nuclear weapons, which, according to Trump, is one of the greatest threats to America and our ally in the Middle East of Israel. Not to say that I support Israel, but once again, it is just an internal contradiction of his view, where he's the one that greenlit Iran into doing something that he inevitably thought was a great threat to our best friend.
Yeah, but he did that. But that means that the fact that he withdrew from it means that that he's pushing U.S. off of the list to be attacked.
Well, point number one, even if what we assume you're saying here is true, that, because he pulled us out of the deal, then they wanted to attack us. Well, guess what? They agreed to the deal in the first place because it was mutually beneficial to them, because it led to America relinquishing sanctions on the country of Iran. So actually, us agreeing to this mutually beneficial deal with Iran, Iran agreeing to this mutually beneficial deal with the U.S., and then the U.S. pulling out of it less than 3 years later, actually puts more of a stain on the image of the United States of America in the eyes of Iran. So if they were to attack anybody, you're wrong.
Yeah, I mean that's definitely a possibility, but you can never know for sure.
Well, I'm just simply saying that you're acting as if us pulling out of this nuclear agreement was a good thing for Iran. But no, Iran thought that was a bad thing. They liked the agreement. It helped them. It relinquished sanctions and allowed their economy to grow. They liked it. So us pulling out of it, us ending that agreement, in their eyes, hurt them.
All right. Can I go on to a different point? The judicial appointments. He appointed the 3 Supreme Court justices. Do you know who those 3 are?
I don't know their names, but I know that he made 3 appointments. I don't understand why that would be a good thing that he did during his term that makes you support him today. We had 3 justices die or resign from 2017 until, January of 2021. So whoever was president would have made 3 appointments. I don't know why this would make Donald Trump a good president.
I just want to make sure, because you constantly make, I don't want to say you constantly diss on Trump, saying but you don't know all the facts, you don't even know the names of these people.
Yeah, I don't feel as if I need to know the specific names of the justices in order to give a coherent response to your argument. Once again, I just gave a coherent response to your argument without mentioning their names. That being they shouldn't specially indicate that he's a good president because, as I already said, we had 3 justices either die or resign from 2017 until 2021. So whoever was president in those 4 years would have made 3 appointments, regardless if it was Trump or Hillary Clinton.
Yeah. he made the U.S. become a net energy exporter for the first time in decades.
Tyler, I appreciate you for the galaxy. Well, actually, we imported less oil and we produced more oil under the Biden-Harris administration. So if that's going to be a positive reflection on a presidential candidate, all that you're telling me here is that Kamala Harris was better than Trump in the 2024 election, meaning it would make no sense if you were to support Trump as president today, given the alternative that we could have had. And you could see those stats on EIA.gov. So the most oil ever produced in a given month under Trump in his first term was in December of 2019 at 12.9 million barrels of oil per day. Meanwhile, from July of 2023 until the end of the Biden-Harris administration, we produced over 13 million barrels of oil per day. That's on EIA.gov.
You might have produced that much oil, but how much were people actually using due to the inflation of gas products?
Well, the consumption of oil domestically shouldn't concern your argument of producing more than we import, right? And once again, we had lower imports under the Biden-Harris administration because Russia invaded Ukraine, so we stopped buying Russian oil, and OPEC reduced their output by 10%. But the domestic consumption of oil shouldn't really matter. But if for whatever it's worth, we do see an increase in the consumption of domestic oil nearly every single year in this country.
Yeah. What about the CARES Act? Do you have anything to say about that?
What's the CARES Act?
Is that a bad thing? Is that a good thing?
Oh, that was his stimulus bill for COVID. Yeah, that was good.
Yeah, good. All right. I just want to make sure because that was a mutual thing that people normally say. I just want to make sure that you weren't like saying that everything about him was bad. Everything like he doesn't do anything good.
Dan, I thank you for the motorcycle. Is there anything else that you want to go over here before we move on to my next guest?
Border security.
What is one thing that Donald Trump has done in the last 200 days to make the border more secure?
Maybe not in the last 200 days, but in the 4 years of 2016 to 2020,
what is one bill that he passed in from 2017 until January of 2021 to implement better border security that you were a fan of?
I don't know exactly. I just turned 18. I didn't follow it back then, but
well, then what I recommend you doing is doing some research on that before you attempt to make an argument out of it. And I don't mean that with like any shame or conviction in my heart against you, but it's just something that's intelligent to do if you want to debate the subject.
Yeah. Donald Trump was also the first audit of the Department of Defense.
The first audit of the Department of what did he do specifically?
I don't know. Give me a second. I gotta look back through my notes. Hang on.
While you're looking through your notes, Libyan's thoughts. I appreciate you for the $10 over on Super Chat saying the more I watch these streams, the more I realize that the only reason they support Trump is because they need a place to vent their hatred. So they blame everyone but themselves for their sad lives. I mean, that's definitely true for a lot of Trump supporters. I feel like they typically fall into like one of three categories, if not the categories kind of overlap. Lack of knowledge, or being like misinformed, or being like hateful. Being ignorant, misinformed, or hateful. It's like typically one of those three categories, if not a combination of them. As well as, dude, this is just outrageous. But Jay, thank you so much for the $125 donation over on PayPal. Jay, that is fucking nuts. Thank you so much, Jay. Let's get 1,000 JWs down below in the comment section. That is so incredibly kind of you, Jay. I do not deserve that. That is fucking ridiculous. Jay with $125 says, really bad day today. Bad, but Dean is on and then Parker is later. So it is a good day after all. Jay, I'm so fucking happy that what we do here makes you happy. It really does. I hear that from you and a handful of other people. It fills my heart with joy knowing that I have a meaningful impact on those around me. So thank you. Thank you so much for sharing that with me, Jay. And thank you for the $125 donation. As well as Caitlin, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. Jennifer with a 5, Jamie with a 10, and Selfie with a 5. I appreciate y'all for the love. I actually have a question for you, sir.
Okay.
Do you consider yourself to be a patriot?
Patriot? No.
No, you're not.
I consider myself to be a conservative.
Well, maybe I should re-ask my question here. Do you care about the Constitution?
Oh, yes.
If you care about the Constitution, why do you support Trump, given that he has infringed on like 5 amendments in the last 200 days? Most notably and most recently, saying that it is literally illegal for people to criticize him in the media.
He didn't say it was necessarily illegal.
Yeah,
he said that it... Where and when?
Yeah, in the Oval Office and on Air Force One, the day before yesterday and the day before yesterday.
Do you know exactly what 5 constitutional amendments that he changed?
That he's infringed upon? Yeah, the first,
yes.
The 2nd, the 14th, and he called for a termination of the 22nd.
Yes. Do you know? I'm gonna be honest. I know the second. I don't know what the other ones of those like.
Okay.
Off the top of my head.
I think I'm gonna move on to the next guest, man. I do hope you have a good rest of your day, though, bro. All right.
Thanks.
I'm sorry. I felt bad. I felt bad there. So. We're gonna go to move on to the next guest, guys. Go ahead and hop in that queue if you support Trump as president. We're gonna get you loaded up in here. Go ahead and hop in the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. We're gonna get you connected. Lynn, I really appreciate you so much for the galaxy. Thank you so much. And for that last guest, you're telling us that you literally turned 18 like a week ago. My best recommendation for you would to do as much research as you possibly can, like in the next couple months, and hopefully you'll come out of the other end on the right side of history. But for now, we're going to move on to the next guest. I really appreciate you so much for the Galaxy Licks. Thank you so much. And what is going on, Kevin? Do you support Trump?
Yo, what's up, man? Nah, bro. Fuck Trump, to be honest.
Well, super based. Unfortunately, I have to kick you from the live for literally being too based. We're specifically looking to talk to people that are less based than you are by trying to find Trump supporters to come up here and have a conversation with us. So we're going to move on at this point in time. I hope you have a good rest of your day, Mr. Kevin. What's up?
Yo.
You support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
20.
20. Okay, what year were you born in?
Yeah. 2004.
Okay, ooh, what month?
All right.
What month of 2004?
Ooh, I didn't think you were going to pick me. All right.
What month of 2004 were you born
October.
in? Okay. All right. Yeah, they'll make you 20.
October.
I'll choose to believe it. It sounded like you genuinely didn't hear my question there. Now, before I give the mic to you to give us an argument insofar as why you support Trump, I need to thank a handful of people here. Olivia, it's so good to see you again. Thank you for the $20 over on Venmo. Olivia says, once again, one-sided intelligence. Olivia, it's good to see you. Thank you so much for the $20. Let's get 200 Olivia W's down below. As well as Angel, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. And Hannah, thank you so much for the 30. Holy fuck, dude. Thank you so much, Hannah. Hannah with a 30 says, on Venmo, found your account 4 days ago, and I've been absolutely hooked. I've been learning so much from you, and it's already influenced me to keep doing my own research and learning more when it comes to politics. Appreciate you for doing what you do. Keep it up. Hannah, you are the goddamn reason why I do the stream. One of many that is so awesome that I've been able to influence you to do more research. That is exactly what I fucking want, and that is exactly what the world needs. So good for you, Hannah. Show some love to Hannah down below in the chat while we let the guests take it away and tell us why they're MAGA. Go ahead. You got to come back to the live.
Oh, I was trying to read something. Okay. So basically, you said earlier you were asking that one guest to name one bill that Trump implemented to help border security. And one bill he did, well, to help with that was the big, beautiful bill.
I need to ask you a question. You sound young. You sound young. I'm going to be honest, and we just got to look out for minor safety on the live. Are you really 20 years old?
Oh. Yes, I am.
Okay. I'm not going to ask to see it, but do you have a driver's license?
Yeah.
Okay. So when you're driving on the road, what does a dotted yellow line next to a solid yellow line mean if you're on the side with the dotted yellow line?
Bro, what?
If you're driving on a road and there's a dotted yellow line next to a solid yellow line in the middle of the road, and you're on the side with the dotted yellow line, what does that mean for you as a driver? And I think that she's leaving. Yeah, she left. Okay. Well, that's the way to catch them. Now, that is a surprisingly accurate fetus catcher. Which is it doesn't make sense to me because you can be under 18 and have a driver's license, meaning that you have to know the answer to the question. But every single time we've asked that question, it has been people that are 18 and above know the answer and people that are 18 and under don't know the answer. Which is strange, right? For the reasons I just said. But we're going to go ahead and move on to the next guest right now. What's going on? Do you support Trump?
Oh, hey, I didn't think you were going to pick me. Hey, Dean. Yeah, I do. I'm sure you want to know why.
I do. How old are you?
I'm 29, going on 30.
All right, man. Yeah, go ahead and take it away. Tell us why you support Trump as president.
Yeah, I support him because I feel first of all, before I say why I support him, it's kind of, I just wanted to address something that's related.
Are you calling COD? Are you playing Call of Duty?
I was playing Borderlands actually. The new Borderlands that just came out.
I'm gonna be so honest, man. Like, if you're like trying to debate me and play like a game, it's just not gonna be like.
I paused it, Loki.
All right, man. Take it away.
My fault. Nah. So what was it? I support him first of all because I feel like in terms of like the division that's in our country right now. I feel like he's kind of like lesser of the two evils in that regard. And on that, I do want to kind of commend you, first of all. I don't really agree with like a lot of the stuff that a lot of your viewpoints or whatever, but like the raw reaction that you had when that tragedy happened, I have to say I got to give it to you, man. Like it's you were fair about it. And you condoned it on both sides of it.
We probably get. So on the live, we probably get maybe like 3 or 4 Trump supporters that'll come up here every single day for the last week or so that have shared your sentiment and made the same comment. And this has been my response to everybody that's made that comment so far, and this will be my response to you. The silver lining I see out of what you just said is that maybe because you see something in me that you think you like for whatever miscellaneous reasons, I can use that as an opportunity to try to change your mind on why the hell you support Trump. And that's about all I got to say about that for the moment being. So that's the silver lining. I'm gonna try to act on that silver lining now by responding to your first comment. Now, this is what I would like to say. You told us that you support Trump for the first reason being the division that we've seen in the country. Well, every single time I hear an argument from a Trump supporter describing to me how Kamala Harris, for instance, caused division in the country, it was because she said things that were true, or she said things that she had good reason to believe would be true in the future, right? Like saying that Donald Trump was going to send the military after the citizens. You're going to look at that and you're going to be like, oh, that's so divisive. But then guess what ended up happening? Meanwhile, when you ask a liberal...
when did that happen?
Oh, yeah, when he declared, quote-unquote, war on Chicago and D.C. by deploying the National Guards and then posted an AI picture on Twitter of him and airplanes going over the city dropping bombs. Now, when conservative asks a liberal, well, how does Trump cause division? That's where we go down to the fact that he has a snarky nickname for every single Democrat in Congress. He has literally said that he hates all Democrats. He has caused division by fulfilling all 14 characteristics and tenets of fascism as described in the literature, identifying an enemy as a unifying cause for his base. He has been scaring Americans and causing division by saying that undocumented immigrants, they all escaped mental asylums and prisons to come into this country and eat your pets, grape your wife, and kidnap your kids, even though they're just here for a better life and are less likely to commit violent crimes than natural U.S.-born citizens, so on and so forth. If you care about division in American politics, you should look no further than by starting with the divisiveness of President Trump.
Well, I think that's fair. And just to be clear, the way I politically align is I'm sort of in the middle. I personally think that both parties suck. And I'm sure a lot of people have the same sort of opinion that I have too. My question for you then is that, you point out some decent points about, the division that the right sort of portrays out. Like I'll give you an example. Like the speech after Charlie Kirk was assassinated, I personally thought was a little too divisive. So I get that part of it. But, when you have people like, Hillary Clinton calling Trump supporters a basket of deplorables, wouldn't you say that like it goes on that kind of goes
Hillary Clinton hasn't been relevant in American politics in the last 10 years.
But that's not the point that I'm making.
Exactly, that's not going to be the point that you're making at all, because instead of like starting off with the fact that our current sitting U.S. president, Mr. Trump, said yesterday that it is now illegal to criticize him in the media, instead of you starting off with the fact that he's ripping families apart and there's been a confirmed 510 instances of human rights abuse by ICE towards undocumented immigrants in the last 8 months, instead of starting off with the fact that Donald Trump said that he hates all Democrats, or is now passing policy that has led to 60 pregnant rape victims per day being denied access to abortion, or passing policy that is reducing the purchasing power of 160 million American citizens, you instead want to go go back to 2015 and talk about some offshoot comment that Hillary Clinton made. Like we're talking about here, how the hell you still support Trump as president? And I feel like the only way you could possibly justify that support is to ignore all the blatantly atrocious shit that he's doing right now, and then re-reference offshoot comments by no longer relevant politicians from 10 years ago.
Hang on a second. No, I'm not ignoring it.
So then how can you still support him as president when he's doing these things?
I just like, quite frankly, I think and like I said, I think both parties suck. I just think that when it comes to the sort of direction that we're going in as a country, I'd rather him over the other party.
Okay, what is one good thing that he's done in the last 8 months?
The stuff that he's done with the tariffs, I think has been pretty good.
Why is that?
I think was getting rid of a lot of the trade deficits that we're having. When you look at the numbers and stuff, and look at how much we're in debt and how he's trying to tackle that by eliminating a bunch of the unnecessary spending, and a bunch of stuff like that. I do generally support that idea of trying to get the economy back on track and raising wages in that regard. Now, is it perfect? No,
can I hop
but
in
I
here?
think that, yeah. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So you just said that you support him because reducing the debt and taking away wasteful spending. The Congressional Budget Office, which is partisan, run by Republicans, how much do they estimate the big beautiful bill will cost?
There's a couple trillion over the course of 10 years, if I'm not mistaken.
$4.5 trillion.
Yeah, about that, right?
And how much debt did the Biden-Harris administration sign into law in 4 years, including COVID-related expenditure?
I think it was like half that, if I'm not mistaken, right?
No, it was the same, 4.5 trillion. If you ignore their COVID-related expenditures, 2.2 trillion, so half that.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
I think it's incredibly antithetical to reality for you to suggest that you support Trump as president because you think that he's going to effectively reduce the debt when he is now signed into law the most expensive bill in this country's history, totaling the same amount of money spent by the Biden-Harris administration in 4 years, and he got that done in 2 months. Not to mention the first administration, he spent twice as what the Biden-Harris administration spent, clocking in at $8.6 trillion.
Yeah. Yeah, no, so my question for you, though, is that, with the tariffs and everything, wouldn't it offset that because you'd be able to use a lot of that revenue to fund a lot of those different things?
According to the CRBF, some of that expenditure will be offset by the tariffs, but ultimately, who pays that? Americans. And who disproportionately pays more, or spends more, on the goods that they consume relative to their whole income? Low-income Americans. So in other words, you're telling us that he's going to attempt to pay for some of the big beautiful bill, which according to the CBPP is going to be a massive redistribution of wealth from the poor to the rich by just implementing yet another regressive tax that will disproportionately impact you the less you make. This doesn't sound like fiscally responsible policy. This sounds like trying to pay for a debt maker that is already hurting low-income Americans so much by just simply hurting low-income Americans more.
All right. I think I got what I needed to hear. I appreciate your time, Dean. Thanks.
Yeah. Is there anything else you want to go over? Is that it?
No, that's it, man. Again, thank you again. What was it? I'm glad that we're able to have like a civil conversation about it too. I feel like a lot of times people get in their feelings too much or whatever, and it gets to a point where it doesn't have to be or whatever. So I appreciate the dialogue, man. Thank you.
Well, I guess you have a good rest of your day, dude. Yeah, you as well. And I know that people be getting in their feelings. I mean, look at how upset Trump supporters are that Starbucks won't make an official Charlie Kirk drink. Woof. Let's go and get that next Trump supporter loaded into the stream here real quick. Hey, Kiki, that's going to be Keiki. Thank you so much for the $20 on Super Chat. Thank you so much for the love. I'm going to go ahead and keep that message to myself. But that means a lot to me, Kiki. Just make sure they have a good childhood nonetheless, which I'm sure you are. You sound like a great mom. But that is crazy. That is awesome. Thank you so much for the $20, Kiki. What's going on? 810, do you support Trump?
Yep.
All right. How do you?
25.
All right, I believe you. I need to thank a handful of people real quick. I've been putting this off. There's so many kind individuals, y'all. Thank you so much for the love over on PayPal and Venmo. Seriously, Real quick, I would like to thank, let's see here, Jamie, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal, saying, please keep doing what you're doing. I'm a UK citizen, but you're making a huge difference. Thank you, Jamie. As well as Patricia. Thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. Patricia didn't leave a message, only love. Thank you so much, Patricia. Let's get 200 Patricia W's. Fucking hell, dude. As well as, let's see here, Danielle, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love. Thank you so much, Danielle. Let's get 200 Danielle W's, as well as Deanna with the $50. Bro, what the hell? Thank you. Thank you, Deanna. That is D-I-A-N-A. Diana, sorry, not Deanna. I can't speak today. Diana, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you. Diana says, keep up the great work. Love what you're doing. You are a strong voice of our generation. Thank you so much, Diana. That is so very fucking kind of you. Show some love to Diana down below. And then Shauna and Sophia, I appreciate you both for the 5. Then Danielle, thank you for another $20, just expanding on their first message. Thank you so much, Danielle. And then Jace with a 5 and Emily Ann with a 15. Thank you so much for the love. Go ahead, take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
Well, hey, real quick, first off, would you consider yourself a conservative or a Democrat?
I would consider myself a little bit further left than the Democrats, more so a progressive.
So you're a Democrat, is what you're saying?
For ease of conversation, sure. Yeah, I vote Democrat. I do.
Oh,
and there's a lot that the Democrats do and say that I agree with.
Okay, so
Majority.
You totally support child mutilation. That's kind of messed up, Dean.
I support child mutilation? What the?
Yeah.
Where did this one come from?
Oh, buddy, you're going to play that one off like it don't exist?
If you want me to be honest with you, and this is dark, but it's true. In my mind, the party that truly supports child mutilation, and this is a little bit of a uni-party issue, but right now it's more so seen on the right, is Donald Trump, who will jump however high Israel wants him to, and the rest of Congress that is willing to give as much money to Israel as they want them to then turn around and drop bombs on schools and inflame 5-year-old children and put bullets in the back of their heads. When we talk about American politics and politicians supporting child mutilation, that is the first thing that comes to my head is, the Trump administration's loyal, undying, and unchanging support of Israel, regardless of the ongoing ethnic cleansing.
See, I knew I'd get some snarky little return from you, but listen,
it's not snarky.
I don't think you have children, so you can't, feel this kind of way. But would you allow a man to go into a woman's bathroom with your daughter?
No,
let's be honest.
The only individual.
Let's be real here, okay?
The only individual that allows men to go in, and the only individual here that allows men to go into the private spaces of naked teens would be you, sir. Donald Trump boasted about doing exactly that on Howard Stern's radio show, and you support him as president. It is so hypocritical for you to sit here and suggest anything.
Where is that? Where is that?
Oh, do you want to listen to it?
And you can fact check it.
Yeah, no, for sure. I just want to clarify, if Trump had done this, would you still support him as president? Because it seems like since the moment you've joined this live, you've been very staunchly against the mistreatment of kids, obviously, through your virtue signaling, as you've made it clear to me and everyone else listening. So, if Donald Trump had boasted about perving on the naked bodies of teens and the naked bodies of women, would you ever support him as president again?
What?
If Donald Trump had boasted about walking in unconsensually into the dressing rooms of naked women and naked teens, and he talked about how good they looked when they were naked, would you ever support him as president again?
I don't even think that's real, dude.
Oh, well, obviously, I just told you it was real. I lied to you. It's just hypothetical. He's a good man. I would never do this. So
it doesn't mean it's real, dude.
So hypothetically, if it was real, would you still support him as president? Hypothetically.
Okay, no, obviously not, because that would be messed up.
Likes to have everything, right?
Well, couldn't that be construed, however, as
conflict?
Yes.
Well, I don't see it as a conflict.
It could be a conflict of interest, but it's the kind of thing you worry about later.
Oh, I see.
You tend to think about the conflict a little bit later on.
The question is, how can it not be construed?
No, I mean, some of these foreign girls, Mr. Trump, in my country, we say hello with vagina. And,
well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting.
Right,
I want to make sure that
you're like
everything
a doctor.
is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
So before you even speak, Before you even open your mouth, I have to inform you of the fork in the road that you find yourself at this moment in time. You have two options. No, one moment. I'm not done talking, and you're going to go on mute. You have two options, okay? Your first option is to be a man of your word. Your first option is to stay true to what you told us before I played that clip. I asked you if Donald Trump had boasted about sexually exploiting naked women and naked girls in their changing rooms unconsensually. Would you ever support him as president again? And you said, fuck no. And then I played you a clip of Donald Trump boasting about doing exactly that. Your first option is to stay true to your word, redact your support from Trump, end your loyalty to MAGA, and I will clap and be happy, and so will the rest of the stream. Now, the second option is to be a raging hypocrite, ignore your values, ignore your statements, ignore anything and everything that you think you've ever stood for before, contradict yourself, and tried to come up with some explanation.
You can't even let me
how we
talk.
didn't just
That's how
hear
full
Donald
of
Trump
yourself
explain
you are, bro.
and admit
You're
to
so
exactly
full of
what I
yourself,
said he
it's
did.
unbelievable. Where
So
in
what
once
option
in
are
that
you going
audio
to
clip
take?
did it talk about him talking about children? Tell me, dude. You just played it and it did not once talk about children. So how are you going to sit here and feed this to people?
Oh, of
You are
course.
the one that needs to wake up, dude.
Okay, so point number one, I would like to make it incredibly clear. It's not any more wrong to sexually exploit, in my mind, a woman than it would be to sexually exploit a teen girl. Because when we ask ourselves, don't interrupt me.
Oh my God.
When we ask ourselves, why would it be wrong to sexually exploit a teen? It's because that teen can't consent, therefore it's unconsensual. And although a woman could consent, not to sexual exploitation, but to sexual intimacy, the women in these spaces didn't. So it was unconsensual. Now, point number two. How do I know that this happened to women and girls? It's because the women and girls from Miss Teen USA and Miss USA have testified that this happened to them. We had a 17-year-old say that he would do this to girls as young as 15 at Miss Teen USA. In fact, who was a 16-year-old contestant at Miss Teen USA that Donald Trump did this to, her name's Victoria, and she joins our stream frequently. But those are my 2 points. It's not any worse for him to do this to a woman unconsensually than it would be to do to a teen. And we have evidence, not only through his admission on the clip that we just listened to, but also through the testimony of the individuals that competed at these pageants, that he has done it to both women and teens. Go ahead. His mic's unmuted. He just doesn't have anything to say.
No, I'm more mind blown by the stupidity, dude. Genuinely. Where's your information?
What information?
The information you just spewed from your fucking brain.
Okay, well, the first part of information that, he testified to doing this would be the clip we just listened to. Then the second part of information that the individuals that were at these pageants...
You completely bogged my first question. You completely bogged my first question, and then you go into rambling about some bullshit on a Howard Stern show. Like, are you kidding me?
It's funny.
You didn't answer my question.
It's funny.
You support child mutilation.
It's funny because before you knew, it's funny
Just get
because
down to the
before
facts.
you knew that Donald Trump had sexually exploited teens and
Bro,
women by walking.
you support
Are you going to interrupt me again?
fully grown men dressed as women going into the...
So he's going to interrupt me in an attempt to change the topic by demonstrating his transphobia. Now, I'm going to go ahead and repeat what I just said, but this time I'm going to have to mute you. It's so sad that I have to treat you like a toddler when you're twice my age. It really makes me concerned what the adults of America are truly doing and the level of wisdom and maturity they truly possess. But anyways, I will continue.
You're just backing up a party that's crumbling, bro. That's all.
So I'm going to continue to make my point.
Yeah, keep muting me because that's all you can...
Yeah, I will mute you when you're interrupting me. That's only fair.
You can't take it, bro. That's all it is.
Yeah, you're right. I can't take the incessant interruptions from somebody twice my age acting like a toddler. What's new?
The incessant interruption, you interrupt me and change the subject instantly. You can't even get down to the facts of the first question I asked you.
What if we agree not to interrupt each other?
Yeah, sure. Go for it.
Fantastic. Let's see who breaks that rule first. So you said what Donald Trump had said. Of course, it was him. You said what Donald.
Sorry, man.
You said what Donald Trump had said.
Would it be better if I talk in this voice? How about that? Let's have a debate about Donald Trump.
It's just crashing out. Can you stop the crash out? It's like genuinely embarrassing for you.
Hold up. I had to hit my breeze. Now I'm back in action.
You're from Michigan.
Yes, sir.
Do you know how I know that?
Yeah.
Because that's the only place they sell breezes.
No, they got him in Ohio.
I'm going to go ahead and finish what I said there. So anyways, you said what we listened to on that Howard Stern clip of Donald Trump admitting to sexually exploiting naked teens and women in their private spaces was bullshit. But it's funny because before you knew that Donald Trump had sexually exploited naked teens and naked women, sexual exploitation wasn't bullshit to you. It was a talking point to why apparently you shouldn't be a Democrat.
Is it my turn now?
Yeah, no, please explain your thoughts on hearing Donald Trump admitting to literal sexual exploitation.
That was not admitting to sexual exploitation. Dude, are you kidding me?
No, I'm not kidding.
Dude, no, it was not.
Yes, it was.
Go back and go back and play it again.
Of course.
Go back and play it again.
We'll listen to it again, then I'll explain to you how it's sexual
These
exploitation.
foreign girls, Mr. Trump, in my country, we say hello with vagina. And,
well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting.
Right,
I want to make sure that
you're like
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women, and so I sort of get away with things like that.
So just to sum up what we heard Donald Trump admit to in that clip, he admitting to unconsensually going backstage into a women's-only space where they were getting undressed and were
Yeah,
fully
but you
naked.
forgot the spot where he said there was men too.
No, he actually said that there was no men anywhere.
What? How do you know he was getting a peep show on the women? What if it was the men?
Because he said that the women were naked and with no clothes on and that no men were anywhere.
Yeah, I didn't hear him say any of the women were naked, actually.
Yeah,
Want
he
to play
said
that
that-
again? Because he
Yeah,
did
he
not
said that they
say
have no
a
clothes
single
on.
thing about women being naked. He
When you
says
have
they're
no-
getting dressed.
When you have no clothes on, are you naked?
He says they're getting dressed.
Just answer my question. When you have no clothes on, are you naked?
Well, of course, but he says they're getting dressed.
Okay,
How
so
do you know if they're naked?
hypothetically, if he said that they had no clothes on, then they'd be naked, right?
Did he say they have no clothes on?
If he did, would you agree that therefore they'd be naked?
Well, no shit. That's just common sense. But that he didn't say that. So where's your are you
People on
kidding me?
people on the right lack common sense. Do you want to make a bet on this? $20 says he said they had no clothes on.
Go for it.
Awesome.
Do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere.
This is your first statement. No men are anywhere.
And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the
Well, he
pageant, and
wishes
therefore
there
I'm
was.
inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no. Is every?
Oh, what did he just say?
Sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no. Is everybody?
I say we listen to that in half speed.
Like
Everything
a
is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress.
Now
Is
it's
everyone
like you were
okay?
saying,
They're standing there with no. Is every?
Now you owe me $20. You can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio. It's going to be DEANWITHRS.
I heard. I didn't hear anything.
Yeah, clothes. That's what he said. They're standing there with no clothes.
How can you tell if that's not edited or not?
Because this was live on Howard Stern's radio show in 2005. You can't edit something that's live.
Yeah, you can.
How?
Because, dude, it's old. You kidding me? I can edit a picture of my kneecap from 3 years ago.
Okay, so are you saying that this is AI?
Who am I to know nowadays?
So, I mean, I'm
You guys
personally...
have taken so many. You guys have
Exactly.
taken so many.
Dude, you're so
videos of
delusional. You're such a
okay.
cult member. It's outrageous. This is
I'm
so
so
outrageous.
delusional?
This
Oh my
is so
God.
fucking outrageous. So outrageous. So this was actually, so the clip that I just played you was posted on CNN's channel 8 years ago. 8 years ago, AI to the extent of perfectly emulating somebody's voice didn't exist. You have to basically assume that the earth is flat and pigs can fly in order to justify your
basically
position.
assume that your party that you're supporting.
Oh, I heard your party, so I put you on mute because that's a pivot away from the fact that you said Donald Trump in the clip said that they weren't naked, and then you accepted that if they had no clothes on, then they would be naked, and then you even made a bet with me for $20 over if he said that or not. Then I proved that he said that, meaning that not only does this warrant a response from you, indicating that yeah, he was sexually exploiting them because he unconsensually walked into a space with no men where there was naked women getting undressed, and point number 2, you sending $20 to my Venmo and PayPal.
Your delusional thoughts and party is what killed Charlie Kirk. Just get over.
Yeah, I mean, all these random words and syllables are completely meaningless to me right now, given the fact that they're a total pivot and deflection away from the substance of the conversation that we were trying to have. It's just you being a very weak individual and bowing out from a conversation and discourse of reality. And I mean, that's not unexpected with the crazy MAGA cultists, because nothing you believe in is rooted in reality. It's rooted in your emotions. It's rooted in the hive mind of unpopular delusion. It's not rooted in what is real or not, right? No,
Hey,
it's
I
just
voted for
every day of
Bernie
your life
Sanders.
is a brand new action movie of fascism and hate. And it's so absolutely like deplorable. But what I'm asking you to do is recognize that, confront it, and respond to it. Try to wake your ass up, bro.
I'm not even in a call. I voted for Bernie Sanders. What the fuck?
I don't even, he's now just saying completely incoherent shit. Like,
No, not really.
Is the debate over for you now?
I just wanted to come on here just to have some fun, man. You know,
just some fun? Is this your way of bowing out? No, respond to the substance. Come on, bro. In fact, I'm actually going to go ahead and give you a second to think about what your response will be, because right now you're just completely losing like any coherent grip on the world. And I'm going to thank a couple people. First and foremost, Rami, thank you so much for the $100 donation. With a $100 donation over on Venmo from 24 minutes ago, Rami, thank you so much for the love, dude. Rami with $100 says, I watched your interview with Emily Wilson a few months back, and let me tell you, you're an absolute rock star. Never lower the quality of your message just to cater to those unwilling to think critically. To them, the message is simple: keep up or go home. Rami, dude, first and foremost, that debate with Emily Wilson was fucking insane. And second of all, I really appreciate you, not only for the love and the message, but also the $100 donation. Show some love to Rami down below in that chat. That is ROMI. Seriously, thank you so much. As well as Jody, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. Naughty with the $15, thank you so much. And then Libby with the $20.
Jeremy, thanks for the $20 donation.
Shut up. Libby with the $20 donation saying for more pacifiers for the 40-year-old guy. Thank you so much for the $20, Libby. And then Caleb with the $10 saying, how brainwashed is this guy? Super brainwashed. And then Joy, shut the hell up. I'm still thanking people. Joy with the $20 saying these MAGA fools come for a battle of the wits but show up unarmed every time, dude. Thank you for the love. Show some love to Joy down below in that chat for the $20. And then Mr. John Regal with a $25 donation saying, thanks for keeping the pressure. John Regal, you've been watching forever, man. All the love to you in the world. Seriously. As well as I'd like to thank Lauren for the $20 over on PayPal saying, as somebody from Michigan, we don't claim him. And then Days, thank you for the $50 donation over on PayPal saying, OMG, the twerps are back. Dude, Days, it's good to see you again. Thank you for the $50. That is outrageous. Show some love to Days down below. And then Brenna, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. And I'm sad to hear that your dad's a Trump supporter. And then Liam with the $35 on PayPal saying, thanks for all that you do, Dean. And I really appreciate it is what you do. Thank you so much. Thank you. That is so very kind of you. And then let's see here. Brittany with the $10. Morgan with the, Travis with the $15. Thank you so much for the love. And yeah, feel free to bring your MAGA dad on someday. Thank you so much, Travis. And that guy left. Literally was stun locked, had no clue what he was going to say in response to that. It's just it's a sad reality that where people are just so detached from the facts that when you're giving them the facts, they have no response at all. But yeah, I really appreciate you guys for the love. Please show some love to all of our donors down below in that chat while we're working on getting that next Trump supporter to join up into the live stream right now. Yeah, that guy left. He hit the dash. He hit the dash. What's up, man? Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir. What's up? What's up?
What's going on, man? Give me a second. There's a couple of people over on Super Chat that I'd like to thank. SA, thank you so much for the $20 on Super Chat. Saying here's $20 on behalf of that tool. Keep up the logical, non-emotional knowledge bombs. Dude, yeah, we're truth nuking today. Thank you so much for your kindness. Seriously. As well as Chris, KRAS, thank you for the $50 Super Chat. You guys are being so fucking kind today. Saying, Dean, you are amazing and have given me more courage to stand up for what's right. My entire family is MAGA and we are constantly fighting. I've been politically active for almost a decade and you've given me so much hope. I love you. I love you too, Chris. And I understand what it's like to be in constant fight with your family. I've been there too at many points in my life. As well as Coral with the $20 saying that last guy didn't know how to use his ears or his brain for that matter. fucking cooked. As well as Club Brain Fog with a $20 super chat saying this Gen Xer is glad that there's some hope for the Gen Z. I'm hooked. Well, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you for the kind message. That goes for you and everyone else. You guys are so incredibly kind. Seriously, I really do appreciate it. Now, take it away, Rookie. Why do you support Trump as president?
Bookie, no R.
My bad.
No, it's all good. So I want to keep this personally, strictly presidential. I'm not talking about his personal character or who he was previously to presidency. That has nothing to do with his current presidency.
I completely disagree, but go on.
What he was before. So, okay. So if you commit a crime beforehand, let's say as a child, and then you become an adult, what happens?
You could get it. It's sealed and redacted.
Nothing happens exactly because when you're an adult, you're a completely different person. I'm just saying, as time goes, people change. Not necessarily saying that he committed crimes as when he was a child. He was obviously an adult when some allegations have come up.
Yeah, he was 60 in that clip that I played.
Like I said, that was just like as a reference. As over time happens, people can change over time. Stuff happens when you're younger. As an adult, people can learn.
So point number one, point number one, people can change in a lot of ways, but this doesn't mean that people do change in a lot of ways.
100%.
And point number two, there's also some ways that people can't change. Like for instance, if a man grapes a woman, I'm led to believe that that man lacks core foundational values of morality that speak very loudly to their character on a structural level that is impossible to change.
Again, as accurate as that is not the point that we are talking about. I'm talking about perfectly presidential. We are asking, why are we supporting a presidential candidate, a president who ran for president?
Yeah, like I said, I disagree with a detachment of the person from the presidency because the person is the president, and the presidency is a role of public service, and if a person is incapable of doing anything but caring for one's own, then they'd be incapable of said public service, alongside the reciprocal effects that normalizing the behavior of Trump and his character and his prior actions could have on America, grape culture, and harm towards individuals. But like I said, just go on. Tell us why you support Trump as president.
And
I'm giving you the mic.
I'd like to also add to the fact that you keep saying grape, but it was sexual assault and allegations. Those are actually separate from grape. Let's just also put that out there for information to be accurate.
Okay, well, we're also going to put this out here for information to be even more accurate. Can we agree that based upon how we both define grape, that the forceful, non-consensual penetration of a female member with a man's fingers is grape?
We can agree or disagree on that all we want to. I'm just saying,
do we agree?
The factual information is you can't say that factual information.
Can you please agree or disagree?
Somebody if their cases are legally.
We can say that he was raping somebody if he did something that we did.
There's a reason why there's a difference between. But again, you get me extremely off topic.
But again, answer the question.
The topics that I was not trying to discuss. We are simply talking about presidency. That is what the topic is of hand.
If you didn't want to discuss this, then you shouldn't have brought it up. I'm obviously going to...
Well, actually, I brought it up as a fact of not to, and then you tried to dig me deeper into the hole and have me answer questions based on your own terminology. So again, agree to disagree. As I was saying beforehand, we are going to talk strictly about being a presidential, and we can start off first or foremost saying that has Trump or has he not boosted our economy since becoming the president?
The answer to your question would be no. But before we dude, please stop
interrupting.
Continue.
Continue. You're good. Go.
But before we have a discussion about that, I'm not going to let you off the hook on the last point that you brought up. If you didn't want to discuss the nature of the actions that the unanimous jury determined Donald Trump did to E. Jean Carroll, then you shouldn't have brought it up. You are the one that made the false comment that Donald Trump is not a rapist, and that what a court determined was not rape, and then you treated it as if that was factual information that the 23,000 people watching the live right now should agree with you on. I'm obviously not going to allow you to spread such blatant misinformation on this live to reduce the harm caused by an action that Donald Trump personally engaged in and was found liable for by a court of law. Now,
sexual
I
abuse.
want you to I want you to answer the question that I had asked you that you ran away from. I will go ahead and repeat.
Didn't run away from it.
You
It
were
was not your spot
fourth
to answer that question
interruption.
because
Fourth interruption. Stop the
you're
interruption.
literally spreading
Stop
still
the
wrong information.
interruptions. Stop the interruptions. I'm now going to repeat the question that I asked you.
Literally
You
have the
you're
page right
interrupting
here.
me. Stop it with the interruptions. For the last time, I'm going to repeat the question that I asked you that you ran away from. Based upon how you and me define grape, can we agree that grape would include the forceful, non-consensual penetration of a woman's female member with a man's fingers?
Not based on the court of law.
So your answer to that would be no. So I guess I just ask you in return.
My answer is I based it off the court of law. If the court of law says no, then that was a no because he was based to find sexual allegations, not sexual assault. He wasn't even considered a grape.
You shouldn't do that. You shouldn't base your definition of grape off of what the court says the definition of grape is. But
Isn't that how we're supposed to be?
No,
Isn't
that's
America run
not
off
what you're
of the
supposed to do.
justice system and democracy?
Yeah, I'm
Proven
going
it.
to
You're
mute you in
supposed to
5
be
seconds
innocent
if you
until
don't stop
proven
interrupting
guilty,
me.
right?
5, 4, thank you. So you shouldn't base your definition of grape based upon how the court defines grape. But even if you do, then you would agree that Donald Trump is a grapist, since the judge said that yes, what Donald Trump did to E. Jean Carroll is classified as grape, and throughout his countersuit after E. Jean Carroll had called him a grapist on live TV. But more so, the reason why you shouldn't base your definition of grape off of what the court said at the time of determination is because courts have been wrong at many points in American history. I'm going to go ahead and give you an analogy to make sure that my point is demonstrated clearly. During American slavery, there was not a single court that considered legal grape to include the non-consensual and forceful intercourse between a white man and a black woman. That was not legally grape. So would you say because you base your definition of grape off of whatever the court said at the time when the event occurred, that there was not a single enslaved individual in American history that was ever a victim of grape?
I can't say that. That's old law. Different time. We're not talking about that.
Do you realize what you just said? You just said that there was not a single enslaved person in American history that was raped. Really?
I did not say that.
Okay, so you disagree
I
with
said
that?
we were not talking about that. I said, of course I can't say that. That's
Okay,
an old
so are
law,
you saying
old
that because
times.
we've
We're not talking
updated the
about
law,
these
you
old times.
use the
See,
current
I've
definition of
already
the
answered your
definition of
question
grape?
earlier.
So I just want to clarify, are you
Correct.
saying that because we've updated the definition of grape legally, that you go off of what the most updated definition is? Is that what you're saying? Go ahead and unmute.
Oh, so you're going to unmute me now?
So is that what you're saying? Are you saying that you go off of what the current legal definition is?
I love how you're still digging deeper into this further conversation about
am.
what I told you I did not want to talk about. After
Then you
answering
shouldn't
your
have brought it
question,
up. Then you shouldn't have brought it up.
said-
It's not my fault that you brought it up. I'm not controlling you. I'm not your fucking puppeteer.
interrupting me.
I'm not controlling you to bring up the
interrupting me.
misinformation because
You
you're
just
not
told me to stop
answering my
interrupting
question.
me,
You were
but you keep
complaining.
interrupting me.
Because you're
You
not
keep
because you're not
interrupting me.
debating. You're not answering to what I
I'm
said. You're
trying
complaining.
to talk to you, and you're literally
Okay,
getting
then
loud with
answer
me.
my
Why are you
question.
yelling at
So
me?
I want to ensure here.
Why are you
Are you
being so
saying that you
aggressive?
go off of what the current definition of grape is? Oh, I'm being
Listen.
aggressive? Name a court that determined I'm being aggressive, since we're going off of what the courts say. Oh, wait, what the fuck? That makes no goddamn sense. That's kind of my point.
gosh.
But anyways,
This is
I
what's
just
wrong
want you
with
to
the
answer my
leftists,
question.
is all you do
Are
is
you
just talk
saying
over and talk
that
over and
you
just
go
keep
off
on
of what
going.
the
You just
current legal
literally don't
definition
have
of grape
a good
is?
conversation.
The only individual that is preventing a good quote-unquote conversation here is you, since
You
you're refusing
literally
to answer
just
my
keep
question.
trying to backtrack. I've answered your question. You literally
What
said,
was the answer
so
to the
can we
question?
go back to answering? All right, hold it. Check it out. Listen to me.
You
Are
pivot,
gonna
you're
listen to me?
muted. If you pivot,
Listen, no,
you're
listen
muted.
to me. I'm not going to pivot.
Then answer the question.
Originally, you said, can we go back to when I said that I defined the situation with Trump as whatever the court findings were, correct? Did I go back and answer that question as you asked me to?
So I'll detail to you
My
what you
answer
did.
was,
So you said that you think that whatever the courts rule or define as grape is what you consider to be grape, right?
that's what I consider that, and that's what I answered that question at you, right? That I
Okay.
answered that question.
Then I
And then why
demonstrated.
did we
Then I
continue to pivot?
demonstrated how that's not actually what you think.
And then you just kept going down it. I was
moment.
just told to
Yes,
answer that
yes, because we are going down the argument to
but
demonstrate how
that's-
your reasoning is
you were
flawed. That's how debates
continuously-
work.
But yeah, you were continuously, you asked me to answer that question. I answered that question just so we could get.
Can we get some fucking baby bottles spammed in the chat for this man-child? What is going on today? Dude, did you soil your fucking diaper, you 3-year-old? Is that why you're so upset? God damn. You're like actually aggravating me. I don't get easily aggravated by people that join my life. I don't get easily aggravated at all, right? I have built quite the will of composure and patience because I do this for 4 hours a day and have for the last couple of years. But you are aggravating me because you're not debating. You're whining like a baby. Ah. Dude. All right, I'm back. I'm good. Frustration is away. Just had to cut your yap for like 15 seconds and I'm back. Okay. Here's where we sit in the context of our debate. Listen to what I have to say. So you told me that you define grape as what the courts rule is grape or not.
I already answered this question.
And he's still doing the thing.
You're one-track mind. You just called me names, you yelled at me, you muted me, and you're still on the same topic. We've already passed over. We've finished this. I've answered your questions. You're going to mute me and you're going to call me names? And you're calling me toxic and aggressive?
The issue is that we are not done with this topic, as you gave contradictory responses.
I've answered your question that you asked of me.
Will you hear me out for what I have to say?
How I defined it and why I defined it.
Will you just hear me out, dude?
And now you have not let me go to the one topic, at least, that I've tried to ask. It's only been your side of this conversation.
On this topic yet. I'm not going to re-describe that. We're not done on this topic yet. So hear me out.
Single-minded right now.
Take a couple deep breaths. Everything's going to be okay.
You had to take a couple deep breaths. I was the one who was fine trying to talk. You're the one who muted me. I was like, oh, I'm aggravated.
Obviously, you're not okay because you can't.
I'm plenty fine, but you just won't let me have my point of time. You invited me up here to be a panel on the guest spot, and I was trying to give you my topic of conversation, and you have totally derailed the entire conversation into what you want it to be about.
Okay. I have not derailed the conversation.
You have.
Well,
I've answered your question that you asked me to answer.
I could very clearly describe how I haven't derailed the conversation if you will allow me to speak for more than 3 seconds.
I have. You've muted me multiple times. You've had all that time to speak, but you were talking to your people.
I've muted you multiple times because if I don't mute you, you can't control yourself. You're proving it right now. You're literally proving it right now.
I've been muted half this fucking chat because you want to talk about what you want to talk about and then continue to talk about calling me a baby.
Because you're not even like one.
Address my points that I want to address.
Carl, thank you so much for the leopard. Thank you, Carl. That's very kind of you.
The last people that were on here too, you just basically steamrolled them into your own conversations.
Okay. The only person that's steamrolled right now is you. Take a breath. Seriously, it'll make you feel better. Just take one.
Again, you never even answered my first question.
Listen. I'm being super serious right now. Let's do a breathing exercise together.
Not possibly affected the economy.
Breathe in. Breathe out.
That's what I've been doing. That's how you live. You breathe in and you breathe out.
Awesome.
It's called life.
So now I want you to shift from being focused on speaking to being focused on listening with your listening ears. Could I get a quiet coyote real quick? I think that's what they say in school. Like, could I get a bubble?
I want to know that. I'm not a child anymore.
We all have our opinions.
Okay, well, I haven't been name calling this entire conversation, but you have name called me multiple times in this conversation. So we'll talk about
listen to what I have to say. So you accuse me of derailing the conversation. I'm not.
Yes, after answering your questions. Yes.
That was an interruption. Can you stop those?
Actually, it was a response to your accusation.
While I was speaking.
Actually, you just finished speaking, and I interjected before you started speaking again. That's actually technically how conversation can go. If you're not speaking, the floor was mine.
Okay. If you do that again, I'll mute you, and that's a boundary that I'm informing you of, so you can't complain about it once I do it. I don't want to do it. I don't want to treat you like a toddler. You might make me, though. So now I'm going to speak. I just want you to listen. I'm not derailing the conversation. You are the one who made the comment that Donald Trump is not guilty of grape because the court didn't determine he was guilty of grape. The court determined he was guilty of sexual abuse. Now, my first response to that comment of yours was to bring up the fact that the action that he did to E. Jean Carroll is something that both you and me realistically define as grape and something that the current legal definition of the state of New York defines as grape because he unconsensually penetrated her female member with his fingers. You then responded to that, make sure you're listening, by suggesting that you don't define that as grape because the court didn't define it as grape at the time, and you base your definition of grape off of what the court says. I gave you a really compelling reason to not do that. That compelling reason is that if we are to just simply mirror and reflect whatever the courts of the time say, then you would have to say that there wasn't a single enslaved person in American history that was ever graped, since we didn't have a court in American history ever rule that a single enslaved person was graped. And you agreed to that. So we took your logic, we demonstrated why it was flawed, and we
don't
threw
say I agreed to that, because I did not agree that there was not a single person that was enslaved that was graped. I did not agree to that.
That wasn't what I was saying. You're agreeing to. Let me make myself
okay.
clear.
I just wanted to clarify. Just in case there was any misconception between anybody. I just wanted to make sure.
You are agreeing to the fact that it is a flawed way to think if you define something such as grape based upon what the courts say.
And I would like to reflect on that statement and make sure that I don't want to make sure people think that I think that is okay what Donald Trump was accused of, but I'm saying you can't accuse him of being a grapist necessarily if he wasn't accused in the court of law of being a grapist. That is like saying that how many people have, it's going to be kind of a little weird, but how many let's say professional sports athletes in the young age coming up and doing their thing have been accused of grape, and decades later it been found wrong that the person has lied? Can we agree that that does happen?
Yeah, we could agree that some low level of
okay,
false
so I don't
exist.
necessarily want to put. We can put a label on Trump, but he's crossed plenty of fucking lines. But this is why I didn't want to talk as this main point, is because I wanted to talk more about a political stance on the thing more than about the moral personality of the man that is in the political stance. Because there's a lot of moral wrongs with a lot of different people right now, and that's not the topic of conversation I wanted to have. I just wanted to talk politically, whether the economy or anybody else with the average citizen was doing good.
Then let's see if we could just end this conversation right now. Let's see if we could agree
100%
that Donald Trump is a grapist because a court determined that he did something that is grape.
I can agree that he definitely has pig qualities, but I can't necessarily say that he is a grapist because I haven't looked deep enough into the entire situation of it, and I just know that the court of law found him civilly liable and not felony liable for grape.
Okay, so why do you trust criminal courts but not civil courts?
I mean, there's a difference between them. A logical reason, I assume. I mean, I don't know too much about the actual court standing system itself.
What is the difference that makes you distrust civil courts?
Fuck. From being a guy who's been through court himself, I don't fucking know, dude. That's why I didn't want to talk about this conversation, because I'm not as well educated in the topic of civil court and judicial court or federal court. I'm trying to talk about economic status and the living wages of humans.
Okay.
The American citizens, the average.
Here's what we're gonna do. This
is why I didn't want to go in these conversations, because you're trying to pivot into a form of topic that I am not as well versed in as you are.
Okay, the reason why we've been talking about this for the last 15 minutes or so is because you brought it up and you espoused misinformation that I need to correct. This was a self-fulfilling prophecy. If you didn't want to talk about it, then you shouldn't have brought it up. Point blank, period. All right? But there will never be a moment on my live stream, especially when we're in front of such a large group of people, where I will allow a guest to espouse such harmful misinformation. But here's what we're going to do. I'm going to thank a handful of people, and then we have to very quickly restart the live stream. It'll take less than 4 seconds, because TikTok TOS has flagged me a handful of times for various random smaller things that I've said. So we got to restart the stream for the... Actually, we'll do that first. For the safety of my account and for the safety of the live. Unfortunately, we got to do this every so often. But what I will ask you to do is to be the first person back in the queue, so then we could go over the reasons why you support Trump related to, as you said, the economy. I'll let you back up. I will. But for everyone watching over on TikTok, keep in mind if you're on YouTube, you won't be touched, you won't be harmed. You just got to stay right there. We have to restart the live because TikTok has flagged me for 2 random miscellaneous things that I've said. I don't even know what. If we get 3 of those flags, my account gets banned, so we have to restart the live and restart those flags, okay? And these restarts literally take 4 seconds. Last time I did one of these restarts, I counted it. It was 4 seconds long. So I'm actually going to tell you quickly how to come back after the restart. If you already know how, that's awesome because we do this almost every day. In the meantime, if you haven't been here before and you don't know how to come back after the restart, hit that follow button right now in that upper left-hand corner. So at the end of the day, even if you can't follow the instructions that I'm about to describe, you will find me on your following list 10 seconds after we end the stream. Now, if you want to come back even quicker, once I end the live stream, you will see something like this pop up on your phone screen. It'll say live has ended and it will show you my profile picture. If you click on my profile picture on that live has ended screen, you'll then be directed to my account page. What I want you to do is count to 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Refresh by swiping down. And then click back into that new live on my profile picture. That's how to come back. Restarts take 10 seconds. You should all come back because we're going to hop right back into the debate with this guy. So let's do that now. Bookie, I'll see you soon. I think that we're all clear on how to come back after the restart. Be back in 5 seconds. I'm going to start counting down from 5. I'll be back by 1 on the new stream. Gotta do it now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, I got it in 5 seconds. That's beautiful. All right. While we're restarting that live, let me go and thank a handful of people. Coral, thank you so much for the $20 super chat over on YouTube. I really appreciate you for that. Love Coral. Show some love to Coral down below, y'all. As well as Emily with the $10 saying, have you seen the articles about Trump's gold card? Please tell me it's fake. I'm trying to gaslight myself. I'll take a look, Emily. In fact, if you could link me one, that'd be nice. As well as P, thank you so much for the $10 over on super chat saying the fact that these people are still trying to defend his inexistent character is so sad. Most of these dudes sound like straight up abusers and gaslighters trying to do mental gymnastics to excuse their behavior. There's so many fucking scenarios where you're dead on. As well as Vivian, thank you for the $10 saying thank you for all that you do to take down misinformation. Well, I appreciate that because we always will. We will always address that shit. As well as Zombie with the $10 saying that last guest was being chased by intelligence, but he keeps outrunning it. That's funny. As well as Tiara with the $20 on Super Chat saying kicking ass, brother. Thank you. Tiara, show some love to TR down below. Thank you so much. Seriously. As well as Liam with the 28 Canadian dollars on Super Chat saying, don't even know where you keep all the information and intact. You've given me and countless people so much knowledge and courage. I'm a huge fan and I care for you a lot. Liam, well, I really appreciate you for being here. I love that you've been able to take away something positive away from the stream. And once again, thank you so much for the love and the fucking insane donation. Thank you so much. As well as, let's see here. Mark, thank you so much for the $25 over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Mark. Show some love to Mark down below in that chat, guys. Let's get 250 Mark W's. Denise with a $10 on Venmo. S with a $5. Nia with a $5. And Desria with a $10 over on Venmo. Thank you so much. And then Jace with the $15 saying, I'm in the queue, put me on. Jace, are you MAGA? But thank you so much for the $15. And then Susan with the $5 and Jace with the $5 once again. I appreciate y'all so much for the love. As well as there's like 2 more people that I haven't thanked yet. You know exactly who you are. G. And I'm going to get around to you. I just want to go ahead and start this debate again. So let's find that last guest. Bookie in the queue. We're going to go ahead and bring him back up right now. And for everybody that is tuning back in from the restart, it's good to see you, y'all. Make sure that we are double tapping on that phone screen once again. And I actually do not see Bookie back in the queue. Bookie's not back. So we're going to go ahead and bring up another guest in the meantime while we wait for Bookie to come back. We got Steven loaded in. And I don't think that Bookie's going to come back. What's up, Steven? Do you support Trump?
Dean, you know who I am. We talked the other night, buddy.
I don't remember you. I do apologize. But if we talked the other night, I am going to go and kick you just because we are looking for people that we haven't spoken to before for the very first 13,000 people. Tune back into that TikTok live. Y'all make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen. Folks, sharing out this live with a handful of friends and going to put a Trump with your age down below in that chat if you're MAGA and you want to come up here. Keep in mind, guys, right now we're actually looking for Bookie again. But it doesn't look like he's coming back if I'm going to be honest. As well as, dude, I got to read y'all this donation real quick. Brittany, thank you for the $10 on PayPal saying for coffee. Thank you for being amazing. Thank you, Brittany.
God.
That's not the one I wanted to read. I'm going to read the other one in a second. What's going on? Do you support Trump, Kyle?
No, Dean, wait, give me a second.
I'm sorry, bro. I got to kick you. I'm only looking to talk to Trump supporters. This is the one that I wanted to read. Justin, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal saying, please kick this guy. He's making us Republicans look dumb. Dude, that last guy literally had Republicans sending me money asking to remove him because of how bad they made MAGA look. That's funny. That's some funny shit. As well as Ryan. Thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. Thank you, Ryan. Ryan says, staying up late just to hear you dunk on Trump supporters will never get old. Well, I mean, I have fun every single day. I appreciate you for the $20. Show some love to Ryan. As well as Alexis, or more so Lexi, that is Lexy. Thank you for the $20 on PayPal. Lexi says, keep up the good work, Dean. Thank you for the love, Lexi. That is very kind of you. And then Days with another $15. Thank you so much for the love, Days. days. And then Becky with a 15 and Leah with a 7. Thank you guys so much for the love. You guys have been showing an overwhelming amount of support in the last handful of days. So I do just want to put that out there. If there's any donations that I'm missing, I do apologize. I'm trying to stay up to date and thank every single person. But you guys have just been overwhelmingly outpouring so much love and support in the last couple of days. And to that, I'm incredibly thankful for it. So I do really genuinely appreciate y'all. As well as G once again. I am going to get around to you, but let's just try to get this next Trump supporter loaded up into the box right now. Make sure if you're in that queue that you're an American adult that does indeed support Trump as president. What is up? Are you MAGA?
Yeah, I am.
How old are you?
20.
All right. So why do you support Trump as president?
For me, one of my biggest reasons was during a Kamala Harris
Christians?
Yeah. I'm for me, I'm a devoted Christian. And I don't necessarily for me, I understand the facts about Trump, and I understand that he at least poses to be a Christian. And for me, I understand everything that I've seen from Kamala. I feel like she's super anti-Christian. And I mean, for me, where I'm at,
Did you know that Donald Trump isn't even a Christian?
According to what source?
According to the Bible? I can explain to you what I mean here.
Go ahead. No, yeah, for sure. Go ahead.
So James 2:24, I believe. I hope I'm quoting the right verse here. Says that faith without works is dead, right? Meaning that in order to have an active relationship with Jesus, in order to be a Christian, you not only need to have faith that Jesus is God, but you also need to be actively doing the works. Can we agree that one of those necessary works in order to be a Christian, in order to have a relationship with God, would be to repent to God for your sins?
No, I'd agree. Yeah.
So if you don't repent to God for your sins, no matter how much you profess that you believe God exists and that Jesus is king, you're not a Christian, right? Because faith without works is dead per James, right?
Correct. Yeah. So
Donald Trump said in an interview that he has never asked God for forgiveness for any sin in his life, meaning he's never repented to God for his sins, meaning that according to our mutual agreement, he's not a Christian.
And which interview is that?
Yeah, it was a panel sit down in 2020, I believe, where the interviewer asked him if he's ever asked God for forgiveness for any of his sins in his life, and he said nope.
Okay, I'll be honest. I've never seen that before. So I'm not going to sit here and say oh, that's not real. I mean, I have to go look at that for myself. But I mean, for also just his policies, I mean, abortion is a big thing.
I'm sorry for interrupting you. I do just want to butt in here real quick.
For sure, go ahead.
People in the chat are saying that you're not actually 20. What year were you born in?
2025. Or no, 2005. If I can go on live, I can send you how old are people thinking I am?
No, we just need to confirm your age. So you're born in 05. What month?
July 8th.
Yeah, you'd be 20. I believe you. I don't know why people in the chat don't. If you have compelling evidence that he's not actually 20, feel free to let me know in the chat. But as it stands right now, I believe that he is 20.
It probably looks like in my profile picture that it looks like I'm not 20 years old, but that is a baby picture of me in my profile picture. That is not my current status. That is not my current status of life.
Don't worry, I don't think that's you, bro. And by the way, for everyone watching saying that go look at his videos, he's not 20. His most recent video was from 2020.
Correct. Yeah. I would be 15. I would be 15 in those videos. Right. So a big thing for me is abortion, and so I understand that you have a different opinion. I've seen you debate Charlie, and I've seen you have a different idea of when you believe conception is. But when you have you ever seen a real footage of an abortion before?
Have I ever seen real footage of an abortion? No, I've never looked up real footage of an abortion. I mean, I'm familiar with the procedure. I just never went out of my way to watch it.
So, I mean, for me, after this, after I get off here, I'm going to go look at that video where Trump's saying he's never repented for his sins. So I would highly encourage you to go look at that. And for me, the first time I saw it was when I was a senior in high school, when I was 18 years old. And it really, and this was before, it was just something me as a Christian decided to do, and it really and truly it will change your perspective on abortion.
It's emotional propaganda. It's an emotional propaganda. So basically, what you're saying is that like you're like so grossed out via the footage of abortion that therefore you think that abortion is immoral. So that is propaganda at its finest. We cannot yield moral truths via your level of interest or disgust by watching a video of a medical procedure. Okay, because it's a fact. Medical procedures can be a little bit hard to handle for people that don't work in medicine or maybe are grossed out and have an insensitivity towards, like blood and guts and whatnot. You know what I mean? Like, I bet if you and me were to sit down together and watch a video of back surgery, we would leave that video fucking traumatized if we both share this insensitivity. Does this mean that we think that back surgery is literally immoral? No, it doesn't. It doesn't at all, right? So you can't say the same thing about an abortion. If you want to argue that abortion is immoral, you have to have good reason to find that to be the case. You can't just say that you were grossed out when you watched a video of it.
Okay, so I see what you're saying, but the reason why most people in the Democratic Party believe abortion is okay is because they believe that is not a human being that is being.
Well, I'm asking you why you think it's wrong.
Well, I think it's wrong. Whenever I believe that is a human. I believe that life life happens. Life is started at conception. So whenever you take your time and you watch that video, it changes your idea. And I know what you're saying, that's emotional propaganda, but I would say it's different than a back surgery. Yes, I'm not a doctor, and that would probably gross me out. That probably would. But the difference is whenever you would watch that video, you would understand, wow, okay, that is a living human being. Like that, you're saying like, you're trying to say like, you wouldn't want to okay back surgery because it's gross. No, well, I'm trying to tell you that when you watch the video, you kind of more understand and realize like, wow, okay, that is a living thing.
You could condense what you're saying down here into like much shorter statements. And I'm not saying this to like get on you and be negative, but you just repeated that you think that abortion is wrong because it's a living human being for 3 minutes. So just like for the flow of our conversation, I think it'd be much better if you were to try to like just keep it to saying things one time. Now, for everyone in the chat spamming first video, I watched his first video. I don't have like audio on it. I mean, it looks weird, but I don't understand like what's going on in the first video. It's like walking up to an adoption center, being like, what do y'all have? And then the person at the adoption center seems like really confused. I mean, it's from 2019. If there's like maybe something that he says in the clip that's weird, they're saying to listen. You should probably take down that video.
Would you? Okay, that's from 2019, correct?
Yeah.
Would you think that video is racist?
You should take down that video. You should just take down that video. You should just take down that video. You know, I'll get back to a conversation about abortion. You should take down the video.
I'd say there's a lot of videos. Yeah, I'd say there's a lot of videos that you need to take down. And also to go back to your point, like for the past 30 seconds, you just said you need to take down the video. So I'd say for like the smoothness of our conversation, if you could like condense what you're saying, that'd be much appreciated.
Yeah, you should just take down that video, dude. So now to get back to the debate on abortion, we'll continue. Right, yeah. We'll continue here. So you said that you think that abortion is immoral and should be illegal. Because you think that it's a human life. Okay. So do you think that all human life is innately valuable because of your religion?
I believe everyone. So you're asking me, I think everyone's equal?
I'm just asking if you think that abortion is morally wrong because it's a human life and therefore we should ban it.
Yeah, no. I think everyone is born in the. Are you Christian or what religion? Are you religious or?
No, I'm not Christian. Are you saying that abortion is morally wrong and should be banned because it's like a sin in the eyes of your religion?
No. I'm saying it's wrong because
it's wrong because why?
I'm saying it's wrong because everyone is born with the right to live, correct? Like everyone deserves a chance to live.
Okay, so you think that like every single human has the right to life. So we could dispute that. I don't think that being merely human would grant you the right to live. Like for instance, brain dead patients are both human and alive. However, can we agree that it's not murder for when a doctor like pulls a plug on a brain dead patient?
If the patient no longer has the will to live anymore, and that is their decision, yeah, I would agree. If that is their decision, and a doctor pulls a plug,
It's not
then
their decision.
I don't.
So like when a brain dead, like if I were to become like brain dead tomorrow, like I don't have like a DNA or DNR or anything, I would be connected to life support and I have like permanent lack of all cognitive function for now and forever. If a doctor were to pull the plug on me, even though I'm human and alive, they'd be ending my human life. Do you think that'd be murder? Would they be violating?
I would think that that decision should not be made of the doctor. I believe that the family should make that decision.
Oh, well, it is. It's made by the family, then the doctor does it. So would you say there that is murder, that is wrong, that is immoral because they are violating a human's right to live?
No, I would say if the family came together and they made that decision, whether if it becomes like a financial issue or whether, but I mean, we've seen it. Like I've seen many like stories.
Well, so
where,
like point number one, all that you're telling us here is that being merely human and alive doesn't grant you the right to life, because now you're saying the autonomy of the brain dead patient would rest on the family. But then when it comes to a fetus, you're saying because it's human and alive, it has the right to life, and that autonomy for its life would not rest on the woman whose body it is growing and living in, right? So that's a little bit hypocritical and a little bit contradictory. The point is right there in front of your face, and you just can't grab it. You know what I mean?
But so the difference is that baby in critical condition? Is that baby like?
When you say critical condition, I don't know what you mean.
So when is there something wrong with the baby that makes it to where whenever like it is born to where it is going to be dependent on life support?
No, we could assume that it'd just be born like a normal baby and be dependent upon, like the adults around it, its parents to like live and grow up and whatnot. However, like I think that you're failing to see the purpose of the analogy that I gave you. There's going to be a bunch of differences between brain dead patients and fetuses. Okay, a shit ton. But the one thing that they have in common, which is what makes the analogy here valid, is that they're both human and alive. And you are the one that told us that you hold to this moral guiding principle that if you are a human that's alive, you have the right to life. However, the analogy of the brain dead patient demonstrates that even you agree that no, being merely human and alive does not give you the right to life, or else you'd say that the brain dead patient has the right to life. So we'll just kind of go back to the instance of abortion here. What gives that fetus the right to live?
Because in that fetus is not, you're comparing a brain dead person to a child. You're comparing that to a baby, to an infant. I don't understand.
And what is the comparison that I'm making? I just told you, and you apparently didn't
You're
listen.
okay.
The comparison is that they're both human and alive, and you're the one that suggested the principle of things that are human and alive have the right to life. That is the comparison. The comparison are those two traits, being human and being alive.
So you're saying that because the baby is dependent on the mother, that is equal to the brain dead patient being dependent on the life support.
No. The one relevant aspect that makes this analogy apply is being human and alive. All that I'm doing here is proving that you do not think that merely being human and alive is enough to grant you the right to live.
What is the quality of life difference in between the baby and the brain dead patient?
It shouldn't matter if you're saying that merely being human and alive is what gives you the right to live. Now, if you want to argue that maybe there's some difference between the quality of the life of a fetus and a brain dead patient, and in that difference, we could see why you think the fetus would have the right to life, but the brain dead patient wouldn't. That's fine. That's just a whole new argument. Your goal, listen, let me make this very simple for you. Your goal is to give me the difference between the brain dead patient and the fetus. That means that the fetus is morally valuable and the fetus has the right to live, but the brain dead patient doesn't. But that difference cannot possibly be if they are a human that's alive, as both the fetus and the brain dead patient are human and alive. Do you get it now?
Okay. Yeah. So I understand it now. So what you're saying is just because what you've said, just because you're human doesn't mean you have the right to live. So what makes it to where you have the right to live?
Now you're asking for my view, right, on what I think makes us morally valuable, but I don't even need to give that to you, right? Because in arguing that abortion is morally wrong, you actually have the burden of proof to demonstrate what traits the fetus has that makes it morally valuable. See, my position in a nutshell is very simple. I don't think it's murder to kill a fetus, and I don't think it should be illegal, as I can't identify anything about that fetus that makes it morally valuable and gives it the right to live. That Odin would rest on you.
Yeah. So what you just said is that how I contradicted myself in saying that a baby does not deserve to live, and that a person that is brain dead does not have the right to live. So what makes you have the right to live?
Okay, you just completely ignored everything I just said to demonstrate that I don't even have to tell you. But I guess I will nonetheless. I would say
please,
what
yes.
makes an individual morally valuable, what gives an individual the right to live, would be the expression of levels of cognitive function in relationship to sentience and or consciousness. I think our ability to subjectively interact with the world around us is what makes us us, and is what makes us morally valuable. So I begin to value the fetus the moment it has low levels of cognitive function related to sentience or consciousness, which occurs at around 20 through 24 gestational weeks, meaning that before that point, it has no more value, meaning that before that point, it's obviously not wrong to kill, and before that point is when every single elective abortion ever occurs. So
at what point is that for you?
I literally just told you that.
No,
happens at 20 through 24
like
weeks.
I'm saying, like, okay, no. Which week?
20 through 24.
Okay, that's what I was trying. I wasn't saying like no. I was asking what week do you believe that is in? Okay. And I'm not. I mean, obviously, I don't really necessarily feel like I'm going to change your mind on this. It's going to be. I feel like it's going to be a circle.
Well, the issue here is that you just haven't given a coherent position. I was able to dispute your position on why you think abortion is morally wrong and is murder with one sentence, that being the relation to the brain dead patient and how you don't think it's wrong to murder, to kill them, even though it is the case that they're also human and alive. And your argument was that because the fetus is human and alive, it's murder to kill them.
Yeah. So, I mean...
Right, so where we're at in the debate now is you gave your position, I disputed it and showed it to be invalid with one statement. I gave my position, and you can't address it at all. So, given the fact that I've been able to dispute and prove that your position is wrong with one statement, and you can't even give any type of response to mine, does this mean that my position is more likely to be valid and true than your position?
No, incorrect. That is just... I'm not going to sit here and... I mean, I've seen your video. I understand that you are dead set on this belief, and I'm not going to sit here and argue with you that you believe that.
Well, we should be dead set on things that are true.
Correct. Yeah, and I believe that it is true according to what I believe in is that life starts at conception, and
okay.
I understand
so life does start at conception. That's a scientific fact, not a moral argument.
So whenever the egg enters the fetus, that is whenever you believe life starts.
It's not the egg enters the fetus. It is when the sperm enters the egg and conception occurs, resulting in a unicellular human zygote.
Yes. So that's when you believe life starts?
Yes.
So then if a life is starting at that point and there are abortions happening, then that is, and you are taking away a life, that is the definition of murder.
No, wrong. So murder is not defined as ending life. Murder is defined as wrongly or unjustly ending life. And in fact, you've already affirmed that this is what you think when you told us that you don't think it's murder to pull the plug on a brain dead patient, even though we agree that is descriptively ending life.
Yeah, if the family is supported, but
exactly. See how there you're like explaining a circumstance where you're killing a human life and it's not murder. So don't try to tell me that killing a human life is the definition of murder.
You're comparing a brain dead person to a baby. You just agreed, and
we're just finding an applicable scenario of your definition of the word, dude. Listen,
it is the fact that you don't find killing taking away a life, and taking away a life is unjust, especially for a life that has a good quality of life. And
it doesn't have a quality of life. A quality of life would demonstrate a state of well-being. You can't have a well-being unless you have subjective experiences. Do rocks have well-being?
Rocks aren't alive.
Do unicellular bacteria living on your tongue have a well-being?
They don't have a soul.
Oh,
anything with a soul.
So exactly. So now you're telling us that yeah, you can't have a well-being without what you define as a soul. When you say soul, what do you mean?
I believe that any human being has a soul, correct? That is what you're...
Well, now you're just playing the game again, where now you're saying that what makes you morally valuable is possessing a soul, but then you use the term soul interchangeably with human, or you just think that every human has one, meaning that you'd say that brain-dead patients have a soul, yet you don't think it's wrong to kill them, contradicting your argument for the 7th time.
I'm saying if someone is brain dead, they do not have the mental capacity to understand the quality of life that they are in. They cannot... right? Are you following so
say they don't have a mental capacity to self-actualize their conscious experience?
Yes, but you're comparing. This is the issue. You're comparing.
Neither do fetuses. Neither do fetuses.
You're comparing a brain dead person who a baby has a whole life ahead of them. That they, I mean, they
You're comparing. You're comparing. I don't know why you keep saying that. Go ahead.
Yeah. No. Okay. First off, I've been respectful this entire time. You gotta match the respect. This is why a lot of Republicans, not necessarily. I mean, I don't want to say, like, disagree with all your stuff. They find it a lot harder to, I would say, relate with you just because of how disrespectful you are.
Okay, I understand that was disrespectful. I apologize.
Thank you. I appreciate that. But you're comparing a brain dead person to and I know we're going back, and I know you wanted me to be direct, but once you get over this one issue, I feel like you would kind of be more open-minded towards it.
Okay, I'm going to try one last time here. Ultimately, is the reason why you think abortion is wrong is because you're Christian.
I think it is wrong because God has given everyone on this. And I know you like to separate religion. I mean, or not you.
So would you say that abortion should be illegal because it's a sin?
I would say abortion because it is not necessarily. It is a sin, but it's also murder.
Well, the fact that you think it's murder is just describing why you think it's a sin, because murder is a sin. So ultimately, it does reduce down to you saying that you think that abortion should be illegal because it's a sin, right?
Do you agree that murder is wrong? Do you support murder?
Murder is literally defined as wrong. Now, answer my question. Ultimately, right, when you say that it's wrong because it's murder, you're just describing why you think it's a sin. So ultimately, your position does reduce down to you saying that you think abortion should be illegal because it's a sin, right?
It's in the law as well. It is a sin. It is in a law. There's not a normal person that you could go up to.
Okay, so now you're saying that it's also wrong because it's the law. So is abortion not wrong in states where it's not illegal, like Colorado?
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying in states like Colorado, it should be illegal.
Okay, so it's wrong in Colorado, even though it's legal. So the law has nothing to do with this. So once again, is your argument essentially that you think it should be illegal because it's a sin?
Because I believe that I don't know the government's name of Colorado.
I just want to clarify. Do you think abortion should be illegal because it is a sin? Yes or no?
Yes, but it is a sin. It is murder. I mean, you just agreed that murder is wrong.
We're going to go ahead and go over this for the fifth and final time. When you say that when you're saying that it's wrong because it's a sin, that it should be illegal because it's a sin, but also because it's murder, those aren't two different things. You saying it should be illegal because it's a sin and it should be illegal because it's murder are not two different things, right? Because because it's murder, that's just simply describing why it's a sin, right?
Yes.
So ultimately, your position for the fucking last time is that you think abortion should be illegal because you think it's a sin.
Yes. Yeah, sure.
Awesome.
Go ahead.
What denomination of Christianity are you?
Baptist.
Baptist. Okay. Awesome. So you read the Bible, sola scriptura. You don't believe in the normative authority of the church like the Catholics or Orthodox do. Can you please point towards any clear language anywhere in the scripture of the Christian Bible where it says some sins are worse than others?
No, all sins are equal except for blasphemy.
There you go. I agree. All sins are equal apart from blasphemy. So this means that the sin of abortion is equal to the sin of lying to your child and telling them that Santa Claus exists. So if you'd say that abortion should be legal because it's a sin and that sin is equal to that of lying to your child telling them that Santa Claus exists, would you therefore also say that lying to your child and telling them that Santa Claus exists should be illegal too?
No, because there's the laws that are set in the American government do not correlate and do not define the Bible.
Okay, well then if you're saying that it's something, you can't merely say that something should be illegal because it's a sin, well then your argument that abortion should be illegal because it's a sin falls apart.
So for watching corn, I don't want to get you banned, or I mean I appreciate you having me on here. So watching corn, that would be a sin. Having
a sin that is equal to that of the sin of abortion, right?
Correct.
Okay, so should watching corn be illegal?
It is on websites in Texas. It is now.
I didn't ask you if it is. I asked you if you think it should be.
No. It isn't. No, it's not illegal. You can do.
I didn't ask you if it is or isn't. I asked you if you think it should be. Why? That's not a hard question to understand.
I believe it should be. Yes.
Okay. So do you also think it should be illegal to lie to your children and tell them that Santa Claus exists?
No.
Oh,
because that is what I believe in. So if it was, I mean, if I could do it, I mean, I think lies are sins, and I think people should not do that. I agree with that.
Wait. Here's my final question. So why should that sin not be illegal, but the other sin of abortion should be legal if all sins are equal.
So like you're saying if we had the laws just like strictly by the Bible, so in America, there's not 100% Christian rate in America. If 100% of Americans were Christians, then yes, we could strictly depict.
That's not what I didn't ask you about.
No.
But you.
Let me get to it.
I'm cutting you off because I didn't ask you about anybody but you. You're the one that told us, in accordance with your view, you do not think that lying to your child and telling them that
let me get there. Let me get there.
Just listen. You said from your perspective, from your Christian perspective, that should not be legal, right?
Okay, yeah, you have to let me explain it first.
So dude, we're only talking about you here. Why do you think that sin number 1 shouldn't be illegal, but sin number 2 should be legal? Keeping in mind sin number 1 is lying to your child about the existence of Santa Claus, and sin number 2 is getting an abortion. Given that you also think all sins are equal, why are you treating these two sins so differently and arguing that one should be legal and the other should be illegal if you also affirm that these two sins are literally equal?
For me, if I see someone, if someone goes 5 miles past the speed limit and someone kills someone, obviously I'm going to feel a lot more hostile towards the person that murdered, because I am not God. It's hard for me to see all sins equally.
Is God perfect?
That is something I struggle with. What'd you say?
Is God perfect?
Yes.
Is God always right?
Yes.
So this means that if you disagree with God, you're wrong?
Yes.
So your argument to entail that abortion should be illegal is wrong.
I'm wrong.
Since it
I just said that.
God.
I just said that. That is something hard for me to understand.
Okay, so you concede
I'm
the
wrong.
debate.
I'm not perfect in my religion yet.
So then you concede the debate.
20 years old. I can what?
Then you concede the debate. You just said that you're wrong.
No, I'm saying that based on where I'm at right now. Let me explain to you. Let me go back to my point earlier. If 100% of Americans were Christian, then yes, and that's what we agreed upon. Then yes,
would you agree to that?
Have the Bible. What?
Would you agree to criminalizing lying to your child about the existence of Santa Claus?
Yes. Yeah.
So in order to argue that women shouldn't be able to access healthcare, you also have to argue that children shouldn't be able to experience Christmas and Santa Claus.
Well, let me keep going. Don't interrupt me, okay? I've been super respectful to you, all right? So then we can have that law that, we can line up the Bible with that law. And I believe America would be peace. I believe America would be a lot better, but we do not have 100% Christian rate in America, and God gave us free will. So why would we want to make everything listed in the Bible, Christian laws, shove down people who, let's say, are atheists or Muslim or don't believe in anything at all? Why would we shove that down their throat? Because that is going to make them more rebellious towards Christianity when they're forced to do something that they don't do. That's what they do in North Korea.
Hey, guess what? I agree with everything that you just said. And this is exactly why I don't think we should be using your Christian beliefs to vote for pro-life legislation.
Yeah, but once you understand that, and I strongly encourage you to go. I know you think it's propaganda.
Can you respond to that last bit? You just gave me the best possible argument that anyone could ever give to why you're wrong in using your Christian beliefs to vote for pro-life legislation.
Go ahead and repeat yourself.
Yeah, you just said that, well, we don't live in a 100% Christian country, so you don't think that you should be stuffing your Christian moral values down the throats of other individuals, such as Muslims or atheists, right?
Correct. Yeah, but
is this exactly why you shouldn't support pro-life legislation rooted within your Christian beliefs? Do you not see the connection there? Do you not see how that statement perfectly applies to the most compelling reason ever for why you should not support pro-life legislation?
So
for why you shouldn't support banning abortion?
Hold on. If we're going to go based off that, in the 10 Commandments, it says that, thou shalt not murder. So that's in the Bible. We don't want to shove that down people's throat. Let's just go make that legal, right? No, but there's certain.
So now you're just debating yourself. Now you're saying, well, on one hand, we really shouldn't be taking my Christian values and self-imposing them onto everyone, because that would make our country like North Korea. But on the other hand, I am going to take my Christian values and self-impose them on everyone else. I want to be like North Korea. You're debating yourself. You're not even debating me. You were literally debating yourself. Like the last statement you said disagreed with this statement that you are saying. You are debating yourself. You can't make this shit up.
No, okay. I'm going based on what you said. So what you said is lying. You think lying to your parents about Santa Claus or lying to your kid about Santa Claus would be the same sin as killing someone.
No, you think
and
that. You think that.
No, I earlier I said I'm not perfect in my religion, and I don't have that mindset yet.
Okay,
I'm
so
not perfect in my
you're saying that
religion.
you think that. So you're telling us that you don't think that, but you recognize in not thinking that you're wrong. So why are you using like self-admitted wrong beliefs to vote for legislation to infringe on what other people can or can't do with their bodies? That's what you're doing. You're using self-admitted incorrect beliefs to vote for what other people can or can't do with their bodies. Why?
So you think you would? I believe that murder is. So I'm confused on that last statement. Though.
I think that you're confused about nearly everything that you're saying. Listen, man, I'm going to move on to the next guest. I think that you came up here trying to be respectful, but you are confused about nearly everything that you're saying. At this point, I'm going to go ahead and move on to the next guest. Everyone in the chat has been spamming for me to skip you for like the last 30 minutes, so I'm going to go ahead and do that at this point. Oh boy. See, the Christian view gets incredibly confusing when you try to apply it to a legislative body. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay, you also are 12. Unfortunately, I got to go to move on to the next guest. Guys, if you find yourself in that queue, make sure that it means that you are an American adult that supports Trump as president. Make sure that it means that you're an American adult that supports Trump as president. KS, thank you so much for the motorcycle. There's a lot of people that I have to thank for their love over on Venmo and PayPal. So we are going to go to get that next Trump supporter loaded up into the live right now. If you are an American adult that supports Trump, go ahead and hop in that queue for me. And if you want to come up onto the live, go ahead and put a Trump with your age down below in that chat. What's up, Chase? Do you support Trump?
Hey, did you say you had to be an American citizen? Is that what you said?
Yeah. Are you not?
I'm in the UK, bro.
No worries at all. Have a good rest of your day. Moving on to Kaylee, guys. Just make sure that we're following those rules. What's up, Kaylee? You MAGA?
Why are you always harassing Kaylee?
Okay, well, she screamed. Sorry, it was just a reaction. Gut reaction to kick her. We're going to move on to the next guest. We got the Real Ratty 1 loading up into the box. What's up, the Real Ratty? You MAGA?
Hey, what's good, man? No, I'm not MAGA, but I do support Trump.
Okay, one and the same. Are you driving?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, you can't be driving on TikTok Live. Mr. Ratty, feel free to hop back in that queue as soon as your drive is over. That is a rule that is true. We just don't say it every single time because a lot of people aren't driving. But yeah, you can't be driving on TikTok Live. Violates their TOS, as well as it's just not safe. What's up? Do you support Trump?
I do.
You have the most muffled mic ever. What is going on?
I do support Trump.
Can you please disconnect any like AirPods, headphones, headsets, earbuds, anything that you're talking to me through?
Yeah, hold up.
All right, while you're doing that, I'm going to go pick a handful of people. This came in like literally 30 minutes ago. It's been a while. Thirds, thank you so much for the $20 super chat on YouTube as well, as I read your message there. You're going to be all right. You're going to be all right, Thirds. I appreciate you for the 20. Show some love to Thirds down below. As well as Colin, thank you so much for the $20 super chat as well. Show some love to Collins down below. Colin says, thank you for what you do, Dean. I've been getting a bit depressed about what the fuck is going on in America lately. Trump needs to be impeached. Came here to disprove a lot of the MAGA BS. Much love. Well, Colin, I really appreciate you for the $20, and I agree with everything that you just said. And I hope that, the streams maybe give you a little bit of hope. That'd be awesome. As well as this came in a while ago at this point, but holy fuck. I have to thank you. This is insane. Dude, let me find it real quick. There it is. Gabriel, thank you so much for the $360 donation over on Venmo. Bro, that is like so much money. I do not deserve that much money. Okay, Gabriel? Not at all. Thank you so much for your kindness. Seriously. If everyone could please show some love to Mr. Gabriel for the $360 donation down below in the chat, it'd mean the absolute world to me. Now, let's go ahead and read Gabriel's donation message. So he says, challenge, name 3 positive things about Trump. Example 1, he's transparent. Example 2, he's a workaholic. And example 3, he's pro-market and pro-corporation. Warning, this is a very difficult exercise. And then he goes on to say that in good faith, none of these things were positive. Well, or true, sorry. Gabriel, I really appreciate you so much for the $360. and I really hope that we're positive or true was the end of his message. And I really hope that you're enjoying the stream, and I appreciate you for the love. As well as Caleb, thank you so much for the $30 over on Venmo as well. Show some love to Caleb down below. And then Emily, thank you for the $10 for the links to gov sites about Trump's gold card. I will check them out. Thank you. Then Jace, Zoe, and Pod, I appreciate Shell for the 5. Then Laura with a 5 and Jace with a 1. Thank you so much. Go ahead and take it away, man. Tell us why you support Trump.
I support Trump. I think he's doing a very good job of getting a lot of illegal immigrants out of our country.
How old are you? You're 15. Okay. We're going to move on to the next guest. Yeah, that was just like, an underage response. So we're going to move on to the next guest, guys. Hop in that queue if you support Trump. We're going to get you pulled up here. We're only looking to talk to American adults that are MAGA. We're going to move on to the next guest. Go ahead and put a Trump with your age down below in that comment section if you want to come up and join. That guy was underage. What's up? Are you MAGA?
Yes, I am.
Awesome. Can you please get a lot closer to your microphone, man? It sounds like you're across the room. And while you're doing that, Stacy, thank you for the $10 on PayPal saying go Dean. Thank you, Stacy. As well as Brittany, thank you so much for the $25 on PayPal for quote unquote, thank you for fighting for women to have a choice. As somebody who's had to terminate to save my own life, fighting for this means the world. Thank you for being amazing. Brittany, it is common sense, and I wish that more people had it. Thank you for the $25 donation. I'm sorry you had to go through that experience, and I'm grateful that you're here with us today. As well as Iona, thank you so much for the $13 on PayPal saying, quote unquote, the egg enters the fetus. Yeah, he said that, but honestly, I just kind of ignored it, dude. As well as Tamara, thank you for the $5 over on PayPal as well. Thank you guys so much. If you're watching and you want to support me, you want to support what we do here, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio or in the pin message over on that YouTube stream. I get 100% of those proceeds. They go straight to me, and you get a notification at the top of this phone where I can read off your name and any and all attached messages. Now, G, are you a little bit closer to your phone? Oh, even more muffled, man. Maybe you have like Bluetooth connected?
I don't have any Bluetooth. Might be my speaker.
Boom!
Honestly.
Boom! 10 out of 10. Perfect. Why do you support Trump?
So I voted for Trump just because I was a little scared before going into this year, into the new, presidential year for Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. I just felt a little bit more aligned with Trump as far as everybody wants to have a United States that's thriving and good working class, good supportive, system, is not to downplay it in the best way that I can. Everyone wants an America that's succeeding.
Number one, so right now you're talking to me like this. I want you to talk to me like this. About a foot away.
Can you hear me better? Sorry.
Just about a foot away. Go ahead. So why do you support Trump as president?
I feel like he was the strongest candidate to give me an America that's succeeding, something that, for everybody. I'm 28 years old. I'm in that Gen Z millennial area where I'm trying to get, afford a house, get a good, living wage, and try to get the best that I can for my life, especially yeah.
What is one thing that Donald Trump has done in the last 8 months to help you thrive?
That is exactly why I came on here. Because this is in retrospect. Now I'm thinking it's kind of like a show hoax in a sense where I'm still trying to stay loyal to the party and the reason why I voted for him. But in the sense, I'm thinking everything's more of a political play. So at this point,
you don't support him anymore?
I do support him. I'm trying to. I'm really, and because I can't support the other side. I can't support the Democratic side just because I feel that it's the same thing on the other side where it's more of a.
Okay, so it's just like clearly, why do you still support him today?
I still support Trump mainly because he has shown that he's trying to make the labor's market stronger, although it's collapsing right now. And he has shown that he's trying to get the working class to have a better, income to expense ratio.
Question. Has he shown that or has he said that?
He said more than he's shown. But
in what way has he possibly shown that he's pro the average American? Name one thing he's ever done, that has benefited the average American. More so than the top 1%. Also, we got
there we go. This is going to be a little controversial, but I would say tariffs have kind of supported our economy in the most part of it, although we are kind of paying for them. I haven't felt the hit myself personally. Economically, it could be different.
So how are the tariffs helping the average American?
Okay, so my point of view on the tariffs is that it's a way for the government to collect money so that they could attack the deficit and they could play with more so they can get us more. But again, it's all in the will of whoever's in power.
Okay, great. Well, I mean, if you're just going to say that the tariffs are a positive because they help us bring down the debt, well, guess what? Donald Trump has exploded the debt. He's already spent the money raised by the tariffs times 10 on shitty policy like the big beautiful bill, which was the most expensive bill in American history. He's already spent more than the Biden-Harris administration did in 4 years and 8 months, and in his first administration, he spent twice of what the Biden-Harris administration did. So the point's kind of dead in the water.
Okay, I agree with what you're saying. That's why I said in the beginning that I'm kind of in a shifty kind of stance with where my support is, because I still believe in him, but I also
Why do you still
understand
believe in him?
Well, I also understand that things take time. It's not going to be it's not going to be an 8-month policy
Well,
kind of effect.
what is he doing that's going to take time to benefit you?
The biggest things I would say is to see what happens with the tariff money. Another thing.
Well, I mean,
what happens.
you understand that that's just a tax on the American people, right? And it's a
100%.
regressive tax that you pay more of the less money you make, since the less money you make, you disproportionately spend more of your overall income on consumption, right? So
Well-
are you ultimately saying that you think that Donald Trump is good for the working class because he's imposed a tax that hurts you more the less money you make?
No, well, like exactly like what I was trying to get to is that if you remember when he was running for presidency, he was mentioning that there's going to be a 25% income or sales tax in general, right? So I'm curious what you think about. You think he's angling to have a 25% overall sales tax, and then cut like he said multiple times that he wanted to cut this overall income taxes.
So you're
fairly.
saying that you still support him because you think that he'll inevitably cut the overall income tax. Guess what? He already passed his tax policy. That movie's over. Yeah, the big beautiful bill was the big tax bill. And according to the Center of Budget and Policy Priorities, if you make at or under $51,000 per year, you're going to have less purchasing power per year because of it, meaning it's a tax bill that is just taking money from the poor and giving to the rich. And it's not going to get any better than that. That's his tax bill.
No, I understand that. That's what I said when I started in the live. It's like I'm trying to think of where I want to be politically right now.
I don't get. You haven't told us any reason why you still support him today. Yet you do. Do you have any reason? Because I feel like your first point was to bring up that you think he's maybe done some things for the working class. You said tariffs. I went through how that's wrong. And then the most recent point was because he said he wanted to reduce income tax, but that ship has sailed. He's already passed his tax bill, and we have like reports from these think tanks telling us it actually hurts you. So like, why do you still support him?
I think maybe I just came on thinking that I was going to have more of a conversation, but I realized it's more of a debate, and that's the reason why you're doing these things. So, in my standpoint, I'm more in the sense where like, where does it stop as far as politically? Is where do I stop supporting him, and give me a reason why I should stop supporting him?
Well, because you don't have any reason to. And in fact, the reasons that you said you might have to support him were inevitably proven by me to be harmful to you and harmful to the country. That should be enough reason, right? But I mean, if you want more reason than that, 2 days ago, he said he wants state-controlled media. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, he said that it's now illegal to criticize him in the media. That's terrible. That should be more than enough reason.
Yeah, and that's a freedom of speech. You can't attack that. But
So there you go. Why is that not enough to stop supporting him?
Why should I support the Democratic Party?
So now you're asking why you should support the Democratic Party. Well, I mean, so the purpose of the live is just to talk about why you support the current administration. My focus is on the government right now.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, no, actually.
So do you have any other reasons?
I really appreciate you, man. I look up to you and I follow you, and you're a pretty cool guy. So I appreciate how respectful you've countered me, and I know some people get upset with the way that you handle things, but I really appreciate the time that you give me today, and I thank all the viewers for even having me up here.
Well, thank you for coming up here, man. I think that you are at a point where you know, and I mean this with due respect, you are just a bit confused. You don't really know like where your loyalties lie or like what's important or what the Trump administration is doing to the country. What I recommend for you is just like watch the live, read the news, pay attention. And I think at the end of the day, you'll be on the left, hopefully, right? If you're good faith and you're just talking about, looking at the facts, I think that's where you will inevitably land. But we're going to move on to the next guest. Actually, before we do, I wanted to go and read off another donation here from Jace. Jace with his $60 over on Venmo says, here's $60 more. I just really want to respectfully debate you. I'm calm and collected. I am MAGA. Okay, point number one. I wouldn't recommend like donating to me to try to get up on the live. I wouldn't recommend it. But point number two, chat. Should we bring Jace up for a debate? Should we bring him up? Yeah, we should. Okay. But I wouldn't recommend. I wouldn't recommend donating to me to try to get up on the live. But I'll make an exception for you, Jace. I'm looking for a Jace in my queue right now. While I'm looking for Jace, everyone just give us a minute because Jace really wants to come up. Yeah, no, he's been here all day long. Looking for him in the queue. I'm not seeing anyone in the queue named Jace. Jace, if you want to comment in the chat, if you want to tell me like what your profile picture looks like or what your screen name is, that could be beneficial. Because you gave me your username, but the username is hidden. What shows is like the screen name. You know, like my username is @itsdean, but what shows in the top left-hand corner is Dean Withers. Because that's the screen name. That's the same thing that shows for the guests. Okay. I'm not... Jace, if you want to tell me what your screen name is or what your profile picture looks like in response to your donation, I'll try to get you up here. But right now, I'm not seeing you in the queue, dude. If you let me know, you could be next up. But for the meantime, we're going to go to get that next guest loaded up here right now. And everyone's saying that he commented. Dude, there's like a billion people that said it's me. I'm not going to be able to find him. I'm not going to be able to find him in the chat. Jace, comment back on that Venmo donation. Don't send anything new. Just comment with what your screen name is and what your profile picture looks like. What's going on? Do you support Trump?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, are you MAGA?
Yeah, hey, I'm Dean. And first of all, I got to say, I appreciate you having me on. You know, I appreciate, as a conservative, I appreciate how you debated Charlie Kirk. So I'm here kind of in honor of him, you know, supporting the other side, you know, dialogue and all that. But yeah, I would say the biggest thing for me personally supporting Trump is that I think immigration was a little out of whack, you would say, under the Biden administration. 8 or so million people crossed illegally. So I would say for me, that was the biggest thing, just having, you know, a more secure border, you know, and really just tightening the loose immigration system, I would say.
Okay, securing the southern border. So what's some good policy that Trump has passed in the last 8 months to really secure that southern border?
Well, so I would say one big thing that I've seen is that Mexico actually was putting troops on their southern border. And, you know, I don't know the exact
They did that under the
reason,
Biden-Harris administration, They did that under the Biden-Harris administration, too. That's not new.
Well, 8 million people still crossed over, though, Dean.
Right. But that doesn't change the fact that they did that under the Biden-Harris administration, meaning that that's not new. So once again, I'm asking you the question, you know, like what is something that he's done through policy in the last, you know, 8 months to really close down on that southern border? If you don't know, that's okay. I'm actually expecting you to not know here. And I could tell you why if you admit that you don't know.
I'm going to be honest, Dean. I thought it was because of the military. I actually did not know that the Mexico government was putting military on the southern border. How would you explain that then?
Of course. So now that we've come to the mutual agreement and understanding that we actually cannot quantify any specific good policy that Donald Trump has implemented to reduce immigration over the southern border, but yet it has dropped so significantly, I think we could explain this not through policy, but through, well, in my mind, fascism. I don't think that we're seeing a reduction in entry because, as I already said, policy, but rather because now Donald Trump is promoting the image that if you come into this country as an immigrant, you are going to have a worse quality of life because of it. And I think that he's promoting this image by violating both the constitutional and human rights of the undocumented immigrants that are already in this country, right? You know, like, for instance, he illegally deported Abrigo Garcia to Sica in El Salvador, where he was beaten and tortured and starved for 3 weeks. So now undocumented immigrants see that, they're like, oh, we don't want to go to America anymore because we're going to have a worse quality of life. Same thing with Mahmoud Khalil, who was a legal immigrant that was held in a detention center for 3 months, or the 510 reported human rights abuses in the last 8 months, or the Venezuelan immigrants that were illegally deported without due process, and then the Trump administration and Trump ignored the withholding order from a judge forbidding their removal. You know, the black bag college students that were also taken to, you know, with detention and withholding facilities 1,000 miles away against the order of a judge. It's brutal, it's illegal, and it's immoral, and that is what is reducing the entry. And further evidence to suggest that I am true is not only the fact that you can't qualify that I'm wrong by naming the specific policy that he's implemented to get it done, but it's also the fact that we also see a reduction in tourism for business and leisure, legal immigration, so on and so forth. You shouldn't support this for a handful of reasons. First reason why you shouldn't support it is because it's immoral. I don't feel like you need to specify the reasons why. And the second reason why you shouldn't support this is because it's short term. The moment when we have a president that's not fascist, guess what? That incentive structure is reversed.
Okay, well then genuinely, what's your suggestion though, Dean? Because can we at least not come to an agreement that illegal immigration is such as, like, again, 8 million people under Biden is wrong? Now, no one's saying we don't need immigrants, especially illegal immigrants, construction, farming. I do get that. But isn't there a better way than just allowing, and I think even 1 million of them were no-shows or gotaways where we don't even know what they are. They don't check in with the Border Patrol. So that 1 million gotaway number.
You're asking for my suggestion of what we should do with immigration, right?
Yes, because I'm genuinely curious, because you've stumped me. I'll be honest.
And I will tell you because I have a good idea of what we should do. Let's start off with undocumented immigration. Is it something that I support? No. Why? Because I think that it puts immigrants in harm's way, right? What we should do is we should prevent undocumented entry by addressing its root cause, which nobody in the American government has done for a long time. The root cause of undocumented entry into America is the fact that the legal means of entry into this country are unattainable, okay? It can take you 12 years to legally immigrate into America if you're in Mexico with no family in the USA. That is too long. That system is unattainable and also unaffordable for millions and millions and millions of people. But yet they want a better life, and if they can't do it the legal way, then they will do it illegally. So what we do is we make that system as attainable for as many people as possible legally, okay? And that will remove the incentive for undocumented entry and eradicate it in the process. That is what we do. And that is not what Trump is doing. In fact, you would not be able to name a single time Donald Trump has spoken at a podium since 2015 suggesting that we should even focus on making the legal means of entry into this country more attainable, faster, and more affordable. He has spent the last 10 years saying that undocumented immigrants are felons, criminals, gang members, P3 idiots. He has spent the last 10 years implementing policy that didn't change anything or didn't fucking matter until the pandemic. Border crossings increased month by month under his first administration. Now under his second administration, instead of opting to take a more responsible route by addressing the real issue of the unattainable legal means of entry into the country, he's instead put a very harmful band-aid on the issue by being a fascist and scaring that undocumented entry away.
Fair enough. I genuinely have no counter.
Is there any other reasons why you support Trump?
To be honest, I actually don't support Trump that much. I just kind of wanted to see what you felt about that one point where I do support him.
Any others?
I mean, I would say the tariffs, I feel like, should have long-term benefits. And at least from what I understand, he talks about manufacturing coming back to the country, and we'll see the benefits. Then I'm sure you can counter as to why that's not the case. But from what he says, and I choose to at least believe him, he says that once the factories are built, the car plants are here and everything like that with the tariffs. And, you know, Apple, I know, is building factories.
I have a question.
Hyundai. Yes.
Can we agree that building factories would require investment?
Correct. And he has secured trillions in investment. Now, I know it's not locked in, but he has secured trillions in investment from foreign countries and, you know, manufacturing, Apple, other stuff.
So when we look at this graph, which is a graph following the real fixed private investment into American industries, we see that it boomed under the Biden-Harris administration. But in Q4 of 2024, Q1 of 2025, and Q2 of 2025, we see that it's gone stagnant and went down. So that is my rebuttal to your claim that new manufacturing facilities are going to be built in this country. Building manufacturing facilities requires money and investment. Investment has gone stagnant and down.
Okay. You see that?
And the source on this would be the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis. I'm not just going to show you an X and Y axis with no information. You can find that yourself by going on Google, typing in FRED, real fixed private investment, into American manufacturing.
Sweet.
Now, while you're thinking of that response, there's actually a handful of people I'd like to thank you real quick. First and foremost, Emma, thank you so much for the 169 DKK. I think that's around $20 USD. Emma says, thank you so much for the donation, by the way. Emma says, such a dark reality Trump has created. you know, the whole world thinks that Trump supporters are not smart. Seriously, Dean, thank you for actively and masterfully reversing Trump's damage one person at a time. You are razor sharp and a great teacher for the world. Much love from Denmark. Well, much love to you, Emma, and much love to Denmark. I'd love to go there one day. As well as B, thank you so much for the Vikings, Amber, over on TikTok. Thank you so much for the love. I'd also like to thank Grandma Diane with a $50 super chat on YouTube. Dude, thank you so much, Grandma Diane. Let's get 500 Grandma Gma Diane W's down below in the chat. That is so much money. Thank you so much for your support. It means the absolute world to me. As well as Eric, thank you for the $40 over on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love. They say Ricky97 on TikTok. Been asking this for almost an hour. I support Trump, and I'd like to come up a debate. Okay, Ricky97. I'll bring you up. And then Ricky97 actually sent another $15 saying, I sent you $40. And I just saw that again. Sorry, I was debating this last guess, so I didn't read it off. But Ricky, I'll bring you up. I'd love to have a discussion. As well as you asked a question in your message, I'll actually let you ask that on live. As well as Liam, thank you so much for the $35 as well over on PayPal. Show some love to Liam down below. Liam with the $35 says, I know you from politics, but I'm a big fan and I'm interested in other stuff you like, sports or music. Care for your lots and stay safe. I appreciate that, Liam. Yeah, I actually play music. I play guitar, I play piano, and as far as sports go, I'm not too interested, but college football did have my attention for a while. Now it looks like this guest is actually leaving. I'm going to try to get Ricky47 up here. Ricky47, I mean, they sent the donation, they asked a question in the donation. Ricky, I'm going to get you up here. Let's see where the hell Ricky's at. Or is this going to be another one of those scenarios where they just have a significantly different screen name than they do a username, so I can't even find them in the queue? Yeah, it looks like I can't even find them in the queue. Okay, all right, point number one. You shouldn't send me money if you want to come up onto the stream. Point number two, if you do, like Ricky or that other guy, Jace, I think his name was, make sure that you are also including your screen name and like maybe a description of your profile picture. Because if you don't include that, then I will never be able to find you in a billion years. And Ricky, if you're still in here, feel free to send that as a message over on your donation. Let's get that next guest loaded up in here right now. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Hello, Dean. I'm 50.
Out. Goodbye. Moving on to the next guest, guys. In the meantime, make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen. Okay, y'all are saying that he commented. Let's see if I can find him real quick. Let's see if I could find him super duper quickly. Where's Ricky47? Where's Ricky47, you guys? Y'all, all of y'all are saying that he commented. I'm gonna try to find him. Quite frankly, oh. No, that's not him. It's not him. Ricky47 is nowhere to be seen. Everyone in the chat is like saying that he's here. He commented. Yeah, Ricky47 is not here. Okay. All right, moving on to the next guest. Where's Ricky? Where's Ricky97? If you guys find Ricky97, let me know. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Oh, what's up? Yeah, I do.
How old are you?
I just turned 18 not too long ago.
What year were you born in?
07, August 18th.
What are your pronouns?
She, her.
Chat, do we trust it? I'll leave it up to the chat.
Okay.
Yes. No. Okay. Do you genuinely promise that you're 18 and you're not underage?
No, I'm not underage. Wait, why are people saying little bro? I'm sorry, do I sound like a guy? I don't know if my voice sounds scratchy today.
Go ahead and take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
I'm sorry, you seem skeptical.
I am.
I'm sorry. Because just during his first term, he's done some things for like the economy and foreign policy. Just like how he like signed the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act in 2017. I think it was that he reduced tax rate from 35% to 21%.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. I haven't been doing well. I understand.
I'm making the personal decision to not trust you. I'm making the personal decision to not trust you. if I'm wrong, I want to extend to you my apologies. Okay? If I'm wrong, I want to extend to you my apologies, but I'm making the personal decision to not trust you. So we're going to go to get that next guest loaded up in here. Right now, go to Hop queue. If you are an American adult that supports Trump as president, we'll get you loaded in. We're going to go ahead and move on to the next guest right now. In the meantime, Sway, thank you so much for the $50 super chat over on YouTube. Dude.
Hi. I just wanted to say hi. Hope you have a good day.
You don't want to debate?
No, I just wanted to say hi. Hi.
Okay. Hi. Have a good one. Sway, thank you so much for the $50 super chat. Sway says, how many monitors do you have to get back from PayPal, Venmo, TikTok, and YouTube? Dude, okay. Good question, Sway. I have one monitor. I have one monitor that I am maxing out all of my brain power to effectively move through. Good question. I appreciate you so much for the $50 as well. Echo. Bad. Moving on to the next guest, guys. Go ahead and hop in that queue. If you support Trump, we're going to get you loaded in. Show some love to Sway down below for the $50. As well as let's get 200 Leah W's. Leah with a $20 super chat says, been watching your lives and it's become a part of my daily routine. Thank you for spreading valuable information. You're the best. I love you. Love you too, Leah. Thank you so much for your kindness. What's up? Are you MAGA?
Yeah, I support Trump.
British?
No.
What time is it?
Huh?
What time is it?
Don't worry about it.
Yeah. Banned! Moving on to the next guest. If you're in that queue, make sure that it means you are an American adult, quite frankly, that supports Trump as president, quite frankly. Follow the rules or get banned. And we're going to move on to the next guest. If you're watching and you want to join, go and let me know down below by dropping a Trump with your age. We're going to get you loaded up and connected. We got that next guest, JJ, loading in. JJ, for the love of God, please be an American adult that supports Trump. What's up? Do you support Trump? Nope. By the way, they changed their name to Ricky to impersonate that other Ricky. And you guys are saying that Ricky is here. I saw somebody in the chat and their screen name was Ricky97, but then I clicked on their account and their username was different. And I brought them up and they were a kid. So, I mean, I'm going to continue to look for Ricky. Ricky, you still have not sent me a follow-up over on PayPal, which makes me think he's not in here anymore and the people that we may see are impersonators. I'll continue to look, though. What's up, Alex? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, hello. Yes, I support Trump.
How old are you?
I'm 23.
23. Phenomenal. 1 second. Carter, thank you so much for the $25 donation over on Venmo, saying, can you untie me out from the YouTube chat? My username is Numa. I was saying hi to G in chat earlier and autocorrect fucked me over. Love what you're doing, man. You're an inspiration to many out there. What did it autocorrect do out of curiosity? And well, if it's bad, maybe you shouldn't say it. But yeah, mods, if you know who Numa is, feel free to untime them out. Take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
All right, so I support Trump pretty much for the things that he has done on the first and second term of his presidency, comparing to Biden's term. I think he's done some great deals. I think he's done some great peace treaties. Even though I do not completely support his Ukrainian stand on this issue, but I support the peace deals that he made with Armenia and Azerbaijan, what he did in Cambodia, stopping the war. I support the big, beautiful bill, the trade deals and the tariffs. So yeah, pretty much, I think he's good for the economy, and he actually stopped 40% of the crossings of illegal immigrants. Even though
I have a question.
Yeah, sure.
Just because you have what sounds like a French accent, I just want to ask you, what time is it?
Oh, it's 4:20 here in Seattle. 4:20 p.m.
Yeah, checks out. Go ahead.
Yeah. So yeah, I think he actually made some risky moves. Yeah, but I think those moves were actually necessary for the country, and they're actually doing pretty well. So yeah, pretty much the big beautiful bill.
Okay, yeah. Why do you support the big beautiful bill?
I support the big beautiful bill because even though it adds $3 trillion to the national debt,
$4.5 trillion according to the CBO.
Yeah, but let's go back to Biden's term where he adds $4.7 trillion to the debt too. So what you think about that?
Yeah, what I think about that is you're just making my point for me. You're telling me that Donald Trump has added almost as much debt to the national debt in 8 months as the Biden-Harris administration did in 4 years.
Yeah, but why does he add 4.7? All right, so he's doing
Why are you more critical of those that spent less? Donald Trump spent $8.6 trillion in his first 4 years. Then Biden and Harris spent 4.6, and then so far in 8 months, Donald Trump has already spent $5 trillion. And instead of asking like, oh, why did Donald Trump spend $5 trillion, or oh, why did he spend $8.6 trillion in his first 4 years? You instead only ask, well, why did the lowest spenders in the last 10 years of the American government spend the amount of a bunch of money they did? I mean, you were literally like taking the lesser of two evils and asking why are they the lesser of two evils? We should not support them because they're the lesser of two evils.
Yeah, I understand your point, but I support Trump's adding that money to the debt.
Why?
Because if you see the way he spent it.
Oh yeah,
mostly.
yeah. The way he spent that $4.5
So,
trillion
you
dollars
got
was
Biden-
on
you
defunding
got Biden
Medicaid to take
actually
health care away
adding-
from 10 million low-income Americans, defunding food stamps to take food stamps away from 3 million low-income
I
Americans.
think that's great.
Okay, why do you think it's great to take health care away from 10 million low-income Americans when nearly 60,000 Americans die per year via lack of access to health care?
I think it's great because even though our healthcare is pretty much trash already,
Actually, Medicaid's not bad.
It actually needs to be. It actually needs to be worked on. I think it's great because the healthcare was being used by non-citizens, and I think it's great because pretty much a lot of things. Permanent tax cuts. He invested actually in energy.
Wait, don't get
and
off topic.
he-
I'm specifically asking you why you think that it's great to take healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans. You gave us two reasons. The first reason that you gave us was because apparently it wasn't that good. And then the second reason you gave us is because it was being used by non-citizens. So in response to your first point that it wasn't that good, even if it wasn't that good, having not good healthcare is better than no healthcare at all. But actually Medicaid is pretty fucking decent. I'm going to be honest. The wait times are low because you could go to any hospital and it costs the government 2 times less than what the average cost would be for the same service on private health insurance. So it actually is pretty good. And then point number 2, you said that it's being used by non-citizens. That is actually not true at all. Undocumented immigrants cannot receive any federal benefits such as Medicaid that is expressly illegal.
Yeah. So whenever Biden's terms, I went to the doctor's appointment. It cost $200 actually to get an insurance, a medical insurance. It's actually pretty damn expensive. So
are you on Medicaid?
For me, huh?
Are you on Medicaid?
No, I'm not. I'm not currently. I'm pretty much a freelance.
Are you on your own private health insurance?
No, I'm actually not. Too expensive. I'm a freelance pretty much. I do freelance for my job. It's so
you
pretty much getting a medical.
So your employer is giving you like private medical benefits. So you're saying that the private health insurance that you have is bad. Therefore, we should cancel the public health insurance for 10 million people that have less than you.
No, I don't have an insurance. I don't have an insurance. It's too expensive though.
Okay. Wait. Are you saying that because you are uninsured, it'll be a good thing to make more people uninsured?
I don't think that.
So then why do you say it was a great thing to take Medicaid away from 10 million low-income Americans?
Because he's reworking it right now.
No, he's not reworking anything.
He invested in other things.
Wait. How is he reworking Medicaid?
You comparing two terms. You comparing how he's investing the money from the beautiful bill. I don't think Biden's invested.
We're not talking about Biden. Answer my question. I asked you why you support him taking healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans, and then you said in response because he's reworking it. How is he reworking Medicaid in a relevant sense to justify taking it away from 10 million people?
Yeah. So, all right. So he's reworking it in the way. First of all, he's got to get rid of it. Because a lot of people that were not from the country were actually using it.
I already clarified that that's not true. That's not a fact. Under the personal responsibility and work.
Well, there's many gaps. There's many gaps.
No, there's not.
There's many gaps in the Medicare.
No, there's not.
The previous Medicare.
Under the Personal Responsibility and Work Opportunity Act of 1996, it is expressly illegal to give federal public benefits to undocumented immigrants. It is. The only people that qualify for Medicaid are American citizens and some residents. That is a fact. Undocumented immigrants cannot receive benefits. The 10 million people that are losing Medicaid are all citizens, as Medicaid cannot be legally offered to undocumented immigrants under the Personal Responsibility and Work Opportunity Act of 1996.
Yeah, sure, man. So
then why do you support
I
him
mean-
taking it away from 10 million low-income Americans?
I support it because it was not working either way.
It wasn't working? When you say that Medicaid
No,
was not
it's-
working,
it's
what do
not
you
working.
mean? How so? How
So-
so? Educate me and everyone else watching. How was Medicaid not working for the 10 million American citizens that lost it?
All right. So I think the fact it needs to be reworked. It
Nope,
was really
not answering my
expensive, though.
question.
To get an insurance as a freelance to get an insurance, it's almost impossible.
But you
know?
as an individual,
You need to work. You need to work like
you
in a
already
company or
told me.
something
You
to get
already told
actually
me.
a free
You,
Medicare.
you told me that.
And you still
why
get
are
it.
Why are you talking about the private health insurance that you get from your employer when you're trying or attempting to describe to me why the public health insurance for low-income Americans of Medicaid was not working? You bringing up your own private health insurance that you get through your employer, as you talked about, or I don't know, you said that you're uninsured, bears no relevance towards Medicaid. Why was Medicaid not working for the 10 million Americans that Trump took it away from?
All right, now you tell me why do you think the Be Beautiful bill is bad for the
No,
economy?
stop it. Pivot. Stop it. Stop pivoting. Answer my question.
All right. So I just think I voted for Trump because I think
No.
the money wasn't like going to the right ways, you
No,
know.
stop it.
And
Stop it.
Medicare
Pivot.
wasn't something that I supported.
Why?
I think Medicare was going
Medicaid,
to
not
the
Medicare.
bankruptcy, and it was going really, really bad. It was really, the system of Medicare was really
Medicaid.
sketch. It was being used by people, you know. And I'm an immigrant myself. I mean, not an immigrant. I was born in the U.S., but my parents came here legally. They made all the process legally. So I was
Why
born
is
here in the
Medicaid
US.
bad?
I just think it's bad.
Why?
You know, I just think it wasn't too much money going to Medicare, and it wasn't used in the right way.
How was it not used in the right way? What are the inefficiencies in Medicaid that justify taking it away from 10 million low-income Americans? Be specific.
All right. I don't
Please?
think Medicare was right.
You're
I don't
repeating
think-
yourself.
I don't think it's like bad, but it needs to be reworked.
Why?
That's for
Why?
sure.
What's wrong with it? What's wrong with Medicaid?
I just think it was like a lot of money going to it, and it was not working out.
How is it
you know?
not working? You're saying it's not working because it's not working because it's not working because it's not working.
Because
That's not an argument.
Hey man, people run out of ambulances because they don't want to go to the hospital because just the ambulance ride to the hospital costs around $5,000. How does that Medicare working? That's my question. Like, how is it working? There's videos of people running out of the ambulances because they don't want to go to the hospital because it's unpayable. Everything you do in the hospital, it costs you like $20,000. How is Medicare working? You know, how can you explain to me how is Medicare working if people are paying over $20,000 for what? A fracture? You know, that's why I voted for Trump, because I don't think Medicare is bad, but it's definitely not working
Dude.
out somehow.
Medicaid covers emergency ambulance services.
No, they don't. I mean, they cover some part.
What the fuck?
But not everything.
HHS.gov.
Not everything, though.
HHS.gov. Go on Google, type in HHS.gov.
And not
Does
every- and not
Medicaid
every-
cover
not every
ambulance
American
services?
citizen- Not every American citizen has insurance. Also,
What does that have to do with why you think Medicaid is bad?
because I think it's not
Oh,
working out.
also, generally on Medicaid, you have no out-of-pocket expenses for emergency transportation, as state licensed ambulance providers accepts the Medicaid-approved payment in full.
Yeah, that's the thing. Maybe it covers the ambulance, but whenever you get to the, I mean, what I'm saying is, the prices, even though we got Medicare, they're not working out, because we got like $20,000 bill for hospital, wherever that happens.
The bill,
I mean,
the
you go-
bill's
you go to
lower.
other countries,
You're also
you go-
wrong. You're also wrong. Did you know that medical bills are lower if you're on Medicaid? The
Of course
government,
they're
the
lower, but
government,
not-
the
but they're
government
inflated.
pays
They're
less
inflated.
money through Medicaid than any private insurer pays ever. In fact, it's 2 times less on average. So you're saying
for me,
that
it's not working
Medicaid
out.
is bad because it is more efficient and results in lower bills covered by the insurer than private health insurance?
Sorry, what was the question
You're
again?
saying that Medicaid is bad because it's more efficient than private health insurance.
Yeah, kind of. No. I don't think it's.
Get the fuck out of here. No argument. Only emotion. No argument at all. Only emotion. Zero reason. Only emotion. Zero logic. Just emotion. Moving on to the next guess. It's bad because it's better. It's bad because it's better. Crazy. What's up, man? You support Trump?
Yeah, hello.
What's up, man? You MAGA?
Yeah, I'd say so. I can't believe I actually got accepted, bro. I've been like waiting forever.
What time is it?
This is crazy. It is 7:32. I'm in Florida.
Okay, I heard like a British accent there to begin with. I'm sorry. Yeah, let me go and thank a handful of
British,
people. Yo, Darsel, thank you for the $10 over on Super Chat, saying, as someone who recently had a kidney stone, I only owe $3,000 for my ER visit rather than the $13,000 that it costs. It's not perfect, but without it, I wouldn't have any coverage. I mean, is that on Medicaid? If so, like, where's the $3,000 coming from? You should actually share that with me because I'm surprised it's that high. And I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry that you had to deal with that. As well as Ario with the $10 on Super Chat, saying, unpopular opinion, I don't really like how you discriminate against someone's voices. Some people have throat disabilities or voice issues. Everyone has different voices and you can't always tell. And that's going to be in reference to like the person that came up earlier that had a high pitched voice that I said was a minor. And although or might be a minor, probably minor. And I do agree with your point, but like you have to like acknowledge that minor safety is like really important. Okay. You know, like I cannot put like for instance, like a 14-year-old girl in her account on my live because of the nature of the internet and predators. So I have to be safe about that. I have to be safe about it. And that is just a necessary fact of being a responsible content creator who will blast like people to crowds of like hundreds of thousands. So we got to keep that in mind, but I understand where you're coming from. As well as I'd like to quickly thank Jennifer. Thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo, saying thank you for spreading truth and facts and having evidence to back up to the MAGA cult. Keep it up, Dean. I appreciate you. Thank you so much, Jennifer. Thank you. As well as thank you so much for the $30 over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love. I really appreciate that, A. Thank you so much. Show some love to A down below. In fact, I think their name is Amrafiel, Amrafel. Thank you so much for the $30. As well as Zoe, I really appreciate you for the 2. Bluegrass, thank you for the $5 over on PayPal. Thank you so much. Then Eric, thank you so much for the $25 over on PayPal. I'm pretty sure that's Ricky. Ricky says, you asked me to come up at not a good time. I wasn't expecting to be brought up. I'm not well educated, hence why I listen to your lives. I'll come up if you want. Well, Ricky, yeah, man, if you want to come up, feel free, dude. I will need to know like the screen name and maybe a description of your profile picture. As well as Liam, once again, with another $25 over on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love. And you said that I shouldn't read that out loud. You got it, Liam. I'll read it to myself. But seriously, man, thank you for the love. Show some love to Liam down below, as well as Josh with his cent. Now, go ahead and take it away, man. Why do you support Trump as president?
Yeah, I mean, well, first off, real quick, I just want to name, I'm kind of honored to be on this little debate. I saw you did debate Charlie Kirk, and I like to listen to a lot of his, his debates that he has. So I just wanted to say that for one. And, it's interesting. I feel like you're really like well educated on what you speak on as well. Because like, I personally like debating for fun. And one thing I really like to debate is the pro-life stance versus the pro-abortion. And I wanted to actually know your take on that because
so ultimately, is your position that you support Trump because he's pro-life?
There's a few reasons. Listen, I'm still kind of figuring out more where I politically am, but I would say I lean more towards yes, like I support Trump,
But
I
like
support MAGA because
knowing everything that you
that's
do
kind of
about
just
the
how I've been
last,
raised.
Knowing everything that you do about the last 8 months, if you were to go back in time to November, who would you vote for?
If I were to go back in time to November and vote for, I would say I would vote for Trump.
Okay.
I
So-
think
so
also
why do you still support Trump as president today?
I recently lived, I mean, listen, I feel like more like on a political standpoint, I find that when I used to live in Massachusetts, right? And that's more up northeast. So that's a pretty blue Democratic state. And I always found that the people there, like now that I've been to Florida, I found that the people there were always so like very, I don't know, negative, very judgy. You constantly couldn't say things that would disagree with someone else's ideology, or you could get in trouble by the school. And I find here in Florida, which is more, a red state, that it's actually like a lot more warm. Like the kids at the school I'm going to, they're a lot
Do you mind if
more
I
kinder.
So why
And
exactly do you still support Trump as president?
I have to more talk about Trump. Okay, then yes, then I'd say the pro-life, the illegal immigration, was it primarily the illegal immigration? Oh, and then also the whole trans debate with them being in
Can you
like
just like
sports.
specify like one specific point why you support Trump as president? It's just one.
Okay, we can go into the abortion topic. I feel like I like to talk about that one a lot.
Okay, so
So
overall,
I would say
overall you
I
support
think
Trump
what
as
he's doing.
president because you think that abortion should be legislated on at the state level. Why is that?
Primarily for 3 reasons. Hold on, I wanted to pull up my contentions though for the 3 reasons.
So why do you think that abortion
don't
should be
really win.
legislated on at the state level?
Well, I wanted to ask you one question.
Well, I mean, I first want you to be able to give your stance, right? You still haven't given an argument for why you support Trump. We just like finally isolated down to a topic that you're going to give an argument on.
Yeah, hold on. Let me just pull up the 3 contentions. I want to actually debate you. I want to give you like a good debate here. I don't want to
For sure,
waste
but
time. So let me.
a debate will start with an argument.
Yeah, wait, hold on, let me pull it up. Let me pull it up. So the 3 contentions, though, the first one's off the top of my head was it's the ending of a distinct human life. I just need to find because it has evidence cited for it. I do like little debate cards, but the first one that I had is it ends a distinct human life, right?
Okay.
The second contention that I had was that what is it? It can harm a woman both physically and mentally. And the third one is there's alternatives like adoption, so it makes it unnecessary to actually go ahead and have an abortion where you could just put the child up for adoption.
Okay, I could very easily respond to all three of those points. Your first point was that it was ending a human life. That's a scientific fact, but it's not a moral argument. Your second point is that abortions can induce some mental trauma in some scenarios. Okay, well, guess what? We see that birth is actually associated with higher rates of both mental and physical trauma on average compared to abortions. So does this mean that you think that we should ban birth? No. Okay, invalid position. Third point was what?
Alternatives like adoption make abortion unnecessary.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
wait.
So my response to your third point is that you're just descriptively incorrect. Adoption is not an alternative to abortion, as nothing can be. Because it's not an alternative to pregnancy. It's an alternative to raising a child, but it's not an alternative to pregnancy. And women don't just get abortions to circumvent and get around raising a child, but also to terminate pregnancy.
Yeah, but the whole pro-life stance, right, is to preserve life. So the whole point is that instead of ending life, to just put them up for adoption. A lot of women that I hear when I debate is that they'll say, "Oh, well, what about all the people?"
It's not an alternative.
Wait, hold on. I didn't finish.
We're not responding to my point.
I didn't finish. Right?
I'm not going to let you finish because you're not responding to my point. Your argument was an alternative to abortion is adoption. That's not true. There's no alternative to pregnancy outside of terminating pregnancy by lethal abortion prior to viability.
I'm confused though of how it's not an alternative. Like can I kind of explain what I mean by alternative?
Sure.
Like alternative is the pro-life stance is I think it's wrong to end a distinct human life, right? And adoption, I think a very big issue that a lot of women struggle is that financially they're not able to, raise a child. Whether or not they have, let's say, they have unsafe, devil's tango. I don't know if I can say the words here. They have unsafe devil's tango, right? And actually, I saw that the Guttmacher Institute, they did a study in 2024 where they found that over 79% of all 73 million abortions that happen annually are due to unsafe devil's tango. So all those people who are just, being irresponsible, right? They're going ahead and then getting an abortion. So I think instead of that, they should just put the child up for adoption. Because those usually the people who are doing that were below the age of like around 20. So,
So
I would assume they're not financially stable.
You introduce new information there by like saying that women that are getting abortions are irresponsible, and I'll address that. But then the second
79% of them claim that they didn't use.
Then the second part of your statement was once again just a circle. You're saying instead of getting an abortion, they could put it up for adoption. I've already given you a very clear description on why that is not a true dichotomy or an alternative, as there is no alternative to a lethal abortion to terminate pregnancy before the point of viability.
There's no other option.
There's no other option to terminate pregnancy. There's none. Adoption is not an alternative to pregnancy.
Yeah, I'm not saying
adoption is alternative to raising a kid. That is the last time I'm going to repeat that, because it should be really simple to understand why what I'm saying is true and why what you're saying is wrong. An alternative would be another option. Okay? Adoption is not.
Are you saying like
interchangeable
are you
with
saying
pregnancy.
like are you saying it's interchange like are you saying how because you're ending a baby's life with abortion and for that it's not like interchangeable to putting a baby up for adoption?
This is the last time I'm going to describe it. An alternative would be another option. Before the point of viability, is there any way to opt out of pregnancy besides killing and aborting the fetus?
No, there's not. Okay, I understand. Sorry. No, there's not.
It is not an alternative.
Okay.
Right? Because
okay, but I see
could
what
we
you mean.
agree that an alternative
what I'm saying,
is defined as
but
another
why
option?
I say
Listen.
Yeah.
Can we agree that an alternative is defined as another option? So you've affirmed that an alternative is defined as another option, and you've affirmed that there is no other option outside of abortion prior to viability inside of a pregnancy, meaning that you logically are forced into conceding the conclusion that adoption is actually not an alternative to pregnancy prior to viability.
I mean, I guess I guess I would concede that point technically, but I'm saying it. What I mean though is like abortion is the ending of a life. As a pro-lifer, I see that ending life is not right in any sense. So instead of ending life, you
So
could
why
just
is it
put the
wrong?
child up for adoption.
So why
But
is it
you're
wrong to
saying,
kill the fetus?
but you're saying though,
Why is it
okay,
morally
now
wrong to
actually,
kill
I
the
get what you
fetus?
mean though. But I get what you mean though. I get what you mean.
Why
now,
is it
but-
morally wrong to kill the fetus?
Dude, so that's actually the question I wanted to ask you because when I do a lot of research, I feel like the biggest thing that can kind of disprove someone who's pro-life is that, like in reality, I'm not fully pro-life. I just like to debate it because I feel like there's more, logical standpoints. It's more concreted in evidence. But the one thing I wanted to actually hear from you is the whole ethical argument because that goes into like a philosophical aspect, and I really wanted to know, like,
Right. So my position is that it's not wrong to kill a fetus because I can't identify any reason why it would be.
and that's something I feel like it's like it kind of can just disprove the pro-life because when I actually looked at it, if you look at the statistics, I don't know exactly. I think it was from Guttmacher Institute, but it was like in 2024, 64% of Americans, like all 340 million Americans, they polled, they agreed that 64% of them wanted to allow abortion. So that would mean that anyone who's pro-life, that's their opinion is subjective compared to an objective opinion, right?
But listen, man, all that I'm asking you is why is it wrong to kill a fetus, and you can't answer.
Is it wrong to kill a fetus? Yeah, because that's where I always get stumped. I actually, and that's why I'm trying to think maybe I'm actually more pro-choice because like I don't understand.
Maybe you're
I couldn't really-
pro-choice. Fantastic.
But that's what I wanted to hear. That's what I wanted.
Fantastic. Woo! We're gonna go ahead and move on to the next guest because that guy just gets that he's pro-choice. What the fuck is going on? Oh my god. Okay, we're gonna go to move on to the next guest. I need a second. What I don't know. Like, is it just like me? Or is there like? I feel like there's like something going on with the guest today. Is it me or is it not me? Like, do you guys feel the same way? There's like something going on with the guest today. Okay, you guys agree? Okay, I don't. Okay, great. I just feel like the guests are being a little weirder than most days. Kristen, thank you for the galaxy. And it's not like like the conspiracy grandma of like, wow, Epstein Island, Barack Obama Muslim. It's like. It's like something else that I don't know if I can like vocally describe it in words. Where it's like more so, it's like. I feel like these conversations have been a lot of them have been like just inoperable from the get-go. I don't know. We're going to move on to the next guest. You guys go ahead and hop in that queue. If you support Trump and you're an American adult, that is once again, MAGA. And we're going to go ahead and get them up right now. So let's get that next guest loaded into live right now. You guys go ahead and hop in that queue once again if you are MAGA. And if you do want to support me, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok, as well as in the pinned message of that YouTube stream. There's actually a couple people I like to thank. Feisty, thank you for the $10 over on Super Chat. Feisty, it's good to see you again. I hope that you're doing well. As well as Jiggly Fluff. Thank you so much for the $50 over on YouTube. Jiggly Fluff says kidney stones suck. Hope this helps with the copay. Oh, Jiggly Fluff. That was me reading off somebody else's donation when we were talking about the kidney stones. Jiggly Fluff, if you want, I want you to shoot me a DM, get a hold of me somehow. I will happily send that money back to you. Because that was me reading off a donation from someone else. I will happily send you your $50 back, but thank you for the $50 nonetheless. If you find a way to reach out to me, I will happily send that back to you. What's up? Do you support Trump?
I do.
How old are you?
30 years old.
Great, man. I'm going to give you the mic so you can tell us why you support Trump. But before I do, I want to go ahead and thank a handful of people. Haley, thank you for the $10 on Venmo, saying Medicaid paid for my daughter's NICU and transportation to a different hospital 4 hours away and the surgery she needed to get her G-tube, and it paid for all of her food too. Medicaid is extremely important. Yeah, Medicaid has great coverage for a lot of things. It has some blind spots though. I think it has a lot of blind spots in dental and so on. But it's definitely not the worst. It could be better though, right? We need to be able to recognize that too. As well as Stacy, thank you for the $15 over on Venmo. Stacy says, love how you debate and keep on educating people. Thank you so much. I appreciate you for being here. Thank you for watching, and thank you for the $15. As well as Heidi, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo, saying my puppy and I watch you all the time. # teaching them young. Dude, that puppy is going to be such a raging liberal when they grow up. Okay, Heidi? Hell yeah. Dude, as well as Liam, man, with another $70 donation on PayPal. Liam, you've been supporting me absolutely all day fucking long. Thank you so much for your kindness, bro. If everyone watching right now could show some massive love to Liam down below in the chat, it'd mean the world to me. Thank you so much once again, Liam. You are an icon. Thank you so much for the $70. And Justin, what year were you born in?
1994.
Why is everyone in the chat saying that this... Dude, this guy's not under the age of 18. What are y'all saying? Dude, every
one video I ever posted.
Yeah, everyone in the chat is spamming he's under the age of 18. This is not a child. This is not a child, my friends.
Hey, I'll always be a Toys R Us kid. I don't care what people say.
Well, unfortunately, I think they went bankrupt. Rip Toys R Us. But take it away. Why do you support Trump?
Yes, sir. Well, before I get started, and I do so look forward to this having a debate with you. I've been trying for the last few days between you and Parker both. I just want to say, out of everybody that I've seen coming in there trying to debate you, man, it's almost worth me changing sides. There are some idiots out there.
It is worth you changing sides.
Anyways, before we get started, I just want basically choose a topic. We'll go over it because I can say so many different things, and I can go over the abortion. I can go over the big beautiful bill. I can go over the illegal immigrants. The only thing that I will say that is not worth me trying to debate with is the terrorists, and that's just because I haven't done near as much research probably as you have.
Okay.
So it wouldn't be worth the time. I'd sound like one of the other people out there.
Well, I mean, let me actually take a different route with this. I guess since you're kind of giving me the go-ahead, I'll start the conversation. Sir, do you consider yourself a patriot? Do you care about core American values like the Constitution?
100%, yes, sir.
Okay, and this is where I want to start because I think that this is honestly one of the most compelling arguments against Trump and his administration right now. Can we agree that, for instance, if Biden was trying to prosecute his political opponents, Biden was literally saying it was illegal to speak negatively upon him in the media. Biden had violated 4 constitutional amendments, bold-faced. Biden should be impeached.
I see where you're going, and I will say that I do agree with your point on that what is happening right now should not be happening because it is definitely going against the freedom of speech.
Exactly. So exactly. Starting off strong with the constitutional argument. Donald Trump, point number 1, in December of 2022, called for termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. Trump, point number 2, the first day he was inaugurated, signed Executive Order number 14160 into law that violated the 14th Amendment by attempting to take birthright citizenship away from the children of undocumented immigrants born on American soil. Trump, point number 3, on his 100 days in interview with ABC, literally told the interviewer that he didn't know if he has to hold to the Constitution or not. Point number 4, A month after that, said that he wanted to run for a third term, which was calling for the termination of the 22nd Amendment that says that it's strictly not allowed and that any president is only allowed to serve 2 terms. Trump, point number 5, then tried to ban burning of the American flag with an executive order. I bet you think that's disrespectful, but guess what? It is covered as free speech, and banning burning of the American flag is objectively more anti-American than burning it in of itself because it's unconstitutional. Then Trump, point number 6, for the last week has been calling for a termination of free speech in my mind by getting Jimmy Kimmel canceled because Jimmy Kimmel said something that he didn't like and then saying that it was literally illegal to criticize him in the media. These 6 points should be more than enough evidence for any reasonable person that does care about core American values, such as the Constitution, to no longer support him as president.
I will say real quick, I see a lot of people in here commenting saying that I might be driving. I just wanted to point out I am not driving. I'm sitting outside my house and I live right next to a highway. So you do hear traffic going by. So to solve that. And I will say with what you said that although there are things that he does that I do not agree with, there are a lot of things that he does that I do still agree with. I will agree with you that going against the First Amendment, doing everything he did with ABC and Jimmy Kimmel, I don't agree with that in any way, shape, or form. However, I do still support him for the other motives and morals that he has.
It's just hard for me to conceptualize in my mind of somebody like considering everything that I just described as, just like a bump in the road, maybe one con compared to a red line. But now you're telling us that that's how you feel, so take it away. Tell us what the overwhelming good is that Donald Trump is generating through his presidency that literally outweighs him being the largest threat to the American Constitution and American democracy since the Civil War.
Okay, well, we'll start with the big beautiful bill. I heard earlier you was talking with the guy about Medicaid. Now, granted, Medicaid. Sorry. Now, granted, the guy that was trying to debate you had no remorse on that thing, had no clue what he's talking about. So when we go back to the big beautiful bill, you stated that he took it away from, I think you said 10 million or 10,000, I can't remember, but 10 million Americans.
Yeah, that's a conservative estimate too.
When I looked into the big beautiful bill before it is even officially signed, basically it was stated, they're only taking it away from the people that are trying to be freelancers, and by freelancers I mean the ones that just
freeloaders.
They don't even yeah, sure. So I'm a redneck, bud. My terminology might not be up there, with all the fancy words and whatnot. But so yeah, it's basically going for the freeloaders, the ones that just want to live off the government and get everything handed to them like a piece of candy to a kid. If you read the big beautiful bill, it stated, that Medicaid is still an option. You just basically have to prove that you're actually working. It's still for the low income families, but prove that you're actually trying, not just the ones that are saying, oh, I feel like everything's owed to me. Give me free benefits. Give me food stamps and Medicaid and all of this. And so that's what the big beautiful bill was about, and that's my opinion anyways. That's what I thought I read into.
Okay. So, yeah, you're right in the sense that a lot of people that are being kicked off of Medicaid are being kicked off because of the introduction of a new work requirement. However, where we disagree is that if you're not working, I think that you should be able to have access to essential social safety nets, including Medicaid. Right? Like think about it this way. Can we agree that a low-income American that's unemployed should still have access to an essential social safety net, like calling the cops to report a crime?
I do agree, but if you want my opinion, I think medical in general should be free to the entire U.S. population, whether it be poor, rich, middle class, or whatever. I mean, we're the only country out there that requires us to pay for medical. You can go to England or Canada or wherever, and it's an automatic thing.
Now, what's getting us closer to that end goal of free healthcare for everyone? Taking it away from 10 million people? Is that getting us closer to that goal? I don't think so. I don't think so at all. But we agree that free healthcare for everyone is a good ideal to hold. But if we are to harness these worldviews and act in accordance with these worldviews, with no negotiation, and every action that we take is to be in accordance with our idealists, then at the end of the day, you saying that you hold this ideal inside of your worldview for free healthcare for everyone, yet simultaneously you support taking free healthcare away from 10 million people, is antithetical to said ideal. Additionally here, there's that concept that I wanted to explore of essential social safety nets being free for everyone, regardless of their employment. Now, I brought up calling the cops. I asked you if a low-income American that's not employed should be able to call the cops. You said yes. Do you mind if you tell me why you think that? Of course, I agree, but it's important we explore the reasons here.
I mean, I feel like everybody should be able to call the cops if something is going down where they need to call the cops. But I guess I am kind of confused on where calling the cops has to do with taking Medicaid away.
I'll show you.
Okay.
I'll show you, because you just said that unemployed low-income Americans should be able to call the cops and have access to that social safety net for the reason that you think everyone should have access to that social safety net. Unemployed low-income Americans should be able to have access to free government health care, regardless of their employment, because you think everyone should have access to free government health care.
Yep, you're correct. But I'm still with my original point on basically the freeloaders, like you said, because I'm sure you can agree.
That's just a derogatory term that you're using to, well, it's just a derogatory term that you're using to refer to low-income Americans that don't have a job. You agree. So you just agreed that low-income Americans that are unemployed should have access to Medicaid, but then you have some dissonance in your mind here, where you think that you're talking about a different subject altogether when you're espousing the argument of the unemployed freeloaders that Donald Trump took off of Medicaid. But those quote-unquote unemployed freeloaders, as you like to say, they are the unemployed low-income Americans. We're talking about the same thing here. And then it's also worth mentioning here that it's not freeloading to be an unemployed low-income American accessing the hospital, because accessing the hospital and having Medicaid cover your bills isn't going to put a roof over your head, isn't going to put food in your mouth, isn't going to put, as I already said, dinner on the table, isn't going to put clothes on your back. It is just simply going to cover your bills and make sure that you do not go into life-crippling debt until the day you die if you were to accidentally break your arm.
Okay, so we can both agree that, yes, it was probably not the best decision to take Medicaid away. However, let's go into the topic of reason why he took it away. Because of the fact, America is however many $1 trillion in debt, and that is where we can agree our tax money that we pays for a partial of the Medicaid. I'm sure there's other things in there that go towards it, but a big chunk of it is the American people's tax money. So why would we want to sit there and continue to pay, as an American, as a patriot, continue to pay for all of that stuff to provide benefits for the, as we say, freeloaders, the people that just don't care, the people that just sit at home and expect everything to be handed to them? Now, by all means,
it's just dangerously false to equivocate between a low-income American that is unemployed and a lazy low-income American that is freeloading and thinks that they think everything should be handed to them. Have you ever been a low-income American?
I have, very much so.
Okay.
I've struggled most of my adulthood life.
Yeah, no, man, me too. Growing up for a little bit, there were some rough time periods in my adolescence. And there was time periods where my mom was a low-income American that was unemployed for various reasons. And I wouldn't say at that point that she was lazy, freeloaded, and thought everything should be handed to her. I would say that she was going through a really deep and dark period of her life where she actually had it really hard, right? And I think that dangerous generalization, that broad sweeping claim that all unemployed Americans think that everything should be handed to them and they're just merely lazy, is an oversimplification of the complexities of life, especially how life can become more complex the less money you make, and minimizes a lot of these facts and just kind of dishes them aside like they're meaningless. It's cruel, right? But I mean, even in considering that fact, now earlier you agreed that you do think that low-income Americans that are unemployed should have access to medical health services such as Medicaid. So you're actually kind of arguing something that you don't truly believe in unless you've already changed your mind. Because which one is it? Do you think unemployed low-income Americans should have access to Medicaid per the argument I gave you 5 minutes ago that you conceded to, or do you not? Because right now I'm confused on where you stand, as you seem to be arguing both sides of the equation.
Well, I guess I kind of stand both ways. I do agree to the point. There is. I know where you're coming from. I get it, but it's hard. You have to admit it's hard to, you go to a group of 100 people and 50 of those people are the ones that are simply unemployed, but they're actually trying. They're looking for a job. They're trying, but they're unemployed. The other 50 are the ones that are just sitting there, don't care, and they just expect handouts. It's kind of one of those deals, one
Dude,
person.
okay, wait. If there's somebody that like doesn't care, genuinely lazy, genuinely expects handouts, and they're a low-income American, should that individual still be able to call the cops, access that social safety net that is paid for by the taxpayer to report a crime?
As far as calling the cops, yes.
Why? Why should they be able to do that even though they're genuinely lazy? Why? Is it because it makes society as a whole better off? Is it because it will extend their lifespan and we value their life more than we don't value or hold disdain towards their laziness? Maybe. So if we just want to conceive of this dystopian, cruel depiction that you are superimposing upon low-income Americans of levels of laziness and levels of an expectation of facts from society, well then guess what? Even if for the intents and purposes of this conversation, I assume your cruel perspective here to be true, still yet I value their life more than I hold disdain towards their laziness. Right? And because I value their life more than I hold disdain towards their laziness, I still think that they should be able to go to a hospital and have their bills covered by Medicaid, as it makes society as a whole better off. It might save their life. It will extend their lifespan on average. And those are my values. But once again, I mean, a conversation back and forth between you and me about if low-income Americans are lazy or not is just completely semantic. You know, you're not really bringing up any hard data to demonstrate this is true, and I am to demonstrate that it's false. You know, under capitalism, income isn't equivalent with, exerted labor. Baron Trump makes more than school teachers, yet I think school teachers work harder than Baron Trump. Alongside the fact that there's complexities that can aid and abet insofar as why somebody might be a low-income American that's not working outside of being lazy. But these facts don't matter for our debate because I've already described if we assume that every low-income American is lazy and we value their life more than we don't value their laziness, they should still be able to go to the hospital.
I will say you're definitely a lot better at this whole debate thing than I am. And just to avoid us going back and forth, because I feel like that's what would keep happening, let's change topics. Let's choose a different topic to go over. If that's all right, with you.
Yeah, I just wish that like the conversations on live today were like actually like seeking truth. I just feel like so many conversations I've had on live today, including the one I'm having with you, if I'm going to be honest, haven't been seeking truth. It's just been trying to push a narrative. You know, like you want to push the narrative that, you know, low-income Americans shouldn't be able to access social safety nets like Medicaid. I give you like five really compelling arguments why you're wrong. And then the response is to ignore them and like say that you want to move on. You know, it's just like, I wish there's more to it. I wish that there's a recognition that you're wrong or a rebuttal if you still think you're right.
Well, okay, let's keep going then. So I get all 5 of your points, and I do understand and agree. You know, low-income Americans should be able to have Medicaid, should be able to call the cops, everything of that nature.
So then you don't support the big beautiful bill.
I was getting ready to say, however, I see your point. However, it still does not justify the ones that we continuously, that we pay our tax money to, putting America further in debt for the ones that are ruining it for the rest of everybody. The ones that are lazy, the ones that just live off the government and don't do nothing else. And that's what the big beautiful bill was intended for.
Okay. So in other words, you're saying that you don't like things that increase the debt? Well, I'm just going to ignore the circle that you just gave us because I already responded to everything that you just said. And rather, I'll just point out the fact that therefore you don't like Trump because we haven't had as big of a spender as him in modern American history. During his first term, he spent $8.6 trillion compared to the $4.6 trillion spent under the Biden-Harris administration. And so far, under his second term, he's already spent $5 trillion in 8 months.
On tariffs? I'm confused.
No, on policy. Like the big beautiful bill, the total net in debt expenditure of the BBB was $4.5 trillion.
Well, honestly, I didn't know that, but it doesn't change the fact. Like I said in the very beginning of this whole conversation before we started, there's a lot of things that he does that I don't personally agree with.
Oh my
However,
God!
there's a lot of
Exactly.
things that he still does that I
So,
do.
so then what is he doing that you agree with? Because you've already described that you disagree with the big beautiful bill because you do think that unemployed low-income Americans should have access to to Medicaid. What the fuck is he doing that you agree with? Sorry for cussing. I'm just like, this is insane. Why will no one track a conversation with me today? Maybe I need to take a break.
Okay, well,
Fuck.
let's get past the big beautiful bill. Let's get past the big beautiful bill because that's just going to keep us going back and forth. And I don't want to do that. I respect your time, and I don't want you to get head hurt like the people I've heard you talk to do. So, immigration. That's one thing that he's doing that I am wholeheartedly supportive for.
No, you're not. No, you're not. Not really. Not really. You just got done telling us how much you care about the economy, how much you care about our government's expenditure, and how much you care about our government's debt. You cannot go from saying that you are pro-American economy and then say that you're in full heart support of policy that, according to the American Immigration Council, if we were to remove every undocumented immigrant tomorrow, would reduce our GDP by $1.1 trillion through $1.7 trillion per year, while costing $2 trillion to our debt in the next 10 years, while also losing the $100 billion per year that they pay in taxes.
Getting rid of the illegal immigrants will allow the American people to come in and actually work more jobs. And I'm not stating that the immigrants are coming in and taking jobs from everybody, because in a way they're not. But at the same time, I'm in the construction industry. I build houses for a living. And as an American family, I'm a father of 2 kids. And as an American family, it is hard for me to go out there and be able to provide for a living, be able to pay the guys that work for me a decent wage whenever the illegal immigrants are coming in here and driving the market down so cheap.
Driving wages
around
down?
here, yes, they are.
So why do undocumented immigrants drive wages down on average? Why?
On average, it's because of the fact that all they do, they'll come in here and they'll put 15 to 30 people in one house, so therefore the bills are spread out substantially amongst them, making it way cheaper for them to live. Then they'll take all the money that they make minus what their living needs.
Why are they more likely to live like multiple individuals to a single property?
That's literally just how it. I mean, in where I'm from, anyways. I'm from Missouri, so I don't know what it may be like wherever you're from. But for an example, in Missouri, you cannot go to a town around here and you will not find a single Mexican family unless in a single family home.
Okay, well, let's not equate between Mexican and undocumented. That's bigotry.
You're correct. I'm sorry. Illegal immigrants. It's the same way between whether it be Mexican, whether it be people from Russia, Ukraine, they all do the same way. They come in here, they work together, simultaneously living together to provide, for their family. Oh, I'm sorry, 1 second. My kid's coming out here. I need. Can you mute me for like 10 seconds so I can deal with my kid?
Yeah, of course. By the way, everything that you've described so far of undocumented immigrants being more likely to accept lower wages and undocumented immigrants being more likely to live under a single property, that's actually not their fault. It's our government's. And I'll explain to you why when you're back. Now, while he's taking care of his kid or whatever, Rodney, thank you for the $10 super chat over on YouTube. I really appreciate you so much for the love. As well as David with a $10 Canadian dollars over on super chat, saying 10 Canadian dollars from a true North strong from the true North strong and free up there in Canada. I appreciate you for that love, David. If you want to support me, you could find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio over here on TikTok. You could also find it in the pinned message on that YouTube. Let's see if I could. Rowan, that is ROAN, thank you for the $11 over on Venmo, as well as I am going to go ahead and read your message there. I'm just going to keep it to myself, but thank you so much for the love, Rowan. And then Courtney, thank you for the $15 on Venmo, saying thank you for having these conversations. I love what I do. Thank you so much for the love, Courtney. As well as Morgan, thank you for the $10 on PayPal, saying hi, Dean, you're awesome. Watching your lives helps me get through the day. That's awesome. Fuck yeah. As well as Liam, thank you for another 15, as well as I saw your message there. That is very kind. Thank you, Liam. And then Nikisha, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal, saying go back to the middle part hairstyle. Yeah, it'll eventually grow long again, and I'll be back there. Thank you guys so much for the love. I do really appreciate it. Are you back?
Yep, I'm back. I didn't even realize that I can mute myself and unmute myself. I'm sorry.
Okay, guess what? So everything that you just described should make you support leftist ideals of mass amnesty for undocumented immigrants. Can I tell you why?
Sure.
Because you described that your issues with undocumented immigrants are that they drive wages down and that they live like more people under like a single roof. The reason why they're more likely to accept lower wages on average is because they have less bargaining power in the marketplace compared to residents or citizens, as they don't have long-term survivability in the market since they can be deported, as well as it's easier for their employers to exploit them with like a threat of deportation, as well as when they don't have a job, they're more likely to die or starve to death since they cannot access social safety nets such as food stamps, Medicaid, Medicare, Social Security, so on and so forth. Okay? If we were to offer them a pathway to residency or citizenship, make them a resident or citizen, then they have long-term survivability in the market. They're not under the threat of being deported, so level of exploitation goes down, and they'll be able to rely on their social safety nets if they were to be unemployed, so they're not going to die, right? That's going to give them more bargaining power, and when you have more bargaining power, you get higher wages, so their wages would go up. We fixed point number one. What about point number two of living like more people under a single roof? Well, that's because, guess what? It's really hard to find somebody that will rent a property to an undocumented immigrant as they don't have a social security number. Give them social security numbers and all of a sudden the overall market of available housing to them will increase, right? Same thing goes for the buying side of the housing market. It is super duper hard to get a loan to buy a house on an ITIN. You really truly do need an SSN like 95% of the time. You give them residency or citizenship and that shit goes up, right? So guess what? The two issues that you just described are not only solved, but actually reversed and made beneficial if you were to offer undocumented immigrants a pathway to residency or citizenship.
Okay, now let's look at the previous 4 years when in the Biden-Harris administration when they basically not literally had open borders, but they basically had open borders. They were providing it
Pivot.
What do you call it?
I'm not going to let you pivot there, dude. Absolutely not.
Okay, that's fine. Then we won't. That's fine. So I get what you're coming.
Before you continue, yo, Ricky, is this the real Ricky?
Yo, I like your haircut, bro.
I thought it was Ricky 47.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, you're fine. What was that? Oh yeah, so I'm not trying to pivot. So, in my opinion, he's trying to get rid of all the illegal immigrants due to the fact because it is lowering American wages. It is making it harder for the American people to.
You're not responding to anything that I just said. I'm sorry, bro, but you're not. I appreciate the fact that you're trying to be respectful to me, but you're not responding. I just gave you the very specific points of why the opposite of mass deportation, of mass amnesty, would not only be beneficial to the country's economy, but it also fix the issues that you described of undocumented immigrants having downward pressure on wages. You know, like I'm sorry, bro. It's like I'm really trying to be nice here, but
on this debate,
just not engaging with the points.
Nope, I understand where you're coming from. So I'll go ahead and I'll admit defeat on this debate. I'm sure you do these lives almost every day. I'm going to do some more research and have stuff in front of me that I can go off of, and I will try to come back in and debate you again.
You know what? Sounds good to me, Justin. You have a good rest of your day, bro.
You too, sir.
All right, we're gonna move on to the next guest. Right now, that guy he was like trying to be respectful. You know, he was like trying to hold a dialogue. But like it just maybe because he is like low information. It was difficult, so I appreciate that response. Feel free, man. Go, Ricky, not Ricky. Why did I call him Ricky? Feel free, please go do your research. Feel free to. I love when people do research. Usually, when you do research, you become left-leaning since reality is left-leaning. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir, I do.
How old are you, Aaron?
I will be 30 on October 17th.
Great, man. Go ahead and take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
I support Trump because it's not necessarily a lot about his policies. It's more so the demographic that follows with him and the beliefs and the traditional values that I hold and what the left has
Traditional
done.
values, but then you got G59 in the name.
Yeah,
Poser,
yes.
get out of here. Get out of here. You're a poser.
No. How?
No, you don't get to enjoy. You don't get to enjoy. I don't even think I could say the name of the band on live because of the first word of it. You don't get to enjoy.
Well, you know
SB.
they recently found Jesus Christ as their savior.
You don't get to enjoy SB if you're pushing this traditionalist propaganda.
What are you
nonsense.
talking about? They recently just found Jesus Christ as their savior.
They found
They've
Jesus
they've been
Christ.
saying about it on Gray Day.
You
Yes,
could you
look it
could
up.
you could be a
They've
Christian
been saying
without
it
being
all
a
Gray Day.
traditionalist.
Yeah, well, let's get back to the original point. Okay, my point is this: is that in 2016, I originally voted for Bernie Sanders in the Democratic primaries after seeing what the left had did and how Antifa took a rise and
Antifa?
tried. Yes, and
I'm
Antifa took a
Antifa. I'm
rise.
Antifa.
Okay, yes, that's cool.
Are you?
But no, I am not.
You're not Antifa?
Not in the sense of grouping up and
You're
burning
not
down buildings. I am not.
you're not
I'm Antifa
anti-fascist?
in the sense of I'm anti-fascist in the sense of taking down people like Putin or Hitler.
So you are
I'm
Antifa.
not in the sense of burning down buildings.
But Antifa, there's not like
Antifa,
there's
the
not an
version of Antifa that
organization. There's not an
yes, it
organization of
is. Yes, it
Antifa.
is. Yes, it is.
Who's the
As somebody
CEO?
who,
Hassan Piker?
it's not a CEO. It's more so like a splinter group. Do you know what ISIS turned into after we demolished them in Iraq? Turned in like 20 different groups, right? Just because there isn't a head of the snake doesn't make it a group.
Okay, just go ahead and continue. Tell us why you support Trump.
But I support Trump because the left demonizes and is very anti-family, very anti traditional. And by me saying this, in no way do I support any of Trump's felonies. I don't support that. I support Trump seriously because of the group of people that support him.
You're
Because
bringing
I
me
align my
back.
values with him.
You're bringing
I
me
align my
back right
values
now.
with him.
You are bringing me back right now. So the big blow up for me was the 1v20 woke teen versus conservatives that I did on Jubilee. And my third point on that video, which is why I say that you're bringing me back right now, was that the right is so destructive for American families. And it looks like
How
we're
do you
going to be
figure-
hopping back into that debate literally right now. So you just told me that the left is bad for American families. I think that the left is good for American families. And I think that the right is destructive for American families. Let me explain. First and foremost, motherfuckers are pro-life. Do you know what we see in areas with pro-life legislation? We see destroyed families. Okay, why? It's because you are reshifting the family dynamic away from financially well-off adults that want to start a family, that consent to having children, into forcing 18, 19, and 20-year-old boys and girls into being moms and dads because their state legislator said that the woman's body is basically their property, right? She doesn't get a say-so anymore. And on top of that, you know, all the homophobic rhetoric and all the shit that is spewed by the right against two mothers and two fathers is so destructive to the family unit, considering the fact that we have cohorts of studies to demonstrate that it doesn't matter if you're raised by a mom and a dad, two moms or two dads, you're going to have the same family outcomes. But then for whatever reason, at the end of the day, you want to turn around and demonize the two moms, demonize the two dads, generating worse family outcomes on average just by stigmatizing it to begin with. Okay, and another point is, we have social safety nets in this country that benefit families that you guys wanted to fund. Guess what? That $900 billion that Trump took from Medicaid, kicking 10 million people off, that's somebody's mom that's going to be stuck in life-crippling debt until the day she dies now. She's not going to have enough food to buy dinner and put it on the dinner table for her children because $300 of her paychecks go into that big old bill every month until she's 95, right? Or the $156 billion spent on defunding social safety nets. Sorry, not defunding social safety nets, but more so the specific social safety net of food stamps. That one is self-intuitive. Less food for you means less food for your kids, right? Oh, and on top of that, what about just straight up the child tax credit? Okay, when the Biden-Harris administration increased the child tax credit under the American Rescue Plan in 2021, childhood poverty went down by 40%. Kamala Harris's response to this, because it was so good at helping American families, was to run on doubling it, to double it from $3,000 to $6,000 for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 for the second 4, then $3,000 until they're 18, because of the outcomes that it generated that were so pro-American family. In response to this, the Trump administration was like, we can't critique that. That is obviously a good policy, but we are evil Republicans, so we're just going to increase it by $200, right? Which they did, but if Kamala Harris was elected, it would be significantly higher. And oh, most American families are what? Those of middle-class Americans and low-income Americans. And if we want to help those American families, we need to help the middle-class Americans and the low-income Americans. The only time that trickle-down economics is genuinely true is how we impact the families, more so the parents of the families, and how their economic well-being, how they are off will trickle down to their children's well-being. But guess what? According to the CBPP, 156 million Americans in low and middle income tax brackets are now going to be worse off with less purchasing power because of the big beautiful bill, meaning that trickle-down effect is also going to negatively impact them, their family, and their children.
Not to be rude, but is there going to be a time limit when you allow me to speak?
No, I could go on all day about how bad the right is for American families. Should I stop there?
I could go just as long as you can on how bad the left is.
Do it.
Such as incentivizing, inner city classes of people, right? With like destroying the black home, like incentivizing, single mothers in African American communities. I could go on and on, just like my good friend Charlie Kirk could,
So how is the left destroying black families in America?
Incentivizing them to become single mothers and giving them free housing in Section 8 or Section 6
So how is the left incentivizing single-family homes for black Americans?
By telling the mother she can, hey, you go have 7 baby daddies, and
This just sounds like racism.
It's not.
I'm trying to find a way to understand you that isn't just racism.
Okay.
What do you
listen.
mean? Wait, what do you mean? The left is telling specifically black women that they could go out and fuck 7 black men. Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm trying to get at is
what the fuck are you saying?
The fact is if the right was as racist as people said it was.
Explain your point about the black women and their 7 baby daddies. What was that?
I'm getting there. I have to
no, I want you to expand on that point. What the fuck did you mean?
My point is that the 2024 election showed exactly why the right isn't racist. Every single race almost jumped up by 7% in their voting towards Donald Trump. If Donald Trump is this racist man, if he's this racist man that everybody portrays him to be, that Antifa, the terrorist organization, plants him to be, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then why did every single race, from Asians, Hispanics, and blacks, jump up nearly 7% or higher?
So yeah, your argument is, no, Trump and the right, they're not racist, even though the KKK endorsed him, because a minority of black Americans supported Trump as president. Okay, by the way,
David Duke used to run as a Democrat.
Wait, that statement is self-contradicting because you're saying he used to run as a Democrat, therefore this means Democrats are racist. But when he endorses a Republican, more so Trump, that doesn't mean Trump is racist. Self-refuting, contradictory point. Thank you so much. Now, I'm going to go back to it is contradictory. I'm going to go back to what I was saying because I think this next point is incredibly meaningful. You're saying because a minority of black Americans supported Trump in the 2024 election, that therefore there's no way him or the GOP could be racist. Let me ask you a question. Do you think that anti-suffragette movements to attempt to prevent women from getting the right to vote in the 1920s was misogynistic?
No, I believe women should vote.
No, the anti-suffragette movements.
Oh, my bad. Sorry, I didn't fully hear what you said. But I believe that women should vote.
Right.
Let me get that clear.
We'll just say movements at the time to attempt to prevent women from getting the right to vote. Can we agree those were misogynistic?
Clearly.
Really? Because a minority of them were led by women. Do you see how your point self-refutes here? Yeah, okay. Just because a minority of a group, right, would support a movement that ultimately will disproportionately result in oppression towards themselves, right? This doesn't necessarily mean that the movement in of itself doesn't perpetuate said oppression. And my evidence would be the example that I just gave, where you agreed that clearly movements to attempt to prevent women from getting the right to vote in the 1920s were misogynistic, even though a minority of them were led by women.
Can I clear something up? Just because I follow somebody doesn't mean anything.
What a weird thing to say in the middle of a debate.
No, because I'm getting I'm getting ate up in the comments by people who just want to like defame somebody without even knowing anything about this. Why can I not just, have a simple debate and people just attack me for what I'm talking about? Come at me for my point. Don't come at me for anything else.
Every time. Every single time. Every time. Why? Why? Every single time. By the way, what I'm seeing clicking through your following list right now is like a bunch of like goth porn stars. Now people in the comment section, I've seen a couple people suggest teens or minors. If there is like I'm gonna keep on looking because like everyone that I'm seeing is like an adult but is just a goth porn star, which just seems like it's funny because you're gonna sit up here and espouse your shit. I mean earlier you're talking about traditionalism. I'm sure if I went down that pathway, you'd be saying that feminism has failed this country. Feminism is terrible for women. Women need to submit to men and men are the leaders. But meanwhile your whole fucking following list of like 3,000 people is goth porn stars.
But I come up here in good faith, and I want you to like help teach me things. I've debated you before, I have, and I've debated partner.
How long ago?
The reason why it was probably about like 4 months ago. I actually come up here so I can like learn more because I'm not exposed to like half the stuff that you've probably been exposed to in the groups and stuff that you have.
Yeah. 1 second. I still see like some people in the comment section saying like little girls. If there's any evidence of that, feel free to drop it on the Discord. I'm not finding any, so I'm gonna enact y'all. But go ahead. Do you want to make your next point?
No, I'm trying to like actually learn here, and I'm being attacked because I give people follows who follow and
it's just
like my page posts.
Listen, man, it's just like I feel like we hear this story a billion times over of the Republican traditionalist that likes to shit on women, then being so infatuated by the strip clubs and porn stars.
Okay, but listen.
It's just a little... we see it all the time.
Everybody that I've followed has sent me a follow back because of the videos and stuff I've posted. I do follow for follow. That's all I do.
Sure, my friend. So,
no,
I guess we'll just go ahead and pick up where we left off. Let's see, where did we leave off? Because now at this point, I'm a little bit confused myself. I think that where we left off was on the point of why you think that the left is bad. Oh, you're racism. Oh, yeah. Okay. Right. So point number one,
I'm not racist.
I refuted your argument.
Can we just, dude? You were
talking. You were completely stereotyping black women. Yes, stereotyping black women is racist. I'm not going to act like it isn't, and I don't feel like that's contentious or debatable either. You're talking about black women and their 7 baby daddies. Come on. That one's obvious. That one's obviously racist. Racial stereotypes are racist.
How is it racist?
Because it's a racial stereotype.
I'm asking you to
more
teach.
so a racial stereotype.
I'm asking you to teach me instead of attacking me. Teach me.
Yes.
Rather than coming at me on a personal level.
I will teach you. I will teach you. I will teach you. You got it. It is because you went on to talk about black women and how black women have like 7 baby daddies, and more so. And this conversation was framed within harm and negativity, right? Painting a depiction of negativity surrounding black women and the apparent decisions that black women make under the umbrella of a stereotypical set of decisions. So that is what we define as a racial stereotype.
Can I rescind my quote?
That would be racist.
can I resend my quote and say that I was wrong?
Yeah, definitely you can.
Okay, well, I'll resend my quote, and maybe I should do more research.
Good. I hope that you do. I hope that you do. I appreciate you for recognizing that you said that was wrong, and I hope that you do more research. Now, I also want you to address the fact that you said because a minority of black Americans supported Donald Trump in the 2024 election, that therefore Trump or the GOP can't be racist. But then I critiqued that line of thought by bringing up the fact that obviously movements that attempted to prevent women from getting access to the right to vote were misogynistic, even though a minority of those movements included women and were led by women. So do we see there how just because a movement can include a woman doesn't mean that the movement is not misogynistic? And just like if a movement such as MAGA can include a minority of black Americans doesn't mean that that movement is not racist?
I can. I can get with that. And what I'm trying to understand, though, is where do we what explains the jump of voters from 2020 to 2024 in the minority groups, though?
Well, we had a jump in voters, not in just minority groups, but in every group in America and nearly every county in America. And I
Because
think what explains this greater shift is going to be misinformation surrounding the outcome of the pandemic. People blamed the inflation onset by COVID on Biden. People blamed the negative economic conditions onset by COVID on Biden. And Biden did nothing about it with no counter messaging. And Trump just had a heyday lying to everybody in their faces. That's what I think won Trump the 2024 election. That's what I think got a lot of people to shift to voting for him, including, once again, a minority of marginalized communities in this country.
okay, I get that you're falling back on the like the COVID and stuff like that, but is there like, do you not realize that like there's a attack on like religiousness also in this country?
No, there actually absolutely is an attack on religious views, and right now that attack is being led by Trump and the GOP, and for the most part, I'm seeing that attack on Muslim individuals.
And I want to be clear that I do not get down with anybody being judged on their religious views,
Then
by
you'd
the
never
way.
support Trump as president, given in 2015 he called for a total and complete shutdown of all Muslim immigrants into America.
Like I fully believe that like life and liberty are something. I classify myself technically as a libertarian. I want like small government and more like individual rights,
Then you
if
don't
that makes
support Trump
sense.
because not only is he ballooning the national debt and expenditure, which is big government, but he's also attacking our individual rights. 3 days ago, he said that the media literally doesn't have the legal ability to criticize him.
Yeah, but where does criticism begin and opinion end? Because what if it's
Exactly. Now,
what if
dude,
what
you
if
just said that you're a libertarian and you think we should have a small government with personal rights, but now you're like, yes, I also support state-controlled media.
No, I'm not saying no, what I'm saying is like, say that a
Bruh,
media
how?
member is spouting false information, right? And then that gets put out and it's never fact checked
How?
and then that other media like reports off of that other media.
How old are you? How old are you,
What?
Aaron?
29? Wow.
Get out of here. Moving on to the next guest. Y'all know why I did that, especially the people in the comment section. What the fuck? Shit. Moving on to the next guest. Hop in that queue if you support Trump. What the hell? Yeah.
A moderator accepted your request. Oh.
What's up? Do you support Trump?
I do. I voted for him, but you're making me really rethink myself, so I just have some questions.
You got it. Hell yeah. Okay.
Perfect.
Sounds
I
good.
heard you say I'd rather people ask
before-
questions and support a narrative, so I'm here for it.
Before we hop into the discourse, do you mind if I thank a handful of people?
No, go ahead.
good.
Awesome. First and foremost, Lori, thank you so much for the $50 donation over on Super Chat. I really appreciate you for that love. Thank you so much, Lori. Let's get 500 Lori W's down below. That is seriously so fucking kind of you. Lori with a $50 says, anti-family. I'm a 61-year-old grandma. My 17-year-old grandson comes here every other weekend. My son is here and calls me multiple times a week. Brody and I play PS5, watch movies, play Cat and Pandemic, and card games. We are a very close family. I'm going to go and assume that Miss Lori's talking about that last guy's comments about how the left is anti-family. Dude, some of the most loving and kind families I know of are those on the left. But I think it's just the policy of the right that is just so divisive and anti-family. Not to mention, the GOP moms and dads that are willing to literally reject their children over their sexual orientation or gender identity. Thank you so much for the love, Lori. That is very kind of you. Let me also go ahead and check PayPal and Venmo real quick. If you do want to support me, you can find my PayPal and my Venmo in the link tree in my bio. Let me thank Kelly for the $10 over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love. And I did just read that message. We had to remove them. I do apologize, Kelly. As well as Caroline, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo. Let's get 200 Caroline W's in that chat. She says, intelligence. Thank you for taking on the misinformed, the stubborn, and the know-it-alls. Thank you, Kelly. Sorry, not Kelly, Caroline. And I appreciate you for being here, and thank you for the love. As well as Madison, thank you for the $20 on Venmo, saying I actually love you so much, and I think what you do is incredible and truly inspiring. I've learned so much from you. Madison, that is my goal, and I'm so happy that you've been able to take away some knowledge from the streams here. I love the streams. Not only are they entertaining and funny at points, but they're also very informative. You know what I mean? And I fucking love that so much. As well as, let's see here, Laura, thank you for the $25 over on PayPal. Show some love to Laura down below in that chat. Seriously, thank you. Thank you so much. Saying the right is trying to emulate the person they think Charlie was, and it's going to turn them liberal. Well, I mean, I disagree it's going to turn them liberal, but that is actually a good point. By painting Charlie to be some nice, kind-hearted, good person, good for everyone person, pro-equality for all, is the implicit endorsement of leftist ideals inside of the GOP. I don't know if they're going to be cognizant enough in order to make that self-recognition, so I don't know if it's actually going to turn them liberal, but that is still yet a good point. Very interesting thought there. As well as Abby, ABI, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal. That is very kind of you. Show some love to Abby down below. And then Danielle, good to see you again. Thank you for the $25. Thank you, Danielle. Show some love to Danielle in that chat. Danielle says, Sundays are always so wild. Today's definitely been wild. Holy fuck. As well as Nikisha, once again, thank you for the 15 Canadian dollars over on PayPal. Matthew with a 5, and Tyla, that is Tylah. Thank you so much for the $10. As well as I read your message there. Make sure to also, live your life. Have some fun. You know what I'm talking about. As well as Lindsay with the $5 saying, keep up the good work, fella. Thank you, Lindsay. Go ahead and take it away. Do you support Trump?
I did. I voted for him, but I'm honestly, after this election, I'm not really sure that I made the right decision, and I just have so many questions.
Yeah. So usually I don't allow people that no longer support Trump to stay up on the live, but you said that you feel like I'm pushing you left. Feel free to ask a couple questions. Why the hell not?
Thank you. So at first I really thought that he was doing the right thing because he came on there and said that so many people were coming over here as illegals that were killing Americans, and I haven't really found factual evidence. I don't know if that's actually true, and now I'm kind of wondering about that.
For sure. First and foremost, I like to call undocumented immigrants undocumented immigrants. And I've said this a lot. The reason why is because I think that our society takes so much of their humanity away. We should give some of it back. Now, talking about undocumented immigrants just killing everyone. Dude, that is what Trump was saying. That's what the GOP was saying. That's what the largest Republican lawmakers was saying. You could go to his TikTok, find his 5th video, where he's literally saying that undocumented immigrants, they all just escaped mental asylums and prisons. And, at the time of the election, if that's all that you were hearing, that's gonna lead to those beliefs. But it's not true at all. In fact, the factual evidence, if we want to talk about undocumented immigrants and crime rates, we look no further than a research conglomerate by the name of PNAS, who's been tracking crime rates in America since the 19th century. Over the last 100 years, there's been a clear and consistent trend of undocumented immigrants being less likely to commit violent crimes or any crime at all compared to American citizens. The average undocumented immigrant is 2.5 times less likely to commit a violent crime in this country than the average U.S.-born citizen. They're 3 times less likely to commit property crimes and 3.5 times less likely to commit petty crimes. So the narrative that they're evil people, the narrative that they're violent people, the narrative that they're so disposed to crime is false. And of course, that narrative is ultimately derived from the fact that they broke federal law coming into the country as an undocumented immigrant. But they didn't do that with vindication in their heart. sorry, not vindication, with hate and vitriol in their heart towards this country and the law and the rule of law, but rather because the legal means of entry into this country are just so damn unattainable. It could take somebody like 12 years to legally immigrate in here. So, of course, if there's an easier way for them to jumpstart their life and better provide for themselves and their families, they're going to take it. If I was in their shoes, I might too. Shit. You know what I mean?
Exactly. So my next question, I guess, just with how much you're educated, what do you think about, instead of being on either side, what do you think about being like more so independent? What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I mean, so right now the independent party is just like right coded. The independent parties were like self-described free thinkers that, you know, are like aligned with the right, but also recognize that Trump isn't the best president ever, but still ultimately do support and endorse him. That's where they land. But I don't think that just conceptually the ideal of like yearning to operate outside of a two-party system where neither side is of perfection is wrong, right? Okay. I would just say generally that it's okay to like strive for a better political system in this country where we have candidates achieving what should be accomplished and not merely voting for the lesser of two evils every 2 and 4 years. In fact, I align with you there, but at the end of the day, every 2 and 4 years, it is time where push comes to shove and you should vote for the lesser of two evils for progress. And that side in modern American history, at least in my mind, has always been the left.
Yeah, I can understand that. And after some of these videos that you put out, like, I really can't disagree with half of it. I just wanted to come on here and make sure that I got the best of all of it and not just what he puts out.
Yeah, do you have any other questions?
I'm trying to think. I feel like I do. I just have so much anxiety right now.
No worries at all.
So, another thing. So he came out, I'm trying to think the other question I was going to ask you. He said something about Kamala Harris didn't want to answer certain questions and whatever, and he wanted to, and then he wanted to, and basically what he's been doing is kind of taking back our constitutional rights, as you literally said, word for word. He's taken, I think you said 5, and I just don't understand how he's allowed to do that and how we can't push to impeach him at the same time. So, and I feel bad because I voted for him, but I'm not happy.
So, like, according to the text of the Constitution, he's not allowed to violate it, right? But the question is, like, who the hell is going to check him? You know, it's like
that's what I want to know.
The Supreme Court. Well, I think that our Justice Department could grow a spine. That's what they could do. Now, the Supreme Court has checked him on a handful of decisions, but they still are ultimately letting him get away with most of his agenda. And then, you know, he has the DOJ and Pam Bondi under his thumb. I mean, just yesterday, he accidentally posted what was supposed to be a private transmission to Pam Bondi on Truth Social, where he's just straight up telling her to prosecute his political opponents, like Lolita James, I believe that's her first name, is Lolita. I might be mispronouncing that, et cetera, and so on. And ultimately, you know, the goal would land on Congress to grow a damn spine and impeach him, or on the Justice Department as a whole, including Circuit Court, SCOTUS, and the DOJ at the federal level to grow a spine and to, you know, prosecute him for his wrongdoings. But I would say the DOJ is never going to do that under Pam Bondi. So our best bet is to increase social awareness around his blatant constitutional attacks and hopefully instill a fear in the eyes and souls of politicians already in Congress and running for the seats of those that will be up for re-election in the midterms to do something about it. And that's why I talk a lot about his unconstitutional shit and behaviors and actions, because I do legitimately think that is going to be the easiest path with the least resistance, although there is still a shit ton, towards getting him out of office by voting candidates in the midterms who are willing to actually do something about it and hopefully impeach him.
I agree. Honestly, I really don't know where to go from here, and I'm hoping that we can do it, but thank you for your time. I seriously appreciate it, and I really appreciate the education.
Yeah, well, thank you so much for allowing me a chance to kind of explore my own thoughts there, too. That was fun. Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you. You too.
Hell yeah, dude. That makes me happy. Good to see Americans waking up. Let's go, Sierra, dude. She voted for Trump in 2024. Look at her today. W fucking yes, man. Holy shit. As well as SS, thank you for the 10 Australian dollars over in Super Chat saying, hey, Dean, love the videos. They're very insightful, even though I live in Australia. Fuck yeah, I'm happy that you like them. As well as Haley with the $10 saying, hey, Dean, I heard you just read off a donation about Charlie Kirk and people being more liberal. You don't really think that this gun violence will help the right think differently? That's my hope. Well, like, that's my hope too, right? But that's just not the reaction that we've seen. The reaction that we've seen has been, new levels of inflammatory rhetoric calling for civil war, and the just further growing divide in the country, saying that, the left did this and now we need to consider you a terrorist if you're anti-fascist, and, the alt-right isn't a problem, but, the far left is, according to our president. And that makes me worried, and this is also a time where even outside of government or outside of Turning Point and their loyalists, where a lot of people online are now like, ooh, you think that Charlie Kirk was bad? Well, now I'm going to start supporting blatant, self-described white supremacists instead, and you'll see just how bad it will get. Nick Fuentes, or that Milo guy who everyone on the right has been talking about. It's scary. It is. And I think that in the last week and a half, we've just seen a trend of shit, getting worse over there. Like a lot of people on the right were talking about how his assassination could be like a turning point in the country. And what I'm concerned about is if it is a turning point for America in like all of the wrong ways, But I understand why you would have some hope in suggesting that maybe this will wake the right up and make them more sympathetic to more liberal ideals. But I just don't think that's actually is going to be what happens. But anyways, let's go ahead and get back to the debates. Hop in that queue if you support Trump. We're probably going to go ahead and do maybe like a handful of other individuals. How long have we been live? We've already been live for 4 hours. Shit. Okay. So this will actually be our last guest. Woo! Time has flied tonight. Wow, we're already like almost 4 hours in. Jeez. Holy shit. What a day it has been. Let me go ahead and thank a handful of people here. Jess, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. And I will do that. I didn't get a chance to watch that. I will. Thank you for the love, Jess. As well as Jennifer, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. I really appreciate you for that love. Jennifer with the 20 says, thank you for being the voice we need. Please say hi to Dakota. Hi, Dakota. And thank you, Jennifer. Thank you so much. As well as Morgan with the $15 over on Venmo. Thank you, Morgan. Morgan, you actually just suggested that I do the same thing that Jess recommended. I'm going to keep it to myself, but yeah, I will do that when I'm off. As well as Kelly, thank you so much for the $10 once again. You are awesome. Let's also go ahead and check that PayPal. Let's check it out here. You guys have been so fucking kind today. Lindsay, dude, thank you for the $50 donation over on PayPal. Thank you so fucking much. Thank you. Lindsay with the $50. Show some love to Lindsay down below. She says, Trump says Trump saying, W/T. I was trying to interpret that. I think you mean to say Trump says smart people don't like me. We need more bold, educated people like you to inform others. Yeah, he was right. Smart people don't support him. Smart people don't support him at all. Thank you for the love, Lindsay. As well as, let's see here. Neil, thank you for the $10, saying thank you, Dean, for fighting the good fight. I appreciate you for that love. Thank you, Neil. And then Erica, holy fuck. Erica, thank you so much for the $150 donation over on PayPal. Thank you, Erica. That is so much money. That is so kind of you. Thank you for your generosity. Seriously, holy shit. I want to see some major love for Erica down below in that comment section. Erica says, amazing education you are providing. Keep it up. This grandma is proud of you. Thank you. Dude, Erica, I hope that you're having a great day. I appreciate you for tuning in, and thank you so much for the $150 donation. As well as Lauren, thank you for the $10 on Venmo, saying these 4 hours go by fast sometimes. Time flies when you're having fun. Oh, yeah, I have fun just grilling the Trump supporters. I try to keep that to myself, though. You see it slip through with a smile here and there, though. Donald, thank you so much for the $20 as well on Venmo. Just drop us some hearts. Thank you so much, Donald. As well as Jana with the $2 saying, recently I got my MAGA mother to start watching your live. She loves what you're doing, and she is starting to change her viewpoints. Thank you so much for bringing light to our corrupt government and changing the mindset of so many people. Jana, that means the world to me. That is my goal, and I'm so happy that we're trying to achieve it, and that we're making fucking progress. You know what I mean? Now for everyone hanging out with us in here. Do you want to do one more debate, or just kind of hang out and I could take questions from the chat? Do a little bit of a Q&A. We haven't done that for a while. I think that would be fun personally. I'm with that. Nerf, thank you for the galaxy. And then Daniel, the $20 on Super Chat saying thank you for doing what you do. Then well, thank you, Daniel, so much for your support. That is very kind of you. Thank you so much. Okay, you guys are saying one more. Some people are saying both. I can't do both. So should we do one more debate or Q&A? And I'll seriously just let like the mob win. Okay, the mob right now is selecting one more. Is that the final selection of the mob? It is. The pitchforks are up and are demanding that we do one more debate, so let's go and hop into it. All right, let's go to get Danny up here. We got Danny loading in. What's up, Danny? You support Trump? Very impressive, Danny. Goodbye, Danny. All right. Let's go to get Brian loaded up into the box. Hey, Haley, thank you for the $10 on Venmo, saying thank you for all that you do. Thank you, Haley. That's very kind of you. Thank you. What's going on, Brian? You support Trump? Brian's gone. By the way, Parker should be live here like any second. In fact, he might already be. Are you live yet? It'd be fun to coast with Parker for a while. I miss coasting with him. I do. We're going to try to get Danny up here. He's live. Based. What's up, Danny? You support Trump?
I voted for him, yes.
Do you still support him today?
No.
So incredibly based, Danny. Unfortunately, we are only looking to talk to people that still do support Trump. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up in here. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, stop running.
Do you support Trump because fetuses possess future like ours?
Perhaps.
Perhaps. Is that perhaps the reason, Divine Order?
It's perhaps the reason. When are you going to stop running, man? You can't use the excuse that I'm English. You debate Palestine and you're not from there.
So you're telling me because I discuss American policy relevant towards funding and ongoing ethnic cleansing that it's unfair for me to suggest that I'm only talking to Americans that support Trump as president?
Yes. I think it's an excuse, man.
You know what I'm going to tell you to do about it?
You just don't want to debate abortion with me. I understand. If I was you, I wouldn't do it either.
You know what I'm going to tell you to do about that? That level of unfairness that you think you see?
Uh-huh.
I'm going to ask you to cry about it, Divine Order.
Dodge.
And we're going to go to get that next guest up in here. We got Billy Chase. We got Billy Chase loading into the stream. Here we go. Yeah, he's British. Nah, bro, he really wants to debate me. He wants to debate me on abortion. I used to debate Divine like every other week. On God, on abortion. I've talked to him a shit ton. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the queue, guys. What's up? Do you support Trump?
I voted for Trump in the last election, but I have been watching you continuously, like anytime you're live on TikTok. And I just am really confused. So obviously I feel bad for Charlie Kirk. You know, that was not okay at all. But I don't support everything he says, but I don't also understand everything he's saying, if that makes sense.
I'm going to be honest, not really. I just want to clarify, how old are you?
I'm 19.
Okay, I assume that you're like over the age of 18 because it looks like your account, like your mom of one, looks like you have like a husband, so I assume so. This is not a child. This is not a fetus, everyone. So overall, if you could teleport back in time to November, would you still vote for Trump?
I think I wouldn't vote at all, to be honest.
All right. Well, I mean, honestly, at this
Because
point,
I don't understand everything the left side is. Does that make sense?
what do you want to understand about the left? I don't usually do this, but what are you looking for?
Like, I understand pro choice,
Yeah.
obviously,
and the ban on guns. But what I'm not understanding is like the reason everybody hates Trump so much.
Oh, it's because of how bad he is, right? You know, like I understand how from like a perspective of like some level of ignorance, you know, you could like look at how much how much the left just like truly like loathes Trump, and you'll be like, oh, like they're crazy. Like why do they hate him so much just because he was a Republican, right? But like it's not just because he's Republican, it's because he fulfills all 14 tenets of fascism. Right? It's like, it's not just because he's a Republican, it's because he was like best friends with Jeffrey Epstein and sent him a letter talking about their wonderful secrets outlined by the body of what it looks like to be a naked girl. It's not just because he's a Republican, it's because he was like found guilty of raping a woman. You know, it's not just because he's a Republican, it's because he literally said that he wants to control the media and that it's illegal to criticize him on TV. Like, dude. Like, I feel like this is one of those moments where it's like, if you were to have simultaneous access to all the information that I have access to, you would probably hate him more than I do because of how it personally impacts you. But I don't know. I hate him a lot.
Yeah, I can tell by watching your lives. Also, another thing I was curious about was the whole Epstein files.
Yeah. Honestly, here's what I'm going to do. What I recommend you do, I want you to go on Google, look up Trump's letter to Epstein. You could read the reporting.
I've seen it on TikTok. It was like something about, yeah, like their secrets and everything, and it was like drawn out.
Yeah.
And it was Donald Trump's signature at the bottom. And then I watched a couple news reports, and he was saying, like, that's not my signature.
Yeah, well, it is, and he lied.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm gonna move on to the next guest, but actually, quickly before I do, I'll just show you this. Boop. Okay. Right. So what you see here is going to be the signature on the Epstein card on the top, compared to the signature on two other letters that he had sent to Larry King and Lillian Volk around the same time. You'll see that it is identical. Definitely is his signature, but. You have a good rest of your day. I hope that you have a good one. I appreciate you for coming up and asking some questions. Damn, chat. You guys are, y'all are hard, man. She was just asking some questions. I don't know. We're towards the end of the stream, so I'm feeling like a little loosey-goosey. I was willing to roll with it, but it's my fault that y'all are so hard. No, it is, right? Because what have I been doing for like the last 4 months? If you're not here to debate me on why you support Trump, you're banned. So that's me right there, bro. That's me right there. My bad. My bad. What's up? Do you support Trump? No, Meg's not here. Moving on. By the way, you know, I haven't really talked about this a whole lot on live, but, you know, there's been like continually perpetuated propaganda. Actually, that's a little bit rough. Misinformation that I'm going to go to the right and that I'm now a MAGA conservative political grifter. I thought I'd just like repeat, if you see that, like it's not true and it's born out of an out of context clip. And you could see the clip in full context as well as an explanation on like my 4th repost. I've just been seeing it everywhere, man. I have. And it's discouraging, but ultimately I think it's misinformation that is just going to be like weeded out over time. If that makes any sense. Right? Because like ultimately I'm going to continue to do this and I'm going to continue to be a goddamn progressive forever. Right? So it's like in like 2 or 3 months from now, when everyone is still like looking at like, oh, Dean Withers, he's on live calling himself a progressive debating Trump supporters. Oh, maybe that thing that I saw was false. You know what I mean? Just gonna get that next guest loaded up in here. Hop in that queue if you support Trump. We'll get you connected. But like, it's pretty rough out there. It's pretty rough out there, man. You know, so I was watching a religious debate stream earlier today. And I sent them a super chat and I was like, yo, dude, one of these days you should get me up there as a special guest. And then like 40% of the people in the TikTok live stream comment section were like, no, if you get Dean up here, I'm going to block you, never watch you again because he's a fake, performative, grifting progressive, which was pretty disheartening. They turned on their camera, so I'm just gonna immediately kick them. I don't know what they were showing though. Okay, I realistically got to get offline. I'm gonna try one more time here to get a debate going. So go ahead and hop in the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president, and we're gonna get you connected. This is gonna probably be my last attempt. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I support Trump.
Do you support
I
Superman?
want to talk about one thing.
How old are you?
Before we talk about this.
How old are you?
I want you to.
How old are you?
2005, October 19.
Okay. It sounds like you got a TV on in the background. Is there anything that we could do here to quiet things down?
Yeah, I could turn it down.
All right. You could like mute the TV, go into a different room.
Yeah, I'm gonna turn it off. I got you. My bad. I didn't mean to disrespect you like that.
Yeah. Okay. So why do you support Trump as president?
Before we talk about that, I want to talk about something first because I've been in here for a minute.
I don't really have too much
I got a
time,
little-
but it's like, what do you want to talk about?
It'll be fast. Just let me tell you, please. I need to say this, or it's just not gonna work out. Because I understand you on a different level. Because I've been sitting here listening, and I got a little zooted.
Very interesting. What do you want
And I want
to
to
talk
explain.
about?
I heard you having a conversation with a guy earlier about abortion, and he was talking about Santa Claus saying Santa Claus is real to your kids is illegal. I forgot what it was compared to.
Oh no.
So I want to talk about that for 1 second first.
I don't know if
I want to know how that conversation ends.
I think it may be better if we don't.
But what does that mean though?
Are you a Christian?
Why? And I want to talk. Are you okay? Like, bro, you're
because that
you're
was
kinda
that
crazy
was
about
a
that.
conversation framed under like the Christian world, like that was a conversation about the Christian worldview and if we can or can't legislate on sins, given that all sins are equal
I
or
want to
not
talk about
equal. in the eyes
abortion
of
for 1
God.
second. I remember that you made like one of those analogies again, and you said, "What if somebody's father, like Donald Trump, giving the power to the states, like a gun? Like, let's say this is what you said. You said, let's say my father, but this is how you talk. I don't know how to say it like you. You said, imagine a father gave his gun to his son to take it to school to do a mass shooting, and you said that's what Trump did, but Trump didn't give them the power. Didn't Dobbs do that, or am I wrong?
So the Dobbs decision is what overturned Roe v. Wade, but ultimately the only reason why the Dobbs decisions was made was because of Donald Trump's 3 judicial appointments, who he very specifically made to make the Dobbs decision. So the responsibility would be shared
Okay, I also
by the
wanna talk about-
justices that voted for the Dobbs decision, by the state legislators that after the Dobbs decision banned abortion, and by Trump, who got the ball rolling to begin with.
Who did it though? Who allowed them to do it?
I
Was it Dobbs or Trump?
It was Trump.
Was it Dobbs or
the-
Trump though?
It was well. You don't have the Dobbs without Trump, so therefore it's both.
But who's the guy? Hold on. Let me say it. How do you want me to say it? Hold on. Give me 1 second. I want to talk about something else. Every time that you talk about a girl like getting raped like that,
what?
You act like getting abortion for that. If that does happen, doesn't happen anywhere. It happens everywhere. It's just certain
it's
states.
actually
like the
illegal.
governor.
Yeah, it's illegal in
No,
10
the
of our
governors and stuff. They're the ones who do all that shit.
My friend, I think that you're
It's
too
not
geeked.
Donald Trump. And no,
He's disconnected for being too geeked. Goodbye, sir. Goodbye. He's too geeked. He's too faded. He's too faded. He's too faded. He's too faded. Can't debate when you're too faded. He was pondering my thought too hard. He hit the blicky one too many times and came out of the other end of the tunnel way too faded when his moment finally came. Hey, Sarah, I appreciate you for the $10 over on PayPal. Thank you, Sarah, as well as Kaden and Alana. Thank you for the 5. And then Christiane, thank you so much for the 10. It was very kind of you guys. I appreciate you for the love over on PayPal. Now, listen. I think I'm honestly too geeked for these conversations too now. Something I haven't shared with you guys is that after so many hours of this, my brain is like depleted of energy for function. You know, the same way how you will go to the gym and physically work out your muscles, and after, you know, like 4 sets of 12, for instance, you get muscle fatigue and you just can't lift the weight anymore. It works in a very similar way with my brain. After so long of, you know, having these conversations for so many hours per day and going through these concepts, like trying to critically explore what the guest is saying to find out how to prove them wrong, etc., I will get mental fatigue and everything will just become like cloudy, and I become very bad at processing things with my brain. And it's funny because the only person that sees this every single day is my girlfriend. What will happen is I will get off live and, you know, I'll immediately, you know, go downstairs, go see what my girlfriend is up to. And she'll be like trying to say something to me, trying to talk to me. And like, I just won't be there. Like, and that's the way it is for like 20 minutes after I end my stream. It takes me like 20 minutes to bounce back. So that's brutal. That's brutal. And I saw a couple of people asking about this. I had a great date with her last night. Oh, the dinner we got was fantastic. But I'm actually going to go to an end for the day. I just got a text from my girlfriend saying that she's hungry for dinner. So I'm going to go figure out dinner with her. So I love you all. Love you all. I will see you tomorrow. Randy, thank you for the $15 over on PayPal. Holy shit. Thank you, Randy. And Miley, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. Shout out to Randy and Miley down below in that comment section. But I'm actually going to go ahead and send you guys on a big ol' raid over to my friend Parker. And we're going to stay on live while we're doing this raid. I want to see how high we can get his viewership. He's doing the same debates that I've been doing for the last 4 hours. He's great, by the way. Parker's a real deal. He's been doing this for longer than I have. His ad is at Parker Get a Job on TikTok and YouTube. Stop asking for the Trump voice. Stop asking for it. You suck, you Antifa terrorists, asking for the Trump voice. Quite frankly, you so bigly suck, you Antifa terrorists. I think what you're doing is, quite frankly, illegal. It's illegal. You're laughing at me, you Antifa terrorists, in the comment section. That's illegal. You can't criticize me. I am gold. Literally. Look at the new statue of me holding the Bitcoin with my big boy pants and suit on the National Mall in DC. Quite frankly. Okay. Okay. All right. Go raid Parker. At Parker Get a Job on TikTok. This is our boy right here. Okay, we're actually going to go to turn him up. Let's listen to him cook.
Public universities. So it doesn't mean every single university that people go to is free. It means
He's cooking. He's cooking. Go over there. Leave my stream now. I'm going to end in like 30 seconds. He's cooking. Let's see here. Jenny's on my Jenny supports Trump. At Parker Get a Job on TikTok. At Parker Get a Job on YouTube. Go raid Parker. Do that right now. At Parker Get a Job. Go over there. He's cooking. Listen.
1/10 of our military budget.
Cooked!
1/10 of our military budget, and we reallocated that towards free public universities. Not only would we provide competition for public universities to help drive down the cost of education, higher education, because it's rapidly, increasing in price without necessarily increasing.
What a good idea! Take 1/10 of our military budget, spend it on free school public education. That's Parker. He's great. At Parker Get a Job on TikTok. Head over there. Spam Dean Raid in his comment section. At Parker Get a Job on YouTube. Head over there. Spam Dean Raid in his comment section. Love y'all. See you tomorrow. Peace and love. Bye-bye.